This is all wrong. None of this makes any sense. How could it have come to this? It all seemed to be going so well. All the Espada were defeated and posed no more threat to anyone in the real world or Soul Society. The ones that were left were the overall leaders of the whole Arankar threat, Ikamaru Jin and Aizen Sosuke. They were the last barricade to a peaceful and happy existence. If Ichigo could defeat or kill both of these men, then that was it. The nightmare would be averted and everything would be fine, his town safe, his friends out of jeopardy, and both worlds still intact. As Ichigo left the Dongai Precipice world, he walked out onto the broken and ruptured ground that was once a street of the real Karakuraon. With his father over his left shoulder, still he surveyed his surroundings in more detail. To his right, Ikamaru lay on a raised bit of ground, with blood seeping out of the area that his arm had once occupied. Above him, Matsumoto looked deeply into his eyes, as her own leaked tears onto his face that was rapidly losing color. Ichigo placed his father onto the ground gently. "Thanks, Dad," Ichigo calmly told his unconscious father. Ichigo looked around further and found the faces of his school friends Tatsuki, Kiego, Mizuro. Even Chizuru was there, surprisingly. "Don't worry, guys, this will all be over soon," Ichigo told his friends confidently. That was when he finally looked at Aizen. He didn't even look too human anymore. He had 3 sets of wings extending from his back. His face had kept its almost always calm exterior except for those eyes. They just looked like they emanated pure evil or malice. The smile on his face and his arrogant voice didn't help to alleviate such a description. My Kurosaki, you do sound as if you think you can stop me," Aizen pointed out with an all-too-confident smile. "Aizen, I want to fight away from here," Ichigo almost ordered. "Again, Kurosaki, you sound almost too overconfident in your own abilities," Aizen countered. "I do believe that here is a fine position for us to fight, don't you? Just where all of your friends can watch your demise." Aizen finished with a loud roar and charged at Ichigo. "Crap, we fight here. We might involuntarily destroy the town with our fight," Ichigo thought to himself. Aizen slashed at Ichigo, intent to cut at Ichigo from the neck and decapitate him. Ichigo instantly dropped, allowing the Zanpakuto to pass over his head, but heard as buildings behind him began to crumble. Looking behind him, he watched as the low-lying buildings that surrounded them were crumbling, as if they had been cut away. "You should not get too interested in much else besides me, Kurosaki," Aizen advised. His blade extended far to his right in the position he had stayed in after slashing at Ichigo. The satisfaction that Aizen must have been getting from this was overpowering. Ichigo could feel it from his spiritual pressure. It was full of malice, ill intent, and sheer arrogance. Aizen quickly moved his hand in order to take another stab at Ichigo. Thrusting forwards, Ichigo was forced to parry Aizen's attack, and due to this, some of the buildings to his right started to crumble as an effect. "Damn," Ichigo thought to himself, "I have to lead Aizen away from the town, otherwise it's all gone. My, if we keep going like this, we will destroy the town," Aizen commented as his and Ichigo's blades were still pressed against each other. Ichigo looked to the face of the traitor captain and saw his face turn into a smile. "I guess we had better leave here. Otherwise all of the souls I require for the Yukin will be extinguished," Aizen admitted. Aizen forced outwards with his Zanpakuto with all of his strength and forced Ichigo's blade to vibrate from the force. As Aizen pushed, he finally beat back Ichigo's blade, and as his Zanpakuto was able to swipe free of the Zanpakuto barrier, he caused a large area of ground to his right to become upturned and malformed. Ichigo could hear the screams of his friends and looked over to their direction. He felt something grab onto his clothing and looked to see Aizen's hand grabbing him tightly. With what seemed like a slight crouch and barely any force behind the jump they had shot into the air, Ichigo looked back to where his friends were in fear of the worst possible scenario his friends were in. To his relief, though, he looked and saw that Aizen had unintentionally created a shield for the 4 of them. After a few seconds, Ichigo felt a strong force acting against him and was suddenly flying towards the ground at an increasing speed. As he connected with the ground again, it was his back that got the full force of the impact. Reeling from the burst of pain that exploded from his back, Ichigo coughed up a small amount of blood. Sitting up again, Aizen was in front of him, simply standing there. He didn't even have his sword held at Ichigo in any form of aggression. "You know, Kurosaki, there was a reason that I wanted you to evolve and grow," Aizen started looking down to the reeling form of Ichigo, starting to get back up onto his feet. His face did not change as he looked up to Aizen again. You reminded me very much of myself. I was born vastly powerful, as were you. For my goals, I required one person who was on par with my power level in order to reveal to the Hogyoku my heart's true desire. That was to be stronger than even you. Aizen finished as he lunged towards Ichigo again. Ichigo lifted Zangetsu up in order to defend against Aizen's attack again. As their blades met, the trees behind Ichigo were all blasted with shockwaves and were sliced in half. Before any of the splinters from these trees could hit the ground, Aizen had retracted his hand backwards and had swiped at Ichigo yet again. Ichigo was almost unable to block the hit this time, and as a result was cut across his left arm. The blood seeping into the fabric of his black coat raced down his arm and ran off his fingertips and gave the grass a more menacing look to it. Ichigo clenched his fists and looked towards Aizen with a defiant look on his face. This is interesting. That cut alone should have destroyed you. Aizen pondered, tracing outwards, trying to feel the strength of Ichigo's spiritual pressure, but to his dismay, he found none. Oh, come now, Kurosaki. You disappoint me, Aizen told his opponent, lowering his blade again. You gave up all of that wonderful spiritual pressure, all in order to strengthen all of your bodily functions. I am sorry to inform you that an enhanced body is not enough to defeat me, Aizen explained in a manner where he looked down on Ichigo. With a flap of his butterfly-like wings, he had sailed into the air, and the gust from that motion blasted against Ichigo. Only due to his legs enhanced by his monstrous spiritual pressure was he able to stand his ground. I am disappointed that you have went down this route. I required someone as strong as yourself in order to allow me to be on a level even close to the Soul King. You have, however, not done as I had hoped, and as an other failed specimen, I must get rid of you, Aizen told Ichigo calculatedly from his high vantage point. Aizen extended his wings outwards, and at the tips of all 6 wings, balls of spiritual pressure began to swirl together and take on a solid form. The orbs took on a blue color as they glowed against the white of Aizen's form. There was no sound as the orbs formed save from the slight breeze that had picked up as Ichigo stood waiting for the inevitable. He knew a Siro when he saw one and knew exactly how to deal with this. Within the time Ichigo had to think it over, he had appeared behind Aizen and had slashed at all 6 of the wings, causing the connection between the orbs and their power core. With this connection lost, the orbs exploded involuntarily and consumed Aizen and Ichigo in a large amount of smoke that shook the very ground so far beneath their feet. Back where Tatsuki, Kiego, and Mizuru had been able to get onto their feet again, they were all trying to make sense of anything that was going on. That guy before had some kind of power that they all knew Ichigo had, but his was gone, and the other guy with wings had a monstrous amount, enough to ground all 3 of them. Not to mention the fact that over to their right a woman was crying over the last man who had tried to take on that beast of a creature who was now fighting Ichigo. He had had his arm ripped right off, with what looked like so little effort. With whatever little strength he had left, he raised his right hand and cupped the woman's face in it, and with a few last words his hand dropped and his head fell to its side. He was gone. The woman became erratic and began to scream for help, all the while crying. As all 3 heads turned away from the sad sight, they looked off in the direction Ichigo had been dragged after they had almost watched their town destroyed just because of the 2 men's fighting. Hey Tatsuki, you think Ichigo will be okay? Kiego asked, almost worried for even asking. Tatsuki couldn't answer him. In truth, she knew exactly what she wanted to say. She wanted to be able to say that of course Ichigo would win, because if he was ever met with an obstacle, he'd always do his best to beat it. Yet, in this situation, she wasn't sure it would be that simple. She knew that when Ichigo was in that form, he had a power that was unbelievably powerful in the past. It never had anything on the power that creature had, though. It had the power to ground Tatsuki, Kiego, and Mizuru. Ichigo's never done that before, and if he was going to beat that man, he had better have something up his sleeve. With that thought in mind, they felt a collection of power off in the direction Ichigo had been dragged, and could see the blue glow that was beginning to get larger. Tatsuki could instinctively tell it was the winged man's power because it had evil intent laced all through it. She feared that Ichigo was doomed because the amount of power being stored was monstrous. After a few seconds, there was a large explosion, and a huge mushroom cloud of smoke filled the sky as the shock waves hit all of the situated in that part of the town. It ended up smashing all three friends back to the ground and caused Matsumoto to be blasted from her area of mourning. As she flew through the air, she was caught by a strong pair of arms. After they slid for a few meters, Matsumoto felt her savior drop to his knees. Looking up to his face, she saw the goatee and then the smile with closed eyes. Then when she looked down, she noticed that the way the wind had blew, she could see that white fabric of a Haori. He's a captain? But of what division? I've never seen that insignia before, Matsumoto thought to herself, as Ishin was forced to place her on the ground and fell backwards, already overexerting himself after spending 3 months using his spiritual pressure to hold back the walls of the Dongai. "Thank you," came the barely audible voice of Matsumoto. "Think nothing of it," Ishin answered before losing his consciousness. "Is that Ichigo's dad? Just how many of them are in on this?" Tatsuki thought to herself as she saw Ichigo's father save the beautiful woman. He had the same black kimono as the woman and Ichigo, and had a white fabric with a black insignia. After he saved the woman, though, he placed her down and fell over backwards, and it looked like he was sleeping. What a moron! How can he sleep when his son is in danger? Tatsuki thought heatedly to herself. Ichigo was kneeling on the ground, reeling from the power of the attack Aizen had blasted at him. Especially at such a close range, he was panting heavily from the attack. The only reason he was even still alive was due to his quick thinking and maneuverability. As the explosion had blasted both Aizen and himself, he had been blown quite a distance away and was still feeling the effects of that hit. He could hear no noise coming from Aizen and guessed he was either too far away to hear him or he was out cold. Ichigo surveyed his surroundings. The remnants of trees lay upturned or destroyed at the root. The mountains behind them were cut and scarred from the shock of his own and Aizen's blades colliding. "Bastard!" came a groan directly in front of Ichigo. He looked towards the smoke and saw a form crouched over, beginning to stand up tall again. That was when Ichigo saw the true extent of what had happened. Aizen wasn't panting due to pain. His body was transforming and had really started to lose resemblance of humanity. His head had become a hollow's head. His arms grew out into large singular claws, and he had at least 3 hollow holes running up his torso. His wings had changed also. At the ends of each wing, a set of jaws slowly clamped together as if chewing, and on the wind's large eyes slowly opened, eliciting a squelching noise. "That was more painful than I had anticipated, I won't deny it." Aizen groaned as he stood tall again, gaining no reply from Ichigo. "This is at Kurosaki, the level you have allowed me to reach in order to successfully attack the Soul Palace." Aizen gloated, shooting his head back and laughing, only stopping when he felt a strange effect coming over him in the direction where Ichigo stood. "This seems like the perfect time to use the new technique that Zangetsu taught me," Ichigo calmly stated to Aizen as his body was enclosed in a black spiritual pressure and shielded from view. Aizen could still feel it though. There was a huge amount of spiritual pressure pouring out of Ichigo's body, and it was beginning to cover his entire body. "You see, the final Getsuga Tensho is when," Ichigo began as his body began to be revealed to Aizen. "Where I become Getsuga," Ichigo finished as his body was fully revealed to Aizen. His body was covered in a black fabric that went from his feet to his waist, where it was then taken over by what looked like black ragged bandages that extended all the way up until it reached his eyes. His hair had grown longer and had changed to a deep black color. It swayed ever so gently around his head as the breeze casually picked it out from the air. It was only when Aizen looked at Ichigo's right arm and seen the sheer amount of concentrated spiritual pressure did he realize his current predicament. Ichigo wasted no time and raised his right arm, looking directly at Aizen. He saw the glint of yellow cover Ichigo's eyes for the slightest of seconds before Ichigo calmly ordered, "Mujetsu." At the mere calling of the word, the entire sky began to cover over in the night. Aizen was reeling from that one. He wasn't even directly affected by the attack. He hadn't even been physically touched. However, he surmised that because he was within the field of darkness, that was why he had taken some damage from the attack. As he stood up again, Ichigo's look of sheer terror and fear were written all over his face. It hadn't worked. Aizen was still fine and was getting back up onto his feet. Ichigo was in no way capable of even getting up again. As his clothing all disappeared, so too did the yelling voice of Zangetsu, infuriated that Ichigo had been cheated out of his relationship with his Zanpakuto. That was indeed interesting, Kurosaki. Thank you for proving to me that this form is indeed strong enough. Aizen commented, looking down to Ichigo, who had by this point fallen to his knees, and looked up to Aizen. Aizen had not been spared from injury. 3 of his wings had been cut off, and there were many different cuts lacing all over his body. However, his high-speed regeneration more than made up for the cuts. The wings didn't, however, seem to be growing back. It appears I have been set back somewhat, Aizen noticed, looking at the 3 wings he no longer had. I do believe I shall extinguish your life, however, as you could become a problem for me later on. Aizen finished, raising one of his huge claws high into the air. Ichigo could only look on in horror as the last of his power was finally sapped from his body. For afflicting this much pain, however, I shall make sure your death causes you to attack those once close to you, Aizen added before slashing down quickly and impaling his large claw into Ichigo's back. The claw traveled through and eventually erupted through his left pectoral after piercing through his heart and leaving a gaping hole. Aizen felt a power within him manifesting his desire, and sure enough, a garganta opened, and Ichigo's body was consumed within the golden light. As his tattered body lifted from the ground, a person burst through the undergrowth near Aizen. "Kurosaki-san," a voice shouted. Aizen traced the voice and finally found the sight of a man in a green suit with a matching green and white hat, alongside the Zanpakuto already released. Greetings, Urahara-san," Aizen greeted the ex-captain almost warmly. Urahara looked at the form of Aizen and finally realized just how far he had fallen. No longer did he even resemble his Shinigami self. All resemblance from the smart and caring captain he had everyone believe he was gone now. His body was covered in a white armor of sorts, with a mask to boot that looked surprisingly similar to Ichigo's one. His form was, however, not without flaw. He could see that it had taken some damage due to whatever Ichigo was able to pull off. "Aizen," Urahara voiced, still concerned with why Ichigo was in the grasp of a garganta. He kept on watching until the light had consumed Ichigo and eventually disappeared, closing the garganta. "What did you do with Kurosaki?" Urahara queried, tipping his hat slightly, allowing his eyes to become shadowed. "I do not see why that would be of any interest to you," Aizen answered honestly. "I guess that makes sense," Urahara admitted before he had jumped into the air and had reached Aizen. He instantly brought Benaheim up to bring it straight back down again in order to slash at the left of Aizen's chest. Aizen quickly brought up one of his large claws to deflect against the attack. Urahara allowed his Zanpakuto to bounce off the claw and continued on downwards. Once he had gotten close enough, he placed his left palm over the place where the Hogyoku resided and began to chant. "Of all things unholy, to those that are lost from the light, I call upon you to seal away the evils of this world." Binding art number 100, Chains of Torment. Urahara finished off feeling as his spiritual pressure was drained from him in wide tendrils. These tendrils began to convulse and finally started to form chains extending directly from his hand. The chains were, by the looks of it, red and were heavily rusted. As they entwined their way around Aizen's form, they tightened exponentially. In his bound state, Aizen was unable to do anything that the ex-captain had planned. Urahara calmly stepped away, confident he had stopped Aizen, and started to breathe heavily. Urahara looked at the contorted face of Aizen and could tell that Aizen was doing all in his power to try and escape from the binding chains. "It is useless, Aizen. I myself perfected that binding art in order to hold anything that used the Hogyoku's power," Urahara explained to the surprised trader. "I specifically created it in order to stop the power of my creation as soon as I had made it. I always have a backup just in case one of my inventions is used against me," Urahara finished, tipping his hat again. "As ever, Urahara-san, your knowledge far surpasses my own," Aizen admitted before closing his eyes and chuckling slightly. Urahara sat down onto one of the trees that had been destroyed due to the power between Ichigo and Aizen and looked over the landscape. This place had been torn apart because of their fighting, and it would probably take some time before it was ever back to its original state. He felt presences closing in on him and knew that this was not going to be the greatest of conversations he was going to have. Throwing himself back onto his feet, He walked towards the encroaching people and stopped just a few feet away from where Aizen knelt still bound by the chains. "Urahara-san," came the bubbly voice of Oraheim as she bounded over to the place where she felt the overwhelming force of Ichigo's spiritual pressure, which happened to be where Aizen was still kneeling down, his head down. As Oraheim approached Urahara, she looked in the direction of the core of Ichigo's spiritual pressure and saw the figure kneeling in that area. She looked to Urahara expectantly, but when she saw his face and the shake of his head, her heart stopped. She was not able to move. Why was he shaking his head? Let me guess, Kurosaki got himself into even more trouble now. Ishida's voice cut in as he analyzed the huge residual spiritual pressure as Ichigo's. Little did he know just what sort of effect those words would have. Oraheim broke down into tears as she heard those words and fell to her knees only looking at the blood-stained grass in front of her. It had his scent in it. Then she realized something. His scent was gone. It wasn't weak or far away, it was simply gone. She felt a pair of hands rising up into her armpits and lifting her up. As she looked up to the person, she saw the red of his hair and knew instantly who it was. Renji felt pity for the girl. He knew that she loved that idiot, and feeling his lack of spiritual pressure in the air made even Renji feel saddened. Damn it. He hated that orange-haired prick, but he would not deny that he had come close to even viewing Ichigo as one of his most trustworthy allies. Renji lifted Oraheim up and held her up, feeling that if he was to let her go, she'd fall again. She quietly thanked him and looked over to where a figure was kneeling with his head down. Who was that? Ishida instantly regretted saying what he had seen Oraheim fall to the ground like that. Once Renji had picked her up again, he and Renji had shared a look. Ishida expected to see a look of disgust, but instead saw only understanding. Renji was not going to berate the Quincy for what he had said. Truth be told, if he was there first, he would have probably said it, and then felt as bad as Ishida did now. Rukia alongside Chad were the last two to make it to where everyone was situated, their wounds being some of the worst. Rukia quickly noted that Renji was holding onto Oraheim. Does this mean he has given in to those assets? Rukia thought to herself angrily as she thought of Renji holding her just for her body. But as she looked more closely, she realized that he was not holding on to her as much as keeping her standing. This set off alarm bells in Rukia's head. Of all the outcomes she'd be in this state, there is only really one reason. Rukia used Shuinpa in order to cover the distance quicker, leaving Chad behind, who after seeing the urgency in Rukia's movements and the situation of Oraheim also sped up his own pace. Urahara-san, what is the meaning of this? Rukia instantly questioned, landing right in front of him. I am afraid I do not know, Urahara admitted. Rukia punched him square in the jaw in her anger. Don't lie to me. You must know. You always know. You always know more than you let on. Rukia shouted in his face. That may be true, but not in this case, Kachiki-san, Urahara explained, his face solemn. Now isn't this adorable? Young Kurosaki has left this world, leaving behind all of those close to him. A menacing voice talked smoothly. All eyes turned to where it had come from and saw the remnants of Aizen's face. Everyone there instantly became hostile. Renji drew Zambamaru while still holding Oraheim up. Ishida ignited his spirit bow, and Chad had already covered both of his arms. Don't worry about it, everyone. He won't be going anywhere. He is caught in my binding art, Urahara mentioned before any of them made any needless attacks. Renji did not listen as he wrapped his right arm around Oraheim's shoulder. He raised Zambamaru into the air and slashed down, causing his Zanpakuto to extend towards Aizen. Just to the left of Aizen's head, a tear of a garganta began to form. In the midst, two sets of clawed fingers could be seen tearing at the fabric of the very air near Aizen's head. As the garganta fully formed, an opened a figure walked through and landed on the ground right next to Aizen. Oraheim and Ishida looked at the newcomer with much fear, because before them stood a creature so unhuman that it could destroy almost anything of value from life to object. The horned head lifted up and looked at all of the people before it before turning to look at the bound form of Aizen. It opened its mouth slowly and eventually let loose a bestial roar before ensnaring Aizen's head within its maw. The sheer brutality of that move had everyone rooted to the spot. As the creature pulled back, it released Aizen's head. Slowly, Aizen began to disintegrate into spiritual pressure, that seeped into the body of the creature that stood before them. They all had a better look at it now. It was almost as tall as Renji, had a hollow mask that had two horns that curved forwards pointing in the same direction as the eye sockets. There were markings that ran from the top of the mask across where the eye sockets were and down to the bottom of the mask. Behind the head of the creature, long white hair swished in the breeze. Ishida and Orihime had seen him like this not a few hours ago. The only difference they could see was where his hollow hole was situated. It was in the place his heart should be. Zambamaru soon came back to the point of interest as it continued on its path towards the new participant of the people present. It quickly raised its right hand and caught the blade without even the slightest hint of pain coming from the impact. The creature looked right at him and growled. Renji quickly withdrew his Zanpakuto and put it all back together. Chad and Rukia got ready to go on the offensive, but Ishida dispelled his bow and looked down to the ground. Chad and Rukia were about ready to attack the hollow with what little power they still had in their injured states, and even Urahara was ready to attack this new coming hollow. Kurosan, Orihime barely whispered. Everyone stopped in their tracks as Orihime's words were released into the air and the horrible truth was revealed to them. Ichigo was a hollow. Ichigo was standing before them again, but no longer as the man whom they had all come to view as the kindest and concerning individual. No, he had lost all resemblance to that man now. His hollow hole and his mask made that perfectly clear to all before him. Even the ex-captain Urahara, arguably the smartest Shinigami alive and one of the most powerful captains, could not help but feel the overwhelming fear of facing such an opponent. It wasn't even as if it would be an easy fight. Urahara had even trained Ichigo originally to learn the name of his Zanpakuto. Then Yoruichi had trained him to attain Bankai, and even though he had not seen any of it, Yoruichi had told Urahara just how he had done it. Even with all of this knowledge of Ichigo, his habits and his fighting styles all seemed useless now. Although Ichigo might rely on brute power as his offense, Urahara knew that the hollow that resided within his soul, however, was a berserker-style fighter and would pull out all stops. What a good thing it was that Urahara and Shinji stayed in contact. Ichigo had changed all too drastically. His entire body had turned white except for the tribal tattoos across his bare chest, some of them even extending down and onto the armor that covered his body from the waist down. On his arms, at the wrists, tufts of red hair had also grown out just like the kind of man that was around Ichigo's neck. His hands themselves looked normal, but as they stretched down to the fingers, there were retractable claws that glinted in the partial sunlight. For a long while he just stood there almost as if analyzing each and every one of them, or as if he was unsure just what to do next. No one besides Ishida and Orihime could comprehend what they were seeing. It couldn't be. That monster couldn't be Ichigo. Kurohan. Orihime almost breathlessly spoke. The creature's head snapped up as it looked directly at her. She almost faltered, and Renji felt it as she tried to take a step backwards away from Ichigo. He held her in place and squeezed her arm to reassure her that everything was okay. Ichigo was snarling, though. There was something about that name that had a definite effect on him. Well, it was his name, but in his current state, it would make absolutely no sense to him. Once his eyes fell on Orihime, something seemed to make sense, however, a trace of a memory or something like that. Ichigo took a step forwards. Renji quickly pulled Orihime by her shoulders to a position behind him where he could protect her with his own body if need be. The second that he had done that, it got an immediate effect from Ichigo as he let out a frustrated roar. Looking between the two people, the spiritual pressure around him began to get dangerous. His hair began to float in the air, lifted by the spiritual pressure escaping his body. Then, as it began to take a visible form, red flames began to race all over his body as he became ever more powerful. Everyone could feel it, and everyone feared it. Even Urahara, in all of his experience, had never felt a hollow this powerful. This must have been the power of a hollow, at least at Vasto Lord level. The spiritual pressure was almost threatening. As it blasted forth from Ichigo, it hit on them all in waves. It eventually forced Orihime to barge her way in front of Renji and place a barrier in front of them. As soon as Orihime was in clear view again, however, Ichigo's spiritual pressure calmed down quickly. It was as if it recognized her. Ichigo slowly resumed his walk towards the orange-haired teen, while she learned her lesson from the top of Las Noches and kept her barrier up. Ichigo reached the barrier eventually and held his right hand out as if to touch Orihime. As his hand neared her, it eventually collided with the barrier and sent a shock right up his arm. Enraged, Ichigo roared at the barrier and lifted his hand up. It became coated in his red spiritual pressure. Everyone, as injured as they all were, activated their respective powers and charged at Ichigo. Chad managed to get his right arm of the giant in front of Ichigo's fist and took the full force of the hit. The shockwave coming from the impact caused all of the tall grass around them to be instantly flattened and even managed to upturn some of the trees that had only been able to keep their roots after Ichigo and Aizen's bout. Ichigo looked at Chad, who now sported a broken arm due to that amount of strength. He brought his left fist upwards, coated with his spiritual pressure, intent on destroying Chad. His hand was unable to connect as it had been stopped by a searing pain that he suddenly felt in his limb. Looking down, he saw a huge skeletal snake's head biting into his arm deeply. Ichigo removed his right fist, which had embedded itself deeply within Chad's arm, and grabbed at the snake's head. Aiming for the eye, Ichigo jabbed his hand back and forward and grabbed the snake's eye in between his fingers. Pulling back hard, he had the creature's eye in his hand, and the beast was forced to pull back in agony. Ichigo could hear as Renji screamed in agony, feeling the effects of Hyozabamaru's screams in his own head. Licked Regan, came Ishida's strained voice as a hail of arrows rained down on Ichigo, at the same time as Urahara had seen his own opportunity to call out. Sing Benaheim, sending his screaming attack into the midst of the Spiritron arrows. As the smoke started to settle, it was Rukia's turn, and she charged in and prepared herself for the finale. Sodi no Shiryuki, Ha-dash. Rukia was unable to finish her attack. Even as the ice began to form at the tip of her blade, she could not do it. She looked at the form of Ichigo. His mask had been broken over his right eye, and his face had come back into view. What little she could see anyway. It had his trademark scowl still in place. And as he started to shake all over the place, screaming in his agony, Rukia landed on the ground again. A large garganta opened up above Ichigo, and he was quickly whisked up into it, away from all of those had once had his allies, now all unfortunately with the task of one day having to kill him. Hueco Mundo. The perpetual night air was freezing cold as a singular hollow stalked the landscape in search of any kind of meal, or excuse for a meal to be precise. Damn how scarce things became once you left the hollow forest. It was as if nothing lived outside of there. The taste of Jillian had grown stale, and all this hollow wanted was something on his own level of power to satiate his hunger. Above him a garganta opened up. The hollow became excited instantly. It could feel the spiritual pressure and knew it to be overly nutritious. Running over to the place where the garganta had opened on all four limbs, it finally came to a stop under the garganta as the other hollow came falling through and hit the ground. The pale white form and the fact that its size meant that it was almost definitely a Vasto Lord-level hollow. Just as luck, he would get a huge boost from this one and be well on his way to become a Vasto Lord himself. Coming closer to the hollow that had newly arrived, the first hollow became giddy with anticipation. The newcomer was even completely out of it. This made things so much more easier. Opening its mouth, it closed in on the hollow, its larger mouth easily able to devour this smaller hollow hole. It never got the chance to get its meal. As it closed its jaw around the smaller creature, it was suddenly stopped right in its tracks. It could not close its mouth. This made no sense. What possibly had gotten in his way to stop him from his meal? It felt as if the force stopping his bite was acting against him even stronger as his jaws began to open again against his own will. He tried to bite down even harder, but found that his jaws were simply unable to do even that. His mouth began to open even further, and he could feel the edges of his mouth straining and becoming increasingly more painful. He started to groan in the pain he had found himself in. The sides of his jaws began to tear as the force kept on acting against his own will. He screamed in pain as his jaws were basically being ripped apart. He didn't even have his sturdy mask to help him since the injury was being caused to his inner mouth. The hollow screams echoed out into the ever-night landscape of Hueco Mundo, and only finished as he finally gave up his fight with his jaw, and the top of his head was quickly snapped right off, allowing a rather strange pool of blood to stream down its chest as it finally fell to the ground, dead. A smaller form lifted the remnants of the hollow's head from its own body and slowly lifted itself up from the ground. He felt enraged that he had been found in two such situations, first the humans and Shinigami, now this hollow. It remembered all of the incidents perfectly. He had awoken here already and had instantly opened a gateway to the last place where the one that had killed him was. Once he had got there, he took his swift vengeance, relishing the small amount of sustenance that it allowed him. Feeling around, however, he noticed the substantial amount of more food that he could consume. But there was that orange-haired woman who had spoken something that he felt he remembered. It was as if that word had reminded him of something. He turned to her and felt he recognized her. Taking a step to confirm this, the red-haired Shinigami stood in front of her, protecting her. He felt angry instantly. That Shinigami believed he could stop him from his goal? The orange-haired girl stood out from behind the Shinigami as his anger escalated and brought out an orange type of bubble. That calmed him down instantly. He remembered that. It had something to do with him and that woman. He walked forwards and went to touch it, but as he did so, he got a large shock from the bubble. He brought his hand back in anger and quickly charged spiritual pressure into his hand, intent on breaking this barrier between himself and the woman. He was stopped by a man with a big shield for an arm. Dispatching that man, he tried again with his other hand only to have that arm caught by a giant snake. When they were dealt with, he was then his with a volley of spiritual energy and then a more concentrated one, reeling from the pain of that. Once the smoke had cleared, a Shinigami much smaller than himself prepared to attack, but stopped, only just sparing his life. He felt dirty after that. He needed no pity from anyone. If anything, it made him feel weak. It made him feel almost as if she did not even view him as a threat. He felt he knew her also, but a feeling in the back of his mind told him that he loathed her. That other female, however, she mystified him. She was important to him, that was for sure, and that name she had called him meant something too. Kurosaki-kun, eh? I wonder who that is, he called out to the night sky, his voice an evil echo, wondering who this person was and why it had anything to do with him, and why that woman called him it. He stood there pondering about it for a long time. The connection with the woman, that name in him. She was in his memories. He had no other memories. All he could remember, or what little he could for that matter, were her face. He remembered seeing it smiling, contorted in fear and with tears running down her cheeks as differing things happened to her. But for the life of him, he could not work out just what it all meant. In his frustration, he turned around and looked at the carcass of the hollow he had dispatched earlier. Feeling his anger levels rising quickly, he dived into the carcass, ripping bits off it in his rage-infested eating. He could have probably just simply absorbed the hollow, but in his current state, he just wanted to get to grips with something. As memories of the Shinigami and the humans came back into his mind, he became even more angry. As he tore away more chunks of the hollow, he replayed the events over in his mind. He went over the faces of all of the people he had faced, labeling them all as enemies as they crossed his mind. Then as Oraheim's face came into his mind, he spoke out loudly this time. She must be their leader, he hissed out before diving right back into the massacre of the meal he was eating. After his assessment, it all seemed to be much clearer. She was his nemesis, obviously. From his tie as a human or Shinigami, she was his enemy who had tried to tempt him to give in to her demands. She had tried being happy for him, and she had even tried to gain pity from him by using the tears. Then her face in fear must have been when he had managed to beat her back down and prove her tricks wouldn't work on him. Those Shinigami and humans must have been those that she had managed to ensnare into her command. Very well, if that was the way things were, he was glad he had been able to resist her in his past life. He would destroy her if she ever got in his way from now on, and all of those others if they ever tried to stop him. Once he had finished his rage-fueled meal, he went over to a tree that lay not too far away from where the remnants of the hollow corpse lay slowly being blown away in the breeze. He sat at the foot of the tree thinking about it all. He could feel the power he gained from his meal beginning to stem outwards from his stomach to all of his limbs, and felt them all getting, if only slightly stronger. Flexing his muscles, he could feel the power that flowed through it, in addition to his own. A wave of pain bashed across his head as he realized now that his mask had not yet healed over, but as he thought about it, the pain seemed to ebb away, and as he brought a hand up to inspect the area of the breakage, he felt it whole and secure again. His hand fell onto his knee that he had raised as his other lay out in front of him. He looked off into the distance of the vast desert. The large moon that hung over the land like a deity gave off the only light in the desert. He looked at his surroundings. To his left, the expanse of desert seemed endless until it was met with a large white wall. There was a sense of danger in his mind as he seen that wall, and it made him believe that this was some place he did not want to go due to some sort of dangers hidden there. Right in front of him, the desert did seem to go on endlessly until it probably came full circle and brought him back to this spot. To his right, there was darkness. It was the closest thing to him, and it looked like a forest of sorts. He would investigate it later. Right now, he wanted to sleep. It seemed like the only thing that might have a chance of calming him down. His dreams were haunted with memories of the fight that he had with both the Shinigami and humans, and with the hollow that had almost eaten him as he had arrived here. He awoke with a start and began to feel angry again. He hated the feeling of being weak and being beaten by people who were so obviously much weaker than he was. His anger only stopped as he had thought of the woman's face again. He knew what he was going to do now. He was going to get stronger until he had become powerful enough to beat this woman. He was going to become stronger so that he could beat everyone. He got up from his sitting position and stretched his limbs, allowing them some free movement after sleeping off the meal he had recently just devoured. Looking over to the carcass, he could see the smaller hollows taking what little scraps they possibly could. Once they saw him getting back onto his feet again, they scurried away afraid of him. He smiled to himself under his mask. He might have enough power to scare them, but it wasn't enough. He wanted power that was capable of making everything afraid of him. He considered his options for a moment. He could go towards that white fortress-looking thing, but some feeling in that direction told him he did need to be strong in order to go near that place. The endless desert seemed like a pointless thing to trek, as he would be unable to feed unless he were to come across something randomly. So after very much or very little thought, he decided that there must be some form of life in the forest to his east, surely. Reaching the edges of the forest, he could feel the immense power that was hidden within, and it excited him oh so much. To feel this power almost as if it were a tangible material, it almost drove him mad to think of it all eventually belonging to him. With much zest, he ran into the forest, happily ready to eat and absorb all of the possible spiritual energy presented to him. Soul Society. That wasn't him. It just couldn't be him. How could it? Ichigo had always been such a kind and caring person. He had always said that he would protect anyone he believed were worth his time to defend in the first place. Then why? Why was he now that which he had come to detest so much? He was that monster that had tore Ulquiorra apart on the top of the dome of Las Noches, and had almost went to the same extent with all of his friends. Oriheim's mind was a complete and utter mess. Ever since the incident between all of her friends, herself and the man who she had come to love, she had been completely unlike herself. No one could get a response from her, but they all knew what it was that ate away at her heart like a cancerous tumor. It was her heartbroken mind that ate away at her. She saw how the creature had seemed to be timid at first, but once provoked became instantly hostile. The worst, though, was when she had to see his face and see the pain that was etched into the small bit of skin she could see. All of those who were present were unable to say anything to Oriheim that could chong her, or for that matter cheer her up. She knew it was not their fault. They only acted as they did on her behalf. But it was exceedingly hard to accept that all of her friends had to save her from the man that she loved so strongly, and even more so the fact that he was such a monster. Oriheim lay in one of the beds provided to her and her friends as they were left in the Soul Society for the last couple of days in order to get treatment for all of their injuries. Oriheim was unable to treat anything with her abilities, as such a trauma to her had caused her to simply lose the will to use her ability. As such, they all had to receive the treatment from the kind-hearted captain of the healing barracks. She opened her eyes and looked up to the roof of her room, finding it difficult due to the darkness present, and found herself drawn to the light of the moon shining in the open door of her room to the courtyard. Looking over to her right, the form of Ishida and Chad sat and lay across the chairs in her room. Neither wanted to ever leave her in her time of need. They were the best friends she could have ever hoped for, but they lacked that one thing Ichigo had, her love. She smiled to herself. They were so nice to her, though. They really did spoil her. She silently got out of her bed, so not to wake the two men, as they had probably had very little sleep, such as the reason they were sleeping in uncomfortable positions. Ishida sitting on a chair, his head resting on his right hand, and Chad, who was stretched across a couch that was far too small to accommodate his large size. Orihime silently let herself out of her room and out into the courtyard. She realized that she had left behind her slippers and quickly re-entered the room in order to retrieve them. Coming back outside again, she took in the nighttime scenery. The moon was out, but it wasn't that small crescent moon she became too accustomed to during her stay in Hueco Mundo. No, this was a beautiful full moon surrounded by the stars that seemed to twinkle as Orihime looked at them. This was a wonderful sight. She loved things that were bright or at least had a sparkle to them. And tonight the sky had a sparkle to it she could not see at home due to the lights of the city. "The night sky is indeed beautiful here, isn't it?" came a calm and kind voice called out to her. Orihime slowly looked down from the sky to the newcomer. She looked at the face of the man she had come to know as a shopkeeper, but had recently discovered he had been a captain once. "It is. I can't ever remember seeing the sky like this at home," Orihime commented, concentrating on the sky again. "Well, you wouldn't. The lights of our fair city spoil the view of the night sky for us," Urahara explained to her, to which she looked directly at him again. There were tears beginning to make their way from her eyes to her cheeks. Urahara, completely and utterly clueless on how to comfort humans except from the shows he had watched in his time in the living world, was unsure what course of action to take. He decided on what seemed like the most appropriate. Holding out his arms, he walked towards Orihime and closed his arms around the small girl. That would have been a sight to behold, the perverse shopkeeper hugging the young teen without either Yoruichi or Ichigo there to intervene. In truth, one is quite obvious, and the other was currently stopping both Chad and Ishida from racing over and hitting Urahara. Now, darling, I know it must be hard. Losing a friend is never easy. I know I've lost many friends," Urahara began to explain, stroking Orihime's back as she wept into his clothes. "I loved HMT," though Orihime finally managed to gurgle out through tears and sobs. It all made sense to Urahara now. He had heard how she had been threatened with her friends' lives by that espada, and that when told she could see one person, she had seen Ichigo. He knew that she had said her goodbyes to him, and that she had healed his hand. As such, the reason she was branded traitor. "You know, you should have seen the way in which young Kurosaki-san acted when he realized that you had been taken," Urahara began as Orihime lifted her head up from Urahara's now damp clothes. "He would have probably forced me into doing it if I hadn't been so happy to do it anyway. He was prepared to do it all himself too. He didn't care. He was going to save you." Urahara continued, looking down to Orihime, smiling as he went over the events and realized Orihime's tears beginning to stem down. He was getting good at this comforting thing. "From what Ishida-san tells me also, is that unfortunate old Kurosaki-san died at least once trying to save you. Yet he came back, didn't he? And why? Because your words got through to him. He died for you. So I think I can say with all honesty that I do believe he loved you too." Urahara finished off, looking down at a completely bewildered Orihime. Urahara smiled once it seemed to finally sink into Orihime's mind. The thought that Ichigo loved her back was clearly having a better effect on her, and she must be smart enough to know that even though he was dead, having those feelings and moving on was just going to have to happen. "Now, Inoue-san, might I suggest that you go back to bed and get up again in the morning? We all leave for home again tomorrow, okay?" Urahara asked kindly, tipping his hat slightly in a light comedic sense. "Okay, Urahara," Orihime replied as she took one last look at the beautiful night sky. She smiled to herself. Ichigo may be gone, but he would be forever in her heart, and there he would stay. As Urahara watched the young woman leaving him, he felt the breeze hit him as an indicator of what was to come, and quickly raised his right fist in order to deflect a kick aimed right at his face. "Oh, you're getting slow, Yoruichi-san," Urahara joked, bringing out his fan and waving it in his face. "What are you trying to say, Kisuke?" Yoruichi asked dangerously as a vein in her head popped. Nothing, maybe you could ease up on the rice, speed up a bit." Urahara joked lightly to his old friend. "Shut up, you idiot," Yoruichi answered him before realizing something and slapping Urahara across the head before he had enough time to react. "Ow," Urahara protested, rubbing his head. "That's for bringing up the fact that Ichigo died to Orihime. Even worse, as you said it was for her. She will probably be feeling horrible," Yoruichi hissed to him. "But Yoruichi-san, look at her. She seems so much more lighter and happier than she has been all week. Urahara defensively pointed out, indicating Orihime, who was at that point humming a tune and swaying to it happily on her way back to her bed. Very well, they'll let you away with it since you have somehow managed to lighten her mood. But anyway, we have one last night here before we return to the world of the living, and I want to enjoy myself. Yuruchi proclaimed before grabbing Urahara by his damp clothing and leaping into the air, dragging a screaming Urahara behind her. Orihime entered her room again, finding both of her friends sitting in the seats that they had earlier been sitting and looking at her with much concern written across their faces. "Inoue-san, are you okay?" Ishida asked softly while Chad nodded beside him. Orihime was instantly taken aback with the sudden question her friend presented with her, especially as she walked in humming happily to herself. "Yes, Ishida-kun, I'm fine. Why?" Orihime asked sweetly, giving him her first genuine smile for at least a week now. "That is good then. I am glad that you are feeling better, and whatever that Urahara man done, I shall thank him for it later," Ishida commented, his tense features relaxing slightly. "Thank you for taking such good care of me during my sad time, and I am so glad that I have such good friends like you and Chad." Ashingen, Orihime answered, her smile still across her face. All three friends stood in silence for a few moments, as if contemplating the words that Orihime had so happily and calmly said to both men. "Right, now let's get some sleep before the evil blue men stop us from sleeping at all. We go home tomorrow after all," Orihime chimed out confidently, leaping from her position onto her bed and quickly covering herself over with her covers, almost instantly falling asleep with a large smile on her face. Chad and Ishida looked at each other before Ishida smiled to the large man and received a slight grunt from the man before they moved over to their respective previous beds so that they could watch over Orihime at least until the night was over. Hueco Mundo. The power on offer here was extraordinary. In what felt like the center of the forest, it was as if he did not even need to hunt or consume anything. As he stood in the center of the forest of the tall black creatures, he could feel their power seeping into him. They tried to attack him, but were simply just absorbed by him before they even had the chance to do so. He could feel his own power beginning to rise and felt an immeasurable pride in that respect. He would be stronger. He would be the best. As the image of the group of humans and Shinigami standing before him came into his mind, under his mask his face twisted into an evil grin. They would all be completely defenseless the next time that they met. And as the image of Orihime's face came into his vision, his grin disappeared, and he was serious with himself for a moment. When he saw her, he would quickly destroy her. That way she would have absolutely no way of stopping him, and his quest for revenge would be complete. The land of perpetual night screeched out almost as if it was itself in some sense of intense pain. As the source became more decipherable, it could be heard to be a hollow's roars as it was hurt or injured. Upon closing in, the scene is set for a fight between two hollows of varying power, one exceedingly strong and another not as strong, but still a force to be reckoned with. Both hollows circled each other, their maws drooling in anticipation for the meal that they each presented to the other. They were about equal in size and were equally ready for their feast, their only barricade being each other. Both of the hollows rampaged towards each other as they both roared out in almost inhuman rage and caught each other's hands. Grappling with each other, they did not even waste the time to look at each other, only too focused on destroying the other and adding their power to their own. They both applied a great amount of strength in order to push the other down, but with the equal amounts of power applied, they were both repelled backwards. Each of them were rammed right into a tree, one of the many hundreds that surrounded them on this battlefield. Both pushed themselves out of the trees quickly and began to charge at each other again, the excitement and rage building up in the area around them, almost acting as a beacon for all of those who were nearby. As they clashed once again, one hollow with their fists stopped midway before punching the other, and the second hollow with its mouth stopped just inches from the neck of the opposite hollow. Their appearances came into view better as they had managed to situate themselves in the one area of light in the clearing. Both hollows were the same size at least. They both had thick muscled limbs and looked very much like gorillas. The weaker of the two had a mask that had tusks protruding from the bottom of the teeth area on his mask, whereas the other hollow had a mask that looked like an alligator's. Currently, the alligator's mouth was barely inches away from the neck of the other hollow. As they both fought against each other's power, they were completely unaware that one of the most dangerous creatures of the forest had picked up on their battle and was quickly making its way towards them. As their stalemate seemed to be coming to an end, with the alligator-masked hollow closing in for the killer, but they felt things in the air change dangerously. Both hollows instantly released each other and looked around themselves desperately for a path of retreat, but found that they had managed to get themselves into an area where they were flanked on every single side by the trees of this forest. They had forgotten what had become one of the main rules of the forest: never let yourself get cornered. After they had spent a few moments looking at each other and then at their surroundings, both hollows nodded to each other, realizing that if they were to survive and consume each other, they would have to work together in order to get stronger. Placing themselves back to back, they prepared themselves for the inevitable. They felt it before they saw it. The strength that it possessed was simply unbelievable. That such a creature could even exist was something that kept even hollows that lived in the forest on their toes. As the power grew in strength, they could feel its effect on their bodies as it almost crushed them downwards and made it almost impossible for them to even take a breath or any other rudimentary function. As the power reached the level where it had rooted them into position, finally its source dropped down in front of them from its high place amongst the trees. Both of the hollows broke away from their position. They could see the size of the creature that had terrorized the forest for so long and almost took offense. "That's the reason that we are afraid to get trapped in this forest," the tusked hollow asked his fellow hollow. "It would appear so. Can't you feel his spiritual pressure, though? It is monstrous," the other hollow answered. "But just look at the size of him, though. He is tiny," the first hollow complained before losing his temper and shooting his right fist forwards. The smaller hollow didn't even flinch as the huge fist came shooting towards him. He only stood in position and raised his own right fist, coating his hand in red spiritual pressure. The giant fist was stopped instantly once it had connected with the smaller hollow's open hand, and as the shockwave shot out behind it, the smaller hollow then grabbed the fist and started to collect spiritual pressure between its horns. In almost no time at all, a huge red ball of spiritual pressure had formed and blasted out towards the tusked hollow over the small distance between both combatants. The hollow did not even stand a chance against that kind of power and was quickly dispatched. Its power slowly sucked into the other hollow who had destroyed it. The alligator hollow watched as its meal was destroyed and felt extremely angry. Very well, if this hollow had eaten him and taken his power, then maybe he could eat it and gain both of their powers. That seemed like an excellent idea. With this in mind, the hollow charged forwards, opening its mouth wide and generating a large purple zero in its mouth. As it closed in on the smaller hollow, however, its mouth was abruptly shut, and the zero blasted its way throughout the hollow's head, causing it to die effectively. The smaller hollow just stood in position as it absorbed the power from both of the hollows it had been fighting. It felt slightly disheartened, though. "I no longer feel my power rising if I take the power from these hollows," the creature commented in evil undertone to its voice as it looked around at its surroundings, which for the last year had been its home, and felt nothing. The hollows of the forest had become stale as time had went on. No longer did they satiate his unending hunger, they only prolonged it for a short amount of time. He needed something far more substantial, something that this world didn't offer him. To be brutally honest, he wanted something of a treat. He had never tasted human before, and he relished at the thought of it. He shot his two fists upwards and tore apart at the air above him, creating the screeching effect as he tore the very air apart. Pulling himself upwards, he hoisted himself into the dark void that was the Garganta. The real world. Orihime walked alongside her friends as they made their way along to the cinema complex in order to see the new movie that had recently been released. Walking beside her were Chad, Ishida, Tatsuki, and Rukia. All had barely changed in the last year, except maybe all growing a slight bit taller. Rukia had been the resident Shinigami ever since Ichigo had been lost to the realm of hollows and now posed as a constant threat. There were other Shinigami positioned all around the town of Karakura now also, knowing full well that Rukia stood no chance against Ichigo on any level. Rukia was, however, in charge of looking after the four humans who had shown themselves to be capable of having spiritual powers. Even Tatsuki had shown a certain level of control over the spiritual energy that she had recently found she had. The development of Chad Ishida and Oraheim's powers had come in leaps and bounds over the last year. Ishida had perfected his Quincy arts. Chad had managed to evolve both of his arms up to their perfect stages, and Oraheim's healing and defensive abilities had come to a level incomparable to anything else. She still lacked very much so in her offensive capabilities, but that was just down to her softer nature. All five of the friends stopped just outside of the cinema complex and looked at the board outside the building, all wondering what movie would best suit all of their tastes. They all looked to each other and smiled. They all knew what they wanted to see. It was plainly obvious. So without any words, it was decided they would see Daybreakers. The reviews for the movie had been good so far, and they expected something spectacular from the film. 1 year together had done them all a world of good. These five people who were basically connected through their varying links towards a certain orange-haired man had all come together and been the support that each other had needed while coping with Ichigo's loss. Tatsuki had kept up a front the whole time, trying to make it seem as if she thought him an idiot for giving up all of the power he had only for him to die. As much as she tried to put on this facade, and although maybe everyone else believed her, her closest friends knew exactly what she was thinking. It was hard not to. They all had the same feelings and thoughts about him. He had been the man who would have been willing to go through hell, high water, or any manner of things in order to save or protect those that he viewed as valuable to him. They had never had the chance to thoroughly thank him for it. He had given up so much for all of them, and what had they given up on behalf of him? He had given up his very life in order to try and stop all of the destruction that Aizen could do, and what had they all done in return? Fought him when he had returned in a different form. For a long time, they all hated themselves for it. They felt as if they had betrayed the love that Ichigo had shown for them. They had fought him and hurt him. They spent so long hating themselves for it. But they all knew. Even Tatsuki included knew that Oraheim was taking it all the hardest, even though she refused to ever show it if she was ever having an inner conflict. That was just her though, wasn't it? She was almost always a facade, even to those close to her. But they all understood. She had her love stolen away from her by the clutches of hollows. However, these outing that all five friends done frequently now had managed to help all of them to band together and come to terms with what had happened. Ichigo had died, and the next time they saw him things were going to dead ugly. Until then, however, they were content to go in and see the movie that they had all picked out. That power, he knew that power. He had felt it almost a year ago, the last time he had seen the abomination his friend had turned into. Renji quickly turned to the others in the group with him. Alongside himself, the group who had stayed in Karakura town to fend off the errand car had came back again, having more knowledge about the area than most other Shinigami. They were there basically on an all-time just-in-case kind of benefit. The captain commander was taking no chances now that one of the most powerful Shinigami had fallen and become a hollow. Captain Hitsugaya alongside Matsumoto, Ikaku, and Yumachika all looked at Renji after they had felt the huge rise in spiritual power not too far away from them. To see his troubled face, they seemed to know what it was. "Renji?" Hitsugaya slowly asked. "It's him," Renji replied after he had raised his head as if to sniff the air and lowered it again. "Right?" Ikaku, Hitsugaya ordered of the shaven-headed man, to which he turned his head and looked to the white-haired captain. "Yes, Captain," Ikaku answered with his normal large grin. "I want you to go and protect Rukia and all of the other humans," Hitsugaya ordered. "What? But I'll miss the fighting." Ikaku tried to argue. Hitsugaya was in no mood to argue and turned on him quickly. "You are the only other person here who has perfected their Bankai. As such, you will be able to protect them efficiently," Hitsugaya told him emotionlessly. Ikaku was left speechless. How the hell did he know? "Yes, sir," Ikaku finally answered before speeding off in the direction of the familiar cluster of spiritual pressures that was Rukia and the humans. "I should be the one to go," Renji tried to point out to Hitsugaya. "No, you would allow your personal feelings to get in the way of your better judgment," Hitsugaya answered him, as both Matsumoto and Yumachika stayed silent, waiting to go after the ominous feeling that had taken over the town. Renji hated the fact that he was denied the opportunity to defend the one that he cared for, but he would prefer not to defy the orders of a captain, Simply nothing short of this captain could probably beat him senseless. "Let's go," Hitsugaya ordered, and all three Shinigami followed the prodigy captain. Renji could not shake the feeling of sickness that was coming over him, though. He knew that he was going to have to face Ichigo again, and after 1 year he really was not looking forward to it. He had trained himself in order to be more ready for what he might have to face, but he doubted that Ichigo would have been any different. Knowing Renji's luck, if Ichigo was to retain anything of his former personality in his new one, it would be its ability to gain huge leaps in power over far shorter amounts of time. And as they came ever closer to the area that they could feel his presence, in Renji felt that this was going to be a battle that they were going to be hard-pressed to win. They reached the area that the power was coming from, and they knew they were right because they could feel the slight crushing of its force on their bodies, but they could not see the hollow at all. Almost as if by all of their minds working as one, a black tear in the sky made itself known to all by screeching into existence. Feeling the spiritual pressure pouring through the Garganta, almost as if someone had released the flood waters, all of the Shinigami found themselves hit with a particularly high amount of spiritual pressure. It was nothing close to the power that this person had once controlled, maybe reaching the power of an Adujkas, but even then, that was a power to be reckoned with. The Hollow stepped out of the Garganta casually and stood before all of the Shinigami, content to just idly stand there. It looked at them, seen the black kimono, and simply turned around and used Sonito, instantly disappearing from their view. "Shit!" Renji yelled before he chased after the Hollow in the direction it had turned, quickly followed by Hitsugaya, Matsumoto, and Yumachika. It took only seconds to register where the Hollow was headed, the direction that Ikaku had went. It seemed like it was a good thing that Hitsugaya had sent Ikaku. If it was Ichigo who had indeed came through, then they were going to need someone who had fought him before and had done so not at their full potential. He had stepped out of the black void of the Garganta to be met with the weak spiritual pressures that were supposed to excite him. This was what lower-level hollows consumed. How sad. No wonder they never get any stronger. These souls offer almost little to no sustenance. He had, however, stepped out to be met with 4 Shinigami, and although he would not admit it, he had basically been met with a hollow's worst nightmare, one of the few things capable of fighting a hollow. He, however, had sensed something absolutely delicious. There was a collection of different spiritual pressures that together seemed to harmonize and create one huge beacon that screamed to him, power. He had turned from those Shinigami confident in his speedy ability and had blasted off in the direction of the huge spiritual pressure. Anticipation coated his maw in the form of saliva running down his mask, over his teeth, and even dripping off the mask altogether. This left a moist trail behind him that he could not really control. But to be honest, he did not care. He planned to consume this power and return home anyway. Tearing through the sky with the aid of Sonito, he neared the hug of spiritual pressure. He stopped right above, where he could feel the power spilling from. He stood there for a fraction of a second before a figure rose with a surprising amount of speed towards him. He cocked his head at the blur until he could make out the black of a kimono and the sheen of a blade, and understood clearly. Ikaku's blade cut through the air with ease and was only stopped when it was caught in the red spiritual pressure-enhanced hand of what was once Ichigo. Ikaku wasn't for 1 second perturbed and brought his scabbard up as Ichigo brought his other hand towards him coated in spiritual pressure. Ikaku still felt the force of the hit and felt as his scabbard was sent back a bit in his grip. He looked at the face that had once been Ichigo's, now covered by a mask that seemed to represent just how much he was lost to all of them. It looked just far too sinister to even be Ichigo at any point in time. Ikaku remembered facing him the last time, and remembered how full of hope Ichigo was, even going as far as to take on his captain, who arguably is the strongest close combat fighting Shinigami besides the captain commander himself. This creature held nothing of his old optimism. All that this creature represented now was his fear, his anger, and his hatred, accompanied by the unfortunate side effect of the hunger that all hollows were subjected to. Ichigo was gone to them all. This was made painstakingly clear also by the large hole that now went right through the area where his heart should be. Ikaku looked at Ichigo sadly. He wished that he had been able to fight Ichigo again before he had died. He would have very much liked to have tested his own Bankai against Ichigo's one. Alas, he would never get that privilege due to the circumstances he now found himself in. On that note, he had to bring himself back from his dreams as a flicker of spiritual pressure had began to build up in between the horns on Ichigo's mask. Ikaku jumped backwards, completing a backflip and narrowly avoiding a huge red zero that was aimed right at him. He landed in the air again, just opposite Ichigo, to see the hollow had not even been moved after he had done such an attack. Ikaku glanced behind himself and saw the core continue onwards through the darkening sky. He turned around only to see Ichigo's mask right in front of him and hear the hiss as Ichigo opened his mouth and let loose a roar that shook the very earth. Ikaku quickly corrected himself and jumped back away from the creature. He could feel the power of the hollow and knew it was no normal hollow. Hell, Ichigo was no normal Shinigami either. He brought his scabbard and zanpacked together, the end of his hilt touching the opening of his scabbard. "Grow, Hozukimaru," he called out as his zanpackta morphed into its spear form. Ikaku instantly charged at Ichigo again, ready to get the fight that he had been wanting for so long. Too many low-level hollow had not satiated his hunger for a good fight. Ikaku swung his weapon in a wide arc, trying to catch Ichigo within the arc in order to do some degree of damage to him. The bladed edge of his weapon was caught in a red-covered hand and held in position as Ichigo performed the same movement he had done before. Ikaku quickly tried to defend himself, splitting his staff into its 3 individual wooden parts. He sent the end bit towards Ichigo's mask in order to disorientate him for a moment. Connecting with the mask, it had the desired effect. He was unable to see, however, that the place where he had hit the mask, just below the jawline on the left-hand side of the mask, a small crack, almost barely visible, had formed. Ichigo seemed to get angry after that one, since his spiritual pressure took on a rise after Ikaku had hit him like that. Ikaku withdrew his weapon and cut across Ichigo's hand in the same movement, causing a small amount of blood to spurt out. Ichigo grunted in pain for a second and then went back on the offensive. His red-covered hands were dealing blow after blow in Ikaku's direction, unfortunately never quite connecting with Ikaku's face as he kept dipping and weaving away from the blows. Ikaku was slowly beginning to enjoy himself. This hollow was making this fight enjoyable. He wasn't going down easily, and every cut he managed to get on the creature, it just shrugged off and continued onwards. Each scratch that the creature inflicted on him was given the same regards. Ikaku managed to get a particularly deep cut across the midsection of Ichigo's stomach, causing the creature to groan in pain. "Damn you, Shinigami," Ichigo hissed as he clutched at his stomach before the bubble effect of his instant regeneration took hold. "What the hell?" Ikaku hissed to the night sky. "You will die, Shinigami," Ichigo roared as he looked up again, his spiritual pressure rising to all new levels and making him a much more menacing opponent. They all felt the rise in the spiritual pressure and promptly left the cinema complex, at a really good part in the film too. Running outside, all 5 friends were able to bear witness to the battle that was taking place between a hollow and a Shinigami. The hollow was even around about the same size as the Shinigami. They were exchanging blows, and neither seemed to be gaining the upper hand until the hollow sustained an injury to its midsection and stood in midair, holding onto its cut. After some time, though, it just went back on the offensive with its spiritual pressure rising slightly again. "That is a particularly strong hollow," Ishida noted to everyone. "Who is fighting it?" Tatsuki asked Ishida, still looking upwards at the battle taking place. "I think it is that Madarame man," Ishida answered, his brow tightening a bit as he thought about who the man was. "The hollow has a surprising amount of spiritual pressure, though. I doubt that Ikaku will be able to take much more," Rukia pointed out. "Then we should help him," Orihime decided for everyone, and after receiving approving glances from her friends, they all set off in order to help Ikaku, mainly because they knew he would much more prefer not to use Bankai. Chad, Tatsuki, and Rukia pushed off from the ground and headed up into the air as Orihime created a barrier on the ground, and Ishida stood behind the barrier and prepared to fire at the precise right time. Chad and Tatsuki came up first. Ikaku could see the 2 humans speeding in his direction and knew that they stood no chance against this hollow, especially since it was really Ichigo. "What are you doing? Run!" Ikaku yelled at them, but his lapse in his concentration on the fight cost him dearly. Ichigo had taken the opportunity and had appeared behind Ikaku, both of his fists covered in spiritual pressure, and blasted them onto his back. Ichigo fell to the ground, his body limp after such a brute amount of spiritual pressure had been blasted at his back. Ichigo instantly took a moment to look up again and recognized two of the three people before him, and those two were not faces he had seen in his happier dreams. His growl was evident to them all, and at that moment both Rukia and Chad had realized just who it was that they were facing off against. Tatsuki couldn't understand why the other two were stalling. It was only a hollow that had higher than normal spiritual pressure. She charged at it without any hesitation. Hesitation gets you killed. She charged spiritual pressure into the top of her foot and brought it up in order to connect with Ichigo's mask. Having her foot caught by Ichigo's hand was not what Tatsuki had expected. However, she jumped from her position and brought her heel up to catch the face of the hollow. She didn't even get the chance to hit him, because as soon as she had lifted from the ground, Ichigo had used her weightlessness against her and threw her away from him. Tatsuki skidded back a few feet back and stopped herself. Standing upright again, she wasted no time in getting right back to the duty of fighting the hollow. She threw a right-handed punch which was easily batted away by the hollow. She followed it up by a left-footed heel again aimed at the face, which was easily caught by the hollow. Pulling her foot back, she realized that the hollow had mimicked her movements and had brought its right fist forwards to her face. She ducked under the punch and felt the force of the spiritual pressure. While in that position, she was unprepared for the left heel that came around towards her face. She crossed her arms over her face and pumped spiritual pressure into the correct area before Ichigo's foot collided with it. Tatsuki still felt the full force of the kick and was sent back much further than she had been the last time. She was stuck in her crouch position as her body tried to get over the shock of that power, and as such she couldn't do anything. As Ichigo walked over to the crouching Tatsuki, she couldn't believe that a hollow had beaten her at karate, the one thing she had always had over them. He finally reached her form and stood over her. Neither Rukia nor Chad moved, completely unable to due to the feeling of the spiritual pressure that was starting to pull to Ichigo. Ichigo held his hand out towards Tatsuki, and the red ball of a Zero came into physical form. Tatsuki-chan! Oraheim screamed from below. The Zero that had built up in Ichigo's hand instantly evaporated as he heard that voice. Both Rukia and Chad noticed this too and noticed the oppressive spiritual pressure on them had lifted. Chad and Rukia raced for Oraheim. Before they even saw him disappearing and reappearing not far away from Oraheim, he was instantly impaled through his shoulder by a large arrow that had been fired by Ishida. Ichigo hissed at the pain caused and looked to the thing that had managed to pierce through his armor. He found the metal handle of the arrow and grabbed it. Pulling with all of his might, he removed the arrow from his person. The arrow looked more like a sword on closer inspection. And after it had spent as much time inside Ichigo's body, its humming had become a low-pitched drone. Ichigo roared both in pain and in sheer anger. Holding the sword in his right hand, he charged down to the man and that woman. Once he had reached the barrier that had stopped him a year ago, he brought back the sword and attempted to slash at the orange barrier. He tried to cut it, but found to his annoyance that it did not work and it just scratched against the surface. Irritated, he took another swing at the barrier, feeling it weaken immensely as he could see the look of the woman starting to falter in his presence. Finally, she understood that she could not beat him. With one slash at the barrier, Ichigo had broken through and the orange bubble that had surrounded Oraheim shattered into its individual pieces. Ichigo could see the tears in her eyes as the last of her strength was taken from her. The man behind her attempted to come to her aid, but Ichigo quickly dispatched of him with a swing of the sword that cut across his right shoulder and caused him to fall backwards. The woman before him didn't even bother to call that man's name even after he had tried to help her. How despicable. He may be hollow, but that was something disgusting. Rukia and Chad had managed to drop down to Oraheim's side by now, and both stood prepared to fight against Ichigo, since he seemed to be all too prepared to kill Oraheim. Chad had brought out his left arm of the devil and had started to charge his power into his arm. The electrical bolts on his fingertips transferred to his entire hand as he created a fist and brought it forwards towards Ichigo's stomach. La muerte, he calmly called out before he slammed it into the stomach of Ichigo. Ichigo grunted in pain as the pure brute force smashed against his body. He was forced to bend over the outstretched fist of the large man, and as such was able to see the intricate designs on his arm. His vision went blurry as he looked at the arm, but before he fell unconscious, he shook his head and gained all consciousness back. He grabbed the outstretched arm in front of him with both of his hands and dug his claws into the arm that had so offensively attacked him, earning screams of pain from the giant man. Grabbing even tighter still, he impaled all of his claws into the flesh of the man. Pulling away with all of his strength, he tore Chad's arm apart. Chad screamed out in sheer agony, and everyone else stood rooted in place, absolutely horrified at what Ichigo had done to his most loyal friend. As Ichigo let Chad fall to the ground, he turned back on Orihime. Rukia stood in front of her ready to defend her with her very life. She knew that's what Ichigo would have wanted, even if it was him causing all the hurt and the pain. Rukia couldn't hurt him, though. It was not possible for her. She had become too close to him to even think of seriously hurting him, so that when Ichigo's spiritual pressure-covered fist came towards her, she didn't even bother to defend and was instead thrown a long distance away. As she flew through the air, she mentally kicked herself. She had instantly forgotten about defending Orihime, and now all that stood between her and Ichigo was her barrier, which Ichigo had proven he could get through if he wanted to. Rukia wasn't given long to mentally destroy herself because something stopped her. Looking around, she could see herself covered in a net of spiritual pressure. Then she felt a familiar spiritual pressure. Ichigo, still holding onto the sword he had taken out of his body, walked up to the orange-haired female and looked at her. She was hiding behind her barrier. Why does she always hide when her minions die for her? Ichigo, confused and angry, began his onslaught of the barrier. He swiped at it with as much power as he could, even going as far as to pour his own spiritual pressure into the sword he held, and felt the humming coming from the blade becoming even louder. Ishida could feel the power going into Seal Schneider and could see that Orihime's barrier was slowly losing in its battle against the sheer power of Ichigo. In no way San. Ishida practically yelled at the top of his voice. Ichigo's final swipe stopped mid-swing. That name, he knew that name. His mind flooded with memories of shouting that name in desperate fear. It was a fear of losing the owner of that name, a fear of never seeing the owner of that name's face again, a fear that he would never be able to tell the owner of that name something important. He stopped his sword and quickly sped over to where the man that had shouted that name lay prone on the ground. "Who is Inoue?" Ichigo asked in his bestial tone. "While what?" Ishida asked weakly. "Who is Inoue?" Ichigo asked in his same bestial tone, only slower. "She is that woman over there," Ishida answered, pointing behind Ichigo. Ichigo turned around expecting to see some woman behind him who must have meant something truly significant in his human life if he feared about so much revolving around that name. When his eyes fell on Orihime, however, his spiritual pressure became heavy and his annoyance was apparent. "Do not play me for an idiot, human," Ichigo told Ishida, turning back on him again. "I am not. That woman is Inoue," Ishida answered back defiantly. Ichigo leaned down and grabbed Ishida by the collar of his clothes and lifted him into the air. "I told you not to play games with me, human," Ichigo growled to Ishida. "I'm not. That woman is Inoue-san," Ishida reiterated. Ichigo seemed to be really getting annoyed with the repetition that Orihime was indeed the owner of that name. "You are lying. You must be. That woman is my nemesis. The Inoue-san in my memories is one I feared for deeply. I wanted to protect her, and as I come to think about it, I believe in my human life I may even have loved the owner of that name." Ichigo finished as he thought over the memories of that name. The memories did indicate that the person called Inoue meant a significant amount to him. Ishida could only stay in the position Ichigo held him in and stare at him in surprise. He remembered Inoue-san, but how? A hollow's mind is surely wiped once they become a hollow. That's why they have the masks and the hollow holes. It is a visual reminder that they have lost their hearts. Ichigo dropped Ishida to the ground again and turned on the orange-haired woman. "You, what is your name?" Ichigo demanded the orange-haired girl. "Inoue, Orihime." Orihime answered back meekly, keeping her barrier up, even though it was slowly losing its power due to her fear of the hollow. Ichigo quickly appeared in front of her, his sword still by his side. Orihime looked around herself and saw that every one of those who had been there and had helped her had been deeply injured. "I said what? Is your name?" Ichigo reiterated, daring the female to reply in the same way. In no way, Orihime. Orihime answered back with a little bit of emphasis to prove her point. That's it. You've lied to me long enough. I will just kill you and find Inoue my own way. Ichigo roared in the face of the woman before bringing his sword down on her barrier and shattering it for a second time. Ichigo raised his sword again before quietly intoning to himself. Don't worry, Inoue-san. I will find you and figure out what I wanted to tell you so badly. Ichigo finished his quiet speech. Die, imposter! Ichigo screamed at Orihime as he brought the sword down towards her exposed neck. Orihime's heart shattered. She could hear the anger in the hollow's voice. It was furious at her for telling it that Inoue was her name. Why should it be furious and call her an imposter? She was the woman who went by that name. And why did the hollow even know the name? Surely it would have been forgotten when Ichigo had become a hollow. Then why? Why did it hate Orihime so much that it wanted to kill her? But the worst of it simply was the fact that Orihime could pick out Ichigo's voice amongst the hollow's overtone and could hear his anger as it shouted at her. To hear the one man she loved shout at her with so much venom and hatred only made things worse for her. Ichigo's blade came into close proximity with Orihime but was unable to connect with her in any way. Ichigo drew his sword back and slashed at Orihime's direction again, finding that he was unable to hit her yet again. You will not break through that Kidu quite so easily, hollow, came a cold and calculative voice. Ichigo turned to the sound of the voice, and there stood a Shinigami. This one was different than the others that he had faced before, though. It had a white coat over its black uniform. You so easily attack your allies, and you called me a monster for executing my sister by the rules. You are very much a hypocrite, Kurosaki, the voice added. Who are you, Shinigami? Ichigo asked, annoyed at being stopped during his chance to destroy his nemesis. That won't matter to you, Kurosaki, the voice answered emotionlessly. However, it was a dangerous move you pulled, harming Rukia in that fashion. Threatening my pride is a dangerous thing to do. The voice finished off before the person drew their Zanpakuto and dropped it to the ground. Instead of it crashing to the ground, though, it fall through the ground itself. Bankai, he emotionlessly said before hundreds of swords appeared around them, raising out of the ground, and all slowly dissolved into pink petals. Ichigo was surrounded by thousands of floating pink petals, all glinting off the light of the night sky as they danced around him. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, the same voice called out as the petals continued their intricate dance around Ichigo. He looked at all of the petals as they circled around him, almost taunting him to try and make a move. Ichigo tried to move towards the Shinigami, but found his path barred when the petals created a barrier in the space between himself and the Shinigami. The petals circled him for a moment before, with a flicker of movement from the Shinigami, they had all dove in towards Ichigo's direction. Ichigo quickly leapt out of the area where the petals all collided with each other and landed in midair just above where he had been standing. What he did not expect was for the petals to follow him to where he had landed, and he was forced to leap again in order to avoid the petals that came screaming towards him. Ichigo leapt around, dodging many sweeping attacks from the petals and barely managing to avoid them at all. He landed on the ground again and turned to the assailing petals. He began to charge spiritual pressure in between the horns on his mask, and a huge red Zero took physical form. As the petals closed in on him, he released the Zero he had been charging and watched as the uncontrollable explosion in front of him took up much of the area they had been standing in. He was not able to bask in glory for too long as two different tendrils of petals shot at him from two different directions. He barely had enough time to drop in a crab position before both tendrils met in the area his neck had once been. Pivoting on his hands, he down a backflip and landed back onto his feet and stared at the Shinigami as he slowly walked towards Ichigo. I am impressed, Kurosaki. Even when you are a hollow, you are still able to keep up with Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. However, you are finished. The Shinigami finished as he stopped, and the petals began their dance around him. Why do you people insist on calling me Kurosaki? And just who the hell are you? Ichigo asked, slightly angry. Very well, seeing as you are as desperate to know my name, allow me to tell you. Kachiki Byakuya, captain of the 6th Squad, Byakuya told Ichigo without the slightest hint of emotion in his voice. A captain? No wonder he was doing so poorly. Somewhere in his mind, he knew that the power of a captain far exceeded that of his own power. It was like it was either basic knowledge for him as a hollow or something else he could remember from a distant past he could not fully remind himself of. Ichigo knew that if he was to survive, he needed to escape, and quickly. He had already proved to himself that his power was unable to match up to that of this captain's. Ichigo knew that his hopes of getting a snack in the human world were up. He knew that his hopes of getting rid of that infuriating female were now at nil. He was just unable to ever kill her before she was saved by someone else. Very well, he would acquire enough power so that he could easily destroy all of her minions and kill her before any others were able to come to her aid. Ichigo gathered up spiritual pressure in his fists and raised them high into the air. "Until we meet again, princess," Ichigo said to the female who at the mention of princess had widened her eyes. Ichigo brought both of his fists down hard and shattered the earth at his feet. He was, however, not able to escape. Quite yet. Below him, the petals had raced into position and had managed to create a hollow pink ball around him. He was trapped and at the mercy of the swirling petals. He did not have to wait long as the petals shot inwards towards him with lightning speed. Byakuya watched on emotionlessly as ever, as his thousands of pink petals crushed the hollow that had once been Ichigo Kurosaki. As much as he hated to admit it, that man had managed to teach him so much. He taught Byakuya the importance of Rukia to him. He taught Byakuya that when you are willing to fight for what you believe in, you can best all odds. So it was not completely emotionless. Inside, Byakuya was silently mourning for the loss of what had been an excellent Shinigami at one point. His inner grieving was cut short as he was brought out of his thoughts by a gasp that had escaped from the female to his right. To be honest, Byakuya did feel bad at that point. He had known the joy and pain of love once before. He knew that the girl had loved Ichigo dearly, and he thought the man an idiot not to feel the same way, especially after what he had gone through for her. Byakuya started to walk towards the girl. He was going to do a very unlike him gesture by trying to soothe the pain of the female because he felt it his duty to do so as the killer of her love. Walking over the remnants of the street where they had fought, Byakuya made his way to where Oraheim had fallen to the ground and had began to cry silently as she had watched the fight with Ichigo and Byakuya. Byakuya dispelled the kidu he had erected in order to protect her and stepped within her vicinity. As Byakuya reached out towards the destroyed girl, he felt Senbonzakura begin to ripple. Turning around as quick as his body could manage, Byakuya watched as his pink petals were discarded as if they were nothing and sprayed out in varying directions. Byakuya watched as Ichigo stepped out of his self-created crater. He was completely covered in scars and cuts. His blood drew intricate designs down his body as it made its path towards the ground below. His body was heaving as he took his every breath. His anger was evident, but his spiritual pressure was far too low to allow him to use that anger effectively now. His mask had been cracked in different places also, yet the bubble effect quickly went to work on many of his cuts and scars, healing his mask also. Byakuya watched on in horror. His hollow version was able to use instant regeneration as well. Ichigo stood staring at the Shinigami captain. He knew that he was no match for that captain, and that show that he had been a part of basically drove the point home. He knew he should not have been as flashy as he was, and instantly regretted it after he had been injured in such a way. He was unable to do anything now, though. His body was tired, and he knew that he lacked the spiritual pressure needed to even open a Garganta. It was pathetic. He was at the mercy of that woman and her damn minions and the one that had been able to defeat him. All he could do was to try and go down with a fight at the very least. He threw his head back and roared his heart out, his eerie and deathly hollow screams ricocheting off every building around him and shaking the very earth in a close proximity around them. Ichigo charged at Byakuya. Not caring about the gap in their power, he wanted some blood, and he didn't care if he was to die in the attempt. He wanted blood. If he could kill that woman, then his mission would be complete as well, allowing him to die happily. Even if the gates of hell did open up for him and end up sending him to the worst place imaginable. Ichigo charged his remaining spiritual pressure into his fists and swung a right-handed punch towards Byakuya's face, missing only by the slightest of margins. He quickly turned about on his feet and brought his other fist up to try and uppercut Byakuya. But yet again the captain evaded his hit, and Ichigo was left wide open enough to allow the captain to punch him in the gut and send him backwards across the street. Growling in his frustration, Ichigo prepared to charge again, but was hit in his back before he was even able to do anything, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. He shot his hands out in order to stop his fall and quickly twisted his body around in order to miss a stomp aimed at his head. He could see the leg of the black-haired girl he had almost killed earlier, and he could feel the sheer force she had put into that one stomp and felt the small crater she had made against his left shoulder. The girl had malice in her eyes now, and her face had been twisted in one of sheer anger and fury. That face held some place in Ichigo's memories also. He could remember seeing that angry expression on that girl's face many times. Ichigo quickly dragged himself out of his memories, however, as he realized if she was to try that again, he would not be able to stop her. He quickly grabbed at her thigh and tried to throw her over to his left. All he had managed to do was make her shift slightly and twist around, trying to bring her right foot down on his mask now. Ichigo quickly tried to roll out of the way, but was unfortunate enough to have his left arm as the last part of his body to be in the path of the stomp. Ichigo cried out in pain as the audible sounds of bones breaking could be heard. The girl seemed to take satisfaction in the pain she could tell that he was going through. "That's what you get for trying to hurt Orihime," Tatsuki hissed at Ichigo before twisting her arm and completely separating both parts of Ichigo's arm, thus not allowing the regeneration to take place. Ichigo grabbed at her leg again and pushed against it just enough in order to lift her foot upwards to allow him to get out from under her, which proved to be a dangerous place to be. Tatsuki's leg was lifted into the air, and Ichigo quickly tried to get back onto his feet again. Staggering slightly, he got up and looked around himself. There was yet another Shinigami with a white coat over the top of its uniform. The red-haired Shinigami was back, alongside the bald Shinigami that Ichigo had fought earlier, who looked worse for wear, and was leaning on a Shinigami who looked more like a woman than a man, and a woman with blonde hair and voluptuous body. Ichigo could tell that he was done, for there were simply too much opponents for him to fight alone. He was going to die a gruesome death. He felt a strong attack hit him from behind and fell to the ground. His body so tired he was unable to even stop himself as he fell, and he landed face first on the ground. The horns on his mask broke as they came into contact with the ground and sent many other cracks running up the rest of the mask upon Ichigo's face. Groaning in pain, Ichigo turned onto his back to see Tatsuki standing over him again with that same look of hatred planted across her face. Yet once she realized the face that was behind the mask, her face vanished from her hatred to a mixture of horror and regret. Ichigo's mask had broken across the top right and bottom left of his face and revealed to everyone present the face of the hollow. Tatsuki's momentary glitch didn't last long as she quickly became furious again. She punched right at the now exposed area of Ichigo's chin and caused his head to snap in the same direction. He barely even groaned in pain as she continued dealing blow after blow to his face. He was being slowly beaten to death by this woman. How disgusting. No one wanted to watch what was going on. It was far too brutal to say the least of the case. Tatsuki was beating the hollow Ichigo to a slow and painful death. She even knew it was him now, and that seemed to only make her even more angry. Everyone could feel her spiritual pressure rising, and even both of the captains knew that there was nothing they could do now that she was this angry. Thus, all of the people present had to watch on as one of the greatest heroes in the history of Soul Society turned hollow was slowly and mercilessly killed by his previous best friend. The tears began to stream down Tatsuki's face as her hits became softer against Ichigo's badly beaten flesh. The tears began to fall onto his white skin and caused him what small sensation he could still feel. He could feel his rage bubbling, but he was physically unable to do anything. His lack of spiritual pressure made him too vulnerable, and his lack of ways to get away from this amount of enemies meant he could only wait until they finished him off. As Tatsuki's onslaught finished, she lifted herself from Ichigo's battered body and turned to all the Shinigami present, the tear streaks causing lines against her now pale skin. "He's all yours," she told them in a hateful tone as she walked over towards Orihime. The Shinigami looked amongst themselves, basically sickened by the brutality that Ichigo had been put through. The girl had not even had the decency to put him out of his misery. She could have easily destroyed him, but didn't, and instead left it for them to do so. "I'll do it," Rukia inserted, surprising everyone present. "You sure, Rukia?" Renji questioned, wondering if she would really be up to it. "Yes, was her short reply before she walked over to where Ichigo lay limp and barely even alive. Rukia inwardly hated Tatsuki right now. She had gone on to do something truly horrific to Ichigo. He was unable to help it. It was within the nature of a hollow to do as he had done. Rukia came up to the battered Ichigo and looked at him. His mask was slowly breaking around his face as he lay completely unable to do anything. Then she looked into his eyes. They were no longer his warm brown ones any longer. No, they had been changed to the color of crimson. She looked at his face for a moment and felt her inner feelings battering against her chest. He was always an idiot. He always complained, and he never done what he was told to. But that had always been the charm of Ichigo. To lose such a friend had done horrible things to Rukia. She had felt lonely again, as if no one would treat her the way that Ichigo had done, as an equal. Yet she was so happily surprised when her oldest friend Renji had done just that. He treated her just the way she had always wanted. She knew it was all thanks to Ichigo that Renji had done so, and silently thanked him. Closing her eyes and smiling, Rukia thought about how ironic it was that an outsider and idiot had shown her that the most important thing to her had been with her almost all of her life. Soft laughter awoke her from her happy thoughts as she looked at the body of Ichigo bouncing with his laughter. She could not figure out why he was laughing, since he was just about to die. Then she felt it. Above her there was something stirring. As she shot her head backwards, she looked into the very jaws of fear. Hundreds of Jillian were pulling at the very sky, causing a garganta to form. From the center of the mass of hollows, a golden light began to shoot downwards. Rukia, look out! Renji yelled as he used Shuinpa in order to reach her in time to evacuate her from the area of the negation. The golden light enveloped the area that surrounded Ichigo and ripped at the earth he lay on and began to lift it into the air. His laughter became stronger as the power from the golden light began to feed into him, and his regeneration began to work again. As his mask reformed and his body healed progressively quicker, he stood up again and looked down at the array of Shinigami and humans before him, and his laughter reached new heights. I hope you all enjoyed being able to beat me, because the next time we meet, I will make sure that I am far stronger than even you all put together. Ichigo yelled at all of the people down below him. And you, woman. Ichigo paused a moment to make sure that Orihime knew that he was talking to her. The next time we meet, I will be sure to kill you. Ichigo finished before his laughter took over him again and resonated within the confines of the golden light, before he was taken within the grasp of the Jillian, and the Garganta closed behind him, his laughs still echoing into the night. As the laughter died down, everyone was left in the street worn and tired. Orihime still lay on the ground, but had began to allow tears to trickle down her face. Ichigo wanted to kill her. The man who she loved and adored wanted her dead. Was there any fate worse than this one she was now cursed to be stuck in? She didn't even want to be alive anymore. If it only seemed to bring about a scorn in Ichigo that she had never knew him even capable of having. She just sat there on the ground, completely unaware of her surroundings and caring far less about those same surroundings. She had spent an entire year trying to get over the pain of losing Ichigo, and even though she had known he would probably return one day, she would never have guessed he would have returned with such a strong hatred for her. That was what brought her down the most, the fact that Ichigo hated her. That was worse than any physical wound she had ever endured. It was like taking her heart out and driving a blunt object right through it. What scared her the most was the way Tatsuki had acted once she did finally realize it was Ichigo she was fighting with. She just kept on hitting him. Over and over, hit after hit was pounded into his head. Orihime could feel the pain that he was going through and could see the looks on everyone else's faces. Even they thought this was far too brutal for the man they had all once known. Then Tatsuki walked over to her after she had done and rested her hand on Orihime's shoulder. When she looked up, she could see the sorrow and regret written within Tatsuki's eyes as the tears on her face still streamed downwards. I'm sorry, was all she said before she walked away from Orihime without a backwards glance. Matsumoto quickly spied Orihime laying on the ground and swooped in to pick her up and stabilize her. Lifting her up, she turned to her captain with a tender look of almost motherly affection. Captain, can I take Orihime-chan home? Matsumoto asked carefully, trying not to step on anyone's toes. But to her luck, Hitsugaya's features softened, and he smiled softly at them both. Yes, Take Lieutenant Abarai with you also, just in case, he added before he turned to Ikaku and Yumichika. Let's get back to our base of operations, he told them, receiving a nod from both men, and with that 3 of the Shinigami were gone. Matsumoto looked down to the weakened girl in her embrace and could feel the warmth as the tears she was shedding soaked into her clothes. She knew the pain of losing the man you had loved all too well. She had lost Jin at the end of the Winter War and had been in a bad way for a long time after that. That was why she knew she could help Orihime through this, even if she was a year too late in getting to her and helping her through it. Come on, Orihime, let's get you home, Matsumoto softly said to her friend, but as she went to move she noticed that Orihime had extracted herself from Matsumoto's grip and had walked over to Ishida. She had activated her Santen Keshin, and the orange bubble hovered over Ishida's shoulder as the cut there slowly began to knit itself together. After she had finished, she stood up again and silently walked away from everyone present, walking towards her home. She did not even reply as Ishida thanked her for healing him, causing him to become worried about her and begin to walk towards her before he was stopped. Stop, Ishida-kun. I believe Ranjika-san will be able to help out Inoue-san. Am I right? Came a serious voice to Ishida's left. He turned around to see the serious face of Urahara looking directly at him, which was almost mirrored by Yoruchi, who stood in a position not too far behind him. Matsumoto nodded at the question and ran on after Orihime, disappearing into the night after her. Urahara-san, Ishida commented more to himself than anything else. Also, Abarai-kun, would you mind tailing them slightly, just so that they are okay? Urahara asked Renji before both girls could fully disappear from view. Sure, Renji answered back, jumping onto the nearest street lamp and jumping from one to another along the street after Orihime and Matsumoto. Since when do you care as much for Inoue-san? Ishida asked out of curiosity, raising his right brow. It is more of Yoruchi-san's concern than my own, however. I will try to help dear Inoue-san whenever I am called upon, Urahara answered honestly, with Yoruchi behind him nodding at his statement, proving it true. Ishida required no more than Yoruchi's approval of the truth and decided not to push the shopkeeper too far. He attempted to change the subject to the one they were all curious about, but could only now really ask. Urahara-san, just what has Ichigo become? Ishida asked bluntly. Everyone who was still present looked to Ishida, but none of them could be angry or such, since they were all curious too. Even Byakuya's interest was piqued when Urahara lifted his hat from his head and held it in his hand. Well, I'd love to say he had turned into a simple run-of-the-mill hollow, but unfortunately that is not the case. If he had turned into a hollow, then he would be a seriously powerful one at that, due to his high spiritual pressure when he was alive. Urahara took a moment to make sure everyone was still listening, because he was only making this hypothesis once. However, as I made my way over here, and feeling the strength of his spiritual pressure, I could feel that something was suppressing it, almost as if there was hidden spiritual pressure within his body that his body was not allowing him to access. This, I believe, made sense when he was left with almost no spiritual pressure by the end there. How many times did Kurosaki-san run out of spiritual pressure when he were alive? Urahara asked, more rhetorical, but he still expected an answer. Never, Rukia replied in a small voice just beside her brother. Byakuya noticed her shaking body and placed his hand on her shoulder. She instantly froze at the tender motion of her brother, but soon accepted it as his changing attitude towards her. Exactly, which is why I have come to a conclusion. His spiritual pressure when he first reappeared in Soul Society and not long after he had consumed Aizen was, to say the least, monstrous in size and content. Once he had retreated, however, its power had diminished tenfold. I felt it slightly stronger tonight. Maybe about the level of Yadujka's. Urahara was stopped as Ishida and Chad seemed to be becoming even more interested in what he had to say, along with Byakuya, Rukia, and even Yoruchi. Even she didn't know his hypothesis yet. So what is your conclusion? Ishida asked, just a little impatiently. I believe that the Hogyoku still exists within Kurosaki and that it has become a part of him. Urahara finished with his face grim. Everyone took a sharp intake of breath as Urahara said those words. What do you mean it is a part of him? Do you mean as in the same way Aizen and it were connected? Yoruchi asked, fearful because she remembered the results last time that happened. No, Aizen had fused with the Hogyoku, an imperfect mixture. Ichigo and the Hogyoku are one, The Hogyoku runs in his blood and is also the source of his power, I think, Urahara finished off. Well, if it managed to make Aizen as strong as it did, then why does it weaken Ichigo? Yorichi asked her longtime friend. Alas, even though it is my invention, I don't fully understand it yet, Urahara admitted. Everyone was left in an uncomfortable silence as they thought over the hypothesis Urahara had put forward. If Ichigo definitely had that object within him, then what was the possibility of him becoming far too strong to handle? He had already declared he would return stronger than all of them combined. Where they did not doubt he had the capability. With the Hogyoku within him, that outcome was made even more possible. Tatsuki had felt horrible as she had walked away from the scene she created. She had beaten Ichigo's face to a pulp. It seemed like the right thing to do since he had threatened Oraheim, and Tatsuki felt it her duty to protect Oraheim. That didn't help her feel any better as she thought about the way she had mashed Ichigo's face into the ground in her anger. But as she heard laughter beginning and rising to a disgusting evil laugh, she turned around to see the body she had not too long ago left for dead, rising back onto its feet fine again and shouting down to Oraheim that it was going to kill her. Oh, how her anger flared up again after that. Very well, Ichigo, if you want to take another try at attacking Oraheim, I hope you are ready to face me after I have become stronger too. The pain was simply too much. Oraheim couldn't stand it anymore. As much as she wanted to be with everyone, at the same time, she wanted to be alone. Her heart still hurt from the mortal blows the hollow-fied Ichigo had dealt to her tonight. And truth be told, she just wanted to be alone for the rest of the night. She knew for a fact, though, that wouldn't happen. There was the fact that everyone cared for her greatly, including all of her friends. Even if Tatsuki had simply left without saying another word, Oraheim knew she regretted what she had done. And also she could feel the spiritual pressure of Matsumoto and Rinji coming after her, and knew, although they were in no way going to do anything hurtful to her, they would not allow her the solitude she so desperately wanted. She turned about, and even though she had the noticeable marks of her tears down her cheeks, gave both Rinji and Matsumoto one of her smiles that assured them she was fine. In no way, Sen, are you all right? Rinji asked softly before he got elbowed in the face by Matsumoto and sent across the street into a nearby building. She obviously wants to talk to her favorite friend. Idiot, Matsumoto yelled at him as he lifted himself out of the building, saying, "Ow, ow, ow." Oraheim laughed a little at the show of childlike actions between the two Shinigami. She knew there were no real hard feelings between the two, but she had to giggle a bit at their antics, since they were a bit different. "Hi, Matsumoto-san." Oraheim greeted kindly. Matsumoto instantly took notice of the mask Oraheim was putting up and didn't like it at all. "Oraheim, you don't have to hide your emotions from me. And Rinji can disappear. He is only here to make sure we are okay," Matsumoto told Oraheim as Rinji nodded in confirmation, having finally reached them again. "That is one strong hit you have there, by the way, Matsumoto-san," Rinji complained as he rubbed his face where she had so brutally hit him. Matsumoto smiled widely as Oraheim giggled a bit at the playful nature between the two. Both people noticed her giggling and slowly became able to relax as their faces fell into satisfied smiles. "So, Oraheim, how are you feeling?" Matsumoto asked quickly, wanting to get through with the delicate stuff as quick as she possibly could. Oraheim's smile quickly faded from her face as she was brought back to reality. Rinji took note of the change in Oraheim. "Would it be better if I make myself scarce?" Rinji asked both women while turning away. Before he was able to leave, however, his Shinigami uniform was grabbed from behind. Touring around, he could see the sad, yet smiling face of Oraheim stopping him from leaving. "Please don't think you have to leave because I am a girl. I can tell you this too. We both cared about Ichigo, so I suppose you will be able to understand as well," Oraheim told him, her smile never faltering. "If you say so," was all Rinji could answer back with. What else could he really say? He understood that girls' talk was just that, but if Oraheim wanted him to stay, then as a friend of both Rukia and the late Ichigo, he would help Oraheim in any way he could. The three of them continued on down the street towards the apartment where Oraheim stayed. She had been generally quiet the whole way there, but as they reached the front door of Oraheim's apartment, Rinji remembered something that the Hollow had said to Ishida since it had heard Oraheim's last name. As Oraheim hugged Matsumoto tightly and thanked her for being there, Matsumoto insisted that she spend the night with Oraheim just to make sure that she was okay. Orihime either didn't want to argue with her when she insisted in such a motherly way or was too exhausted to argue at all. Orihime simply nodded and headed up the stairs towards her front door and let Matsumoto in. Renji turned to leave and make a patrol around this area, acting as its protection until morning. He was, however, stopped by a pair of arms circling their way around his midsection. This kind of behavior he was used to from Rukia whenever the mood caught her, but as he felt the ample amount of flesh touching his back, he blushed wildly. Breaking out, he turned to look at a very confused Orihime. "I was only hugging you good night," Orihime explained innocently. "Oh, okay, sorry." Renji apologized before Orihime walked towards him and grabbed him into a hug once again. Renji didn't know what else to do but hug her back. This was nothing more than a friend hug to him, and the same went for her too, so he didn't know why he was getting as embarrassed. Renji leaned down until his mouth was right beside Orihime's right ear and whispered into her ear. "I heard from that hollow when he was talking to Ishida. It said that your second name meant much to him. He even went as far as to say he thought he might have loved the person with that name," Renji told her as she gripped him tighter at the mention of the word love. "Don't worry, Inoue-san. I will personally make sure he remembers that," Renji told her with a heightened emphasis on his point. He didn't like to see her sad, and he knew no one really did. Also, it would get him mega brownie points with Rukia if he helped Orihime out. Not that he'd admit it to anyone, of course. Renji pulled away from Orihime, and to his delight, he could see her face bright and full of hope again. Yes, he would even get some brownie points for that too. He liked this, helping his friends out a lot more now. Orihime walked back into her house with not so much a spring in her step, but in a much brighter mood than she had been in previously. At least now, with the knowledge that Ichigo's hollow confirmed the fact that Ichigo may have indeed loved her. She was still hurt that he was so intent on killing her, and nothing short of he himself coming up to her and telling her that he had never meant any of it would ever be able to heal that wound. However, Renji had promised her that he would make sure that he got Ichigo back to his old ways, whatever it took, and Orihime thought no the positive side of things, believing it to be highly possible now. Hueco Mundo. He stood in the clearing of the forest, panting heavily, with the bodies of hundreds of Jillian laying all around him, slowly dissolving and becoming one with his power. His fury had known no bounds when he finally unleashed on the hollows that had saved him from death. It was not his anger towards them. No, by no means was it that. It was simply the fact that he had been beaten so mercilessly by that female warrior, and she was not even anything more than a human with spiritual awareness. That was two females on the list now, the orange-haired woman and her black-haired minion. They were both going to die by his hands. Ichigo left the clearing after he had eaten the last of the Jillian. He found it to be a fruitless effort, however, as he had not felt his power rising in a long time. He walked on until he had exited the forest of Minos and made his way out into the perpetual darkness of the Hueco Mundo desert. Off in the distance, Ichigo could make out the glittering brilliance that was the walls of Las Noches, and felt the feeling of inquisitiveness take over his body. Amongst his motives of interest, however, he felt both tired and wary of that place. Somewhere over the last year, he had regained memories about this domain, even if they were poor quality at that. He remembered that place to be a foreboding place. Something just didn't sit right with it at all. He would sleep, and then when he had woken up again, he would investigate the new region of his home that he had been wary of entering for so long. There was something that place offered him, he could just tell, but his fear and wariness had caused him never to even think of venturing too close. When he woke up, he would go there and find out its promises. He found a bunch of rocks in the midst of the desert not too far from the walls and settled down into a sitting position, looking right at the walls that had now shown him to hold up a large dome-shaped building. Around this buildings there were the remnants of at least 4 different towers that looked like they had been destroyed by siege equipment or something. He forgot about the fortress quickly, though. He would wait until he woke to find out its secrets. For now he would sleep and prepare himself. He lay down on the rocks on his back and looked directly upwards at the moon settled in the night sky, and felt himself drifting into a restless sleep. Ichigo was standing staring at that Shinigami, completely ready to go out with a fight. Even if he was going to die, by hollow nature, he wanted to go out fighting. He thought about stepping forward, but before he even got the chance to do so, pain erupted through his back as a huge force was applied to the small of his back. He had managed to position himself so that he was able to miss the foot that came within inches of destroying his face. He looked up into that face, and familiarity hit him with a force he had not ever felt in his hollow existence. There were memories with this female that he had, strong memories. They were not the kind of memories that enraged him, however. There was a sense that the female had been friendly once, the instant he had thought that all of his spiritual pressure had been sucked away from his body, and he was left with barely enough to even barely fight. He didn't want to hurt the female. She seemed to mean something to him, and he wished not to hurt her. That is why when she had began her onslaught of abuse at his face, even though he had little spiritual pressure, he just accepted it. He knew he had done something to this important person in order for them to shed tears over him while they destroyed him. It hurt him heavily. The pain from each blow broke a little more of his newly exposed face. Her soft fists came into contact with his rough face as tears also stroked down her face and fell onto his mask. As she stood up, she said something to him that he did not understand. "You used to be a man, Ichigo. Now you're nothing better than a beast," she had whispered to him as she made her way over to the orange-haired woman. "He's all yours," she said to the Shinigami that surrounded him. They all looked at each other with a sort of disgust, and then looked to him. Eventually, the smallest one, the one he had fought a year ago, came up to him with her Zanpakuto at the ready. She stood over him as if she were some sort of celestial being about to do a righteous act and send him on. What she was really going to do was slash him with her Zanpakuto and cause him to become particles in the wind, collecting up again somewhere else. She closed her eyes and a smile crept its way onto her face. Needless to say, this angered Ichigo. She thought she was able to prolong his torment in order to take sick satisfaction in dealing with him. Well, he was not up for it at all. In his fury, all of his spiritual pressure seemed to gather right back into his body and made him feel almost as if he was above everything and all. As he stood up, his very presence seemed to have everyone present kneeling before him. All except that woman. She stood looking at him defiantly. She would not kneel to him. He started to chuckle at the woman's gall before he lifted his right hand up to where his mask had been broken earlier. Grabbing at the shard, he pulled with all of his strength, and as he felt the pain of the mask breaking, he also felt the surge in his power. All of his power became visible as arcing bolts of red, black, and blue danced around him and causing everyone around him to fall to the ground again. With a final pull, he had broken the mask that covered his face, and along with the searing pain, he felt power, limitless power. As he looked around himself, he could not see the woman though. He grasped at a Zanpakuto he suddenly found himself holding on to. It looked like an average kitchen cleaver, and then some. He found it surprising that he could hold it with only one hand, but decided not to let his mind dwell on the fact as he turned his attention back towards the missing woman. He heard a swish behind him and twisted just in time in order to turn and stop her fist that came plummeting towards his back. The force behind it caused the bones in Ichigo's left hand to shatter instantly. He retracted his hand and with a swift movement had brought his huge cleaver Zanpakuto around in order to cut at her stomach. She withdrew her fist and in front of it created an orange barrier on the tip of her fingers, stopping the Zanpakuto dead in its tracks. He didn't have enough time to react. The woman pointed the index finger of her opposite hand at him in seconds, and from its tip a tiny beam erupted, moving faster than what his eyes could see. He tried to bat the thing away with his hand, but found that once his hand touched it, his hand began to agonizingly disintegrate. He did not even have enough time to cry out in pain as the beam headed straight in between his eyes and hit its mark without much of a delay. The pain he felt was excruciating as he fell backwards and his face began to disintegrate. He took one last look at the woman before he bellowed his fury out to the world. He sat up as quick as it is possible for him to do and looked around himself. The vast desert had not changed ever since he had left from this land to that of his own creating. His body was completely covered in the damp sweat that he had exuded while frantically rolling around in his resting place. He felt something close to him and turned around quickly to find out the source of the small amount of power, perhaps breakfast. However, there was no such luck as he was met with absolutely nothing in front of him. He turned back around only to be completely scared out of his wits as he came face to face with two small girls. And that was what they were. By appearance, they were two small girls, maybe about the age of 4 or 5, both looking at him with their large eyes. One of the girls had short red hair, and her eyes were a nice emerald color, a complete contrast of colors. The other girl had longer blue hair with beautiful purple eyes, giving her a nice harmonized appearance. Both girls had small bits of bone that were extended around their neck, which on closer inspection looked like the lower jaw of a skull. They were completely different to any of the other hollows he had ever saw before. He had seen big hollows and he had seen small hollows, but never had he seen hollows with the faces of humans. He knew them to be hollows as he could feel their spiritual pressure, and it was definitely hollow. Both of the girls looked at him, expecting him to attack them. They were both in defensive positions at the foot of the boulder where he had slept. Getting onto his feet, both of the diminutive girls took a step backwards, as if in fear of the hollow who it was apparent they could easily destroy. He jumped down to the ground before the two girls and sized them up. In reality, they would stand no chance against him. He towered over them in a completely unfair way. Yet in the ways of power, it was they who held the upper hand. He had only a weaker amount of spiritual pressure compared to both of them. When they noticed that he did not have an aggressive line of movement within his body, both pairs of eyes met and came to a silent agreement. They both nodded their heads and looked back to Ichigo. "Why is you sleepin'?" The red-haired girl asked him with a small voice only a child could have. "Because I was sleepy and wanted rest," Ichigo replied coolly. "But Hollow's Dawn needs sleep. They never sleep. Only we do out here," the blue-haired girl stated with a more authoritative voice. She was clearly the leader of the two. "Well, I do 'cause I gotta rest and replenish my energy," Ichigo answered, looking between the small girls. "You shouldn't need to sleep, you got infinite energy in you," the small red-haired girl told him matter-of-factly. The other girl turned to her partner and looked at her inquisitively. "What you mean he has infinite energy?" the blue-haired girl asked. The other girl simply shrugged her shoulders and pointed to Ichigo. "Look yourself," she told her companion. The blue-haired girl focused on Ichigo, and in doing so her eyes changed color from purple to orange. "What is she doing?" Ichigo asked the red-haired girl, a little worried. "She's looking at your power," the girl replied casually. "Huh? She can do that?" Ichigo asked, dumbfounded. "Well, yeah. I can always do it 'cause my eyes are always in the stated, but she has to activate it," the girl replied while her companion began to shake around on the spot. Once she had stopped, however, her eyes returned to normal and she started to shake in fear. "He's a monster," she cried to her companion, who casually let the remark bounce off her. "So? He has a well of power, and if we are with him, no one will mess with us," the girl told her friend still casually. "When did I agree to let two little girls travel with me?" Ichigo asked her, annoyed. "Well, you don't get a choice. We may look small, but even with your huge power we could beat you. Simply because a lot of it is stored away," the little girl argued, showing a slightly lighter side to her. Ichigo instantly knew that he had been outvoted in this instantly, and they had not even had a vote in the first place. While they were powerful, and maybe eventually when they were not aware of it, he could consume them and take their power for his own. After all, they were simply bathing in their own power. It'd be a shame to let it all go to waste in those small bodies unable to use it properly. "Well, let's go then. I want to go to the oasis," the red-haired girl called out from behind her friend. "Oasis?" Ichigo asked in a slightly confused tone. "Yeah. What, you never seen the small lake and the trees that surround it?" the little blue-haired girl asked. "Well, there is that forest with the Jillians," Ichigo pointed out in his defense. "No, this one is where no hollows really go, because there was some Shinigami who came along a long time ago, and only hollows who were strong enough could enter. We got in when we were running away from a hollow, and we were hollow 1 minute and Arankar the next," she explained further. "Arankar?" Ichigo asked, even though the name did throw up images in his head about a blue-haired man who turned into a half-human, half-panther, and a black-haired man who grew wings, then went even further to resemble a bat. "Yeah, they're hollow that broke their masks and got Shinigami powers," the blue-haired girl answered. "I see." Ichigo pondered for a moment. Some of those Shinigami powers could come in handy for fighting that woman, and especially against those Shinigami. Oh, how he'd love to use both the Hollow and Shinigami powers against them. "Okay, I'll travel with you guys then." Ichigo finally gave in to the smaller creatures. "Yay, we have a daddy now!" the little blue-haired girl screamed while running and jumping into Ichigo's arms. Ichigo grunted with the initial force applied to him from her leap, but his head started to swirl with emotion. There was something about the way that this little girl acted that made him feel a little different, not like his usual hateful ways or his angry hunger. He didn't know it to be possible, but he felt an emotion that felt surprisingly positive. If he were human, he would have guessed this was happiness. You are right, Ichigo, that emotion you feel, it is happiness. A voice called out from his mind. Who are you? He mentally called back. Why, I am the source of your power. What else? It answered calmly. What do you want? Ichigo asked the voice in his head. Why, all I wish to do is grant your heart's desire, it answered him in a voice that sounded genderless. This makes no sense, Ichigo mentally complained as the small bundle in his arms wrapped its tiny arms around his broader ones, not quite making it. You wish to become powerful, powerful enough to destroy those humans and Shinigami, correct? The voice asked, its voice sounding agitated. Yeah, but I also want to understand these memories that continually haunt me. I see faces and hear names, and memories come flooding into my mind. Even with the action this little girl performed, it brought back memories, Ichigo answered the voice. Very well. To answer those questions, I suggest you go with the girls to where they speak of. As of right now, I have to hold back a large amount of my power because your body in its current state can't stand my power. Once you enter the oasis, the girls talk about all your questions shall be answered. Okay then, I'll go and find this place, and you had better keep your side of the deal, Ichigo reminded the voice. Oh, and Ichigo, protect those girls. They have spent so long living in fear and not knowing the feeling of safety. I brought them to you because I knew that you have the power to keep them safe. They are also important in finding the oasis, of course. Gotta keep the girls safe until I reach the oasis. Can I consume them then? Ichigo asked, his greed beginning to come back on him. Somehow, I think that thought shall be gone from your mind by the time you have your memories restored, the voice spoke gently, as in his head it smiled gently. Ichigo had not heard the voice as the small bundle in his arms had relaxed in his grip, and as he looked down to it, he noticed the steady breathing, an indication to him that the little hollow had fallen asleep. Her companion stood atop the rocks behind him, and from her vantage could look at him in the eyes. What's your name? She asked gently, clearly understanding that he was now her protector and ally. Ichigo, I think my second name is Kurosaki. It's what all the humans keep calling me. Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo answered, looking at her with his yellow eyes shining through the mask. Well, my name is Kyoda, and my sister is called Sachi, Kyoda answered, indicating them both as she told Ichigo their names. Ichigo looked down to Sachi and noticed that she was sleeping very heavily. He turned back to Kyoda and could see that she was tired too, if not more so. Kyoda, you look tired. Come join your sister. Just tell me which way to start going, and we'll get underway. Ichigo told the little girl who was trying to act as tough as she could. What, no way. I can go on for months without sleep, she replied with enthusiasm before running off in the complete opposite direction of the White Fortress. Well, guess I'll have to get back around to going in there. Maybe that's a good thing. I should hopefully be stronger by then, he thought to himself. With that thought, he turned back around, and with Sachi still firmly in his grip, took off after Kyoto. The human world. She awoke with a start as she could feel the heat of the sun blazing down on her closed eyes. Bringing her hand up to shield her eyes, she had finally awoke herself to the world again. Groaning in sadness at being removed from her wonderful dream, she dragged herself upright on her bed and sat at the edge of her bed, rubbing her still tired eyes. Looking at her bedside table, she saw the clock indicating the time to be 8 a.m. It was time she got up anyway. Grunting as she pushed herself up from her bed, she walked over to her dresser and pulled out some random clothes. Whatever came to her hands first, really. Pulling out a pink t-shirt with a white bunny on the front and a pair of blue jeans, she then ruffled through underwear, bras and socks, picking out a matching set of white underwear and bra and a pair of white socks. Let's go for a white undergarment day. Why not? She threw the clothes onto her bed and walked through the hallway of her lonely home until she came to the doorway of her bathroom. Walking in, she planned to put on a shower but decided against it, instead opting to go for a bath. She just wanted to relax today. After all, what were Saturdays all about if not to just relax and do nothing? Turning on her bath, she then went through to her kitchen to grab a small bite to eat. It was only now that she realized her pajamas were really not the best for keeping in very much heat. Even if they were a pair of trousers and a t-shirt, it was still cold. With the emphasis on cold, she ran through her house to her kitchen and with her speed put on some toast and began boiling the kettle. As she prepared her own breakfast, she had neglected to notice the body of Matsumoto laying across her couch. Orihime done all she could to be quiet so that she did not wake up Matsumoto. She had listened to Orihime cry all night, and she deserved what little sleep she was able to get. She had been furious at Ichigo after the way he had treated Orihime, but had come to the conclusion that it wasn't Ichigo's fault. He was simply slave to his emotions now. Orihime actually did not remember going through to her room at all last night. The last thing she did remember was Matsumoto was sitting on her couch with Orihime's head resting on her lap, as Orihime talked to Matsumoto for what seemed like hours. Matsumoto had not complained even once. She had just stayed quiet and stroked Orihime's head as she wept about what had been happening with her feelings and all the things around Ichigo. "I'll make some tea for Matsumoto-san." Also, Orihime thought to herself, thinking it the least she could do after the woman had spent so long listening to her and not even complaining. Matsumoto was like the mother she had always wanted but never had. The kettle boiled, and Orihime poured both of their teas, placing Matsumoto's on the table just in front of her sleeping form. Orihime quickly turned around, went into her kitchen and grabbed her toast, applied a generous amount of butter, and ate it while drinking her tea. After finishing, she walked back through to her bathroom quietly, even going as far as to lock her door quietly. Matsumoto awoke slowly to the lovely aroma of tea. She slowly opened her eyes and noticed that there was in fact a cup of tea sat directly in front of her. She smiled gently. Leave it to Orihime to leave her a nice little gift for something Matsumoto would always do for free. Ever since meeting Orihime, Matsumoto had felt the need to protect her, to shield her from the horrible things of the world. Even she knew that to be impossible, in which case she would always be there ready to hear Orihime out whenever she was down. It was simply the fact that Matsumoto cared for her as any person would their little sister. Orihime had been through almost too much for her optimistic mind to have fully survived. After being rescued from the hell that was Hueco Mundo, she had bore witness to the death of her love, and not only that, the fact he had come back with a hatred of her so deep, it was as if it was always that way with him. It had broken her, plain and simple, even after the words of encouragement Urahara had given her before they left the Soul Society. She had still remained broken. Only her friends seemed to be able to help her through. They had all managed to slowly bring her back to her old optimistic ways. Then this has to happen, of all things, for Ichigo to return stronger and more intent on killing her. It was really doing her no favors. Now this is where Matsumoto found herself, sitting in Orihime's apartment drinking the tea that she had been so nicely offered. She could hear Orihime's humming from the bathroom and sighed happily to herself. At least the old Orihime is still not completely destroyed, Matsumoto thought to herself happily. Just as she thought this to herself, there was a knock at Orihime's door. Matsumoto instantly took up a defensive stance and shed her Jigai in order to unsheath her Zanpakuto, ready to take on anything that dared try to attack Orihime. As she opened the door, she quickly got her Zanpakuto out in front of her with a glare that would kill, if only looks could. It did, however, turn out to be ill-required, as Ishida, Chad, Rukia, Renji, and a very depressed-looking Tatsuki stood out at the front door of Orihime's apartment. Matsumoto calmed down after seeing as many friendly faces. They would surely cheer Orihime up. "Okay, come in," Matsumoto calmly told them all as they quietly entered. They all situated themselves on the two couches that were available for them to sit on. Renji sat at the far end of one, where Rukia then sat next to him and leaned into him, effectively leaving her seat with little space used up. The space was required as Chad then sat down, taking up his seat, and one of his arms resting at his side, taking up some of Rukia's seat. And finally, on the end, Ishida sat down and patiently waited for Orihime to enter the room. Tatsuki simply stood while Matsumoto sat back down into her seat and waited along with the rest of the group for Orihime to join them so that they could all talk about what had happened. Orihime lay in her bath and simply relaxed. She had just wanted nothing more than to do this ever since she had gotten up that morning. Just lay down in a warm bath and relax. After what seemed like a long enough time, and after she had cleaned herself thoroughly, meaning she was more or less red raw all over, she climbed out of her bath and looked in her bathroom mirror. Because of the heat of her bath, the steam had fogged up her mirror. She reached out and rubbed away the steam from the mirror. As she done so, where her reflection should have been in the mirror, the hollow mask of Ichigo instead appeared. "I will kill you," I hope you know that, it hissed as Orihime screamed for her life at the very sight. Everyone in the living room had instantly ran to Orihime the second they heard the scream. Tatsuki wasted no time in destroying the locked door that kept her from a screaming Orihime who could be in danger. Matsumoto hung back and stopped the men from moving too far forward. Sorry, but wait until we ask for the help. Orihime-chan may be naked, Matsumoto told all the men, and although getting blushes from them all knew that they understood. Matsumoto then followed both Rukia and Tatsuki into the steam-filled room, all alert and ready for any kind of attack from anywhere. However, as the steam left the room, all that they could see was Orihime lying on the floor in fetal position, sobbing wildly, completely naked. All women looked amongst themselves as they tried to determine what had spooked Orihime so much, until their eyes fell on the broken mirror above her sink, where there was red liquid oozing down into the sink from the leftover glass. They all looked back to Orihime and could see the deep cuts that laced across her knuckles. All winced as they wondered just what would provoke Orihime to punch her mirror and break in while in the process cutting herself. Rukia-chan, get me some towel. Tatsuki-chan, can you please lead the men back to the living room for now? Matsumoto ordered, quickly taking control of the situation. She received 2 quick agreeing nods as both women hurried off to their assigned targets. Orihime was whimpering silently now that she was within Matsumoto's grip, and she tried to hug into Matsumoto tightly, as she felt her strength being sapped away from her. Matsumoto looked down at the weak girl and could already guess just what hap spooked her out as much as it had, and it did not do her own mind to be thinking about that just now. Rukia soon returned to her with a few white towels with which to carry Orihime from the bathroom to her bedroom, where she would undoubtedly need the sleep. Both women wrapped Orihime up tight to stop her shivering. Just as Matsumoto was about to lift her up, a heavy hand stopped her. She looked up to see the tallest teenager of the group looking down at her through the one eye she could see. What are you doing in here? Can't you tell Orihime is naked? Matsumoto quickly hissed at him. Chad barely even flinched at the angry voice, instead picking up Orihime without any hassle. I am not the kind of person to be so easily distracted by such things. My eyes have been redirected from Orihime for a long time now, Chad explained. What do you mean redirected? Matsumoto questioned when she noticed that even though he cared for Orihime, there was no deep affection that proved anything more than a friendship. Simple. You don't appreciate what your friend loves, Chad answered, feeling no guilt in saying what he had. What? Matsumoto asked aghast. Chad fully turned to her and looked directly into her eyes. Ichigo may have been oblivious to her feelings for him, but he knew he had feelings for her, as did I, and as his friend, I did not even view Orihime as anything more than a person to develop a strong bond with and protect with my life for Ichigo's sake, Chad explained while allowing Matsumoto to take it all in. So what you're saying is that Ichigo did actually love Orihime. No speculation anymore. No half-guesses from his hollow. Ichigo definitely loved her? Matsumoto did not want Orihime to get her hopes up only for them to be shattered again. Chad did not even look uncomfortable as he replied to her. Of course, I mean, who dies twice against one opponent for one they do not love? Chad answered as serious as he possibly could. Matsumoto had to admit that he had her there. There was not many men she knew who would die twice for her in order to get what they wanted from her. She looked back up at the tall teen and smiled. He seemed like such an honorable man, too. If only he were a bit older, she would have been all over him. Chad walked out of the bathroom and made his way to Orihime's room, whilst she lay still in his arms, not moving at all. Already inside were Tatsuki, Rinji, Rukia, and Ishida, who all looked at Orihime covered in the towels fearfully. Matsumoto noticed the clothes that Orihime had prepared earlier in the morning, probably only an hour ago. She quickly moved them and let Chad put her back onto her bed. He was so gentle with her. Matsumoto resisted the urge to whine at the show of gentleness from the giant. Her restraints were wearing thin. Ishida came over beside his friend and looked down at Orihime with pained eyes. What happened to her? Rinji asked, not expecting much of a reply. While considering her body being red raw, I would have said she had fainted from heat exhaustion. However, with the injury on her hand and a broken mirror, I think that she may have believed herself to see something in that mirror, Ishida replied from the little bit of skin on her injured hand that he could see. How do you know it was all over her body? Matsumoto asked him dangerously. The heat in the room would have indicated that her whole body would have sustained that type of damage, Ishida replied casually, leaving Matsumoto somewhat surprised by the intelligence of the man. Oh, was all she could reply with as Ishida looked at the injured hand under close scrutiny. He gingerly touched at the hand and turned it over in his own hand to check the damage sustained. He reached up to his shirt pocket and pulled out a pair of tweezers still sterilized and in their packet. Chad, can you collect me a small container of hot water, please? Ishida asked his friend, receiving a curt yes, and then turning back to Orihime. Matsumoto, Rinji, and Rukia simply stood and watched, unsure about what was going to happen. Tatsuki was a bit more on the ball, however. Do you always carry medical stuff with you everywhere? Tatsuki asked, her voice ripe with fear. Oh, I always carry them just in case a situation just like this one may happen. I have ever since we returned from Hueco Mundo. Call it a precautionary measure. Ishida answered, his attention never straying away from Orihime's hand. Chad returned into the room with a basin full of hot water and set it down on the table next to Orihime's bed and took a step back to give his friend the space he required to do his magic. Ishida quickly got to work extracting the glass from Orihime's hand without much hesitation. Small trickles of blood would ooze out from Orihime's hand each time he extracted one. With a wipe of a cloth, however, it was easily fixed, and Ishida kept on working. Orihime was gasping in her sleep, and as Chad pulled a towel away from her face, fearing she couldn't breathe, he saw her face surprisingly relaxed. Even after a few seconds, her face curled up into a smile. Even though her body was being resulted with pain, her features betrayed nothing of that pain. I wonder what she's thinking about, Rinji said as everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Whatever it was, it seemed pleasant. I don't know, after what she has been through. I can't think of much that she could be smiling about, Rukia pointed out, making Matsumoto round on her. What do you mean by that remark? She questioned the noble, unafraid of any trouble she may get in. Rukia stood her ground and looked up to the taller woman. I mean, after so much negative feelings from Ichigo, she can't really be having too many good dreams now, Rukia answered, her face falling in her sadness. Orihime is a strong girl. She is always optimistic. I don't want Ichigo to taint her memories with his negativity, Matsumoto said, almost as if it was an order. There isn't anything we can do, though. She already managed to bypass the memory modification once before, Rukia explained before Matsumoto could even suggest that tactic. I would say it highly unfair on Orihime to go along with that tactic. Ishida's voice floated over from his position where he had finished extracting the glass from her hand. What do you mean? Matsumoto challenged. He is bringing her so much pain. He can't be good for her. What he means is that to deny Orihime the chance to remember the one she loved is cruel. She would always go through life wondering who the man she loved was. That fate is too harsh for anyone to bear, especially one as special as Orihime. Chad spoke up from his standing point. Everyone looked at him. I don't deny it may lighten the load on Orihime's mind, but I think we should allow Orihime the choice after she wakes up whether or not she wishes to forget all about Ichigo and the pain. Chad finished, having captured the attention of everybody from his significantly larger than normal speech. Let's do what he said, Matsumoto answered almost dreamily. Everyone in the room turned to her and nodded as Chad walked out of the room without any incident, all of them following suit except for Rinji, who held back a bit. Well, you folded for him very easily, did you not, Matsumoto-san? Rinji joked as he walked past Matsumoto. She turned on him and grabbed his hair, pulling him back towards her and looked straight into his eyes. Tell anyone about that remark, and I will kill you, Matsumoto told him dangerously. Don't worry about it, Matsumoto. Your secret's safe with me. We gotta all look out for each other. Rinji began smiling at Matsumoto as she released his hair, and he turned back to her. I doubt Ichigo is finished with us yet. We gotta be prepared for anything next time we see him, Rinji added gravely as he exited the room, leaving Matsumoto with the still sleeping Orihime. Why did you have to fall in love with the most dangerous man of this time and age? Matsumoto asked the sleeping form of Orihime before she clothed her in some new pajamas and laid her gently back into her bed. Walking out, she heard the most chilling thing she could have imagined Orihime saying after she had said that. Don't go, Ichigo-kun. I love you, she said, still within her dream world. Hueco Mundo. The little red-haired girl had ran ahead of him and had finally collapsed and fell to the ground. Ichigo picked up his pace so that no hollow would try to take her as a free meal. Reaching her, he noticed that she was breathing steadily, and upon turning her over with his foot, noticed her eyes closed also. I did say you looked tired, Kyoto. You should have just listened to me and slept while I walked, Ichigo talked to himself as both girls continued to sleep heavily. With a sigh, Ichigo knelt down and snaked his arm around the small form of Kyoto and rested her beside Sachi in his arms. Looking up again, Ichigo could see no definite destination in the far-off horizon. However, he trusted in the voice and these little girls and followed the direction that Kyoto had began to lead him. Ichigo looked at the two bundles in his arms as they slept quietly in his arms. They were both completely out like lights. His previous thoughts about consuming the girls had been slowly leaving him since he had been following Kyoto as she tried to prove her strength. He would not deny it. She was strong, but she was still only a child. For all her big talk, he had the size and the experience. As he looked at him, he felt a certain warmth he had not felt before and was stupefied by the feeling. Ichigo, what you feel now is called empathy. You know how they feel to be all alone in an inhospitable land. You must protect them from all dangers, the voice within his name told him, coming to the surface suddenly. I still want to consume them. Even if the feeling has been subsiding, Ichigo admitted to the voice. I know. Remember, I'm in your mind. I know what you're thinking. The voice pointed out to him. Then tell me this. Why am I also plagued by the feeling that what I'm thinking is horrible? Ichigo asked the voice. I think that for you to unravel that mystery, we must reach that oasis. Only then can I give you my power and reveal to you what you want so much, the voice reminded him. Fine, I'll find that damn oasis you want me to find so badly, Ichigo huffed before looking at the road ahead. In front of him, nothing came to his vision that gave him any indication of where to go. That, and his fatigue, was beginning to eat at him. He had been walking for what felt like hours. He spied a lone tree out in the middle of the desert. Perfect spot. It would allow them a safe place to rest, as it would mean that he could see anything that would try to sneak up on him. And even if he couldn't see them, he would definitely hear them. He reached his resting place and tenderly laid both children on the ground, lying right next to each other. At least they would together be able to give heat to the other. Ichigo looked around himself one last time to make sure there were no dangers that could impede them. Finding none, he lay himself down next to both little girls, just a little away from them on his back. Closing his eyes, he felt a chill pass over him as the night air crossed his body. He turned to both the girls and could see them not even moving from their position, feeling them to be overly vulnerable as far out in the open. Ichigo moved onto his hands and knees. Lifting both bodies up, he placed them under a boulder which jutted out from the sand a bit, covering them from the cold winds which passed over the boulder and kept them out of view. Ichigo then lay onto his back again at the entrance of the hideaway and closed his eyes, allowing sleep to take him. Excuse me, sir, a voice called out into a white marble throne room towards a person sitting on said throne. Yes, the person answered back casually. We detected a hollow presence outside of Las Noches, sir. It was then accompanied by 2 errand car, I think, the voice explained. Errand car, you say? The person asked, instantly alert. Yes, sir. They, along with the hollow, then left Las Noches heading east, the voice answered. I can understand bringing up the errand car, but this hollow, what interest is he to me? Well, sir, it's his spiritual pressure, the voice answered. What level is he? The voice quickly questioned. About a Dujka's level, sir, he answered. Then why bring up that useless information? The person boomed. My camera has picked something else up, sir. There is a spiritual pressure that is hidden away within him, that his body does not have access to, the voice tried to reason. Yes, and what about it? The person asked, interested again. Sir, it rivals that of Aizen, maybe even double Aizen's power. The voice answered as a male errand car with golden short hair stepped forward out of the shadow over his computer console. More spiritual pressure than Aizen-sama. Well, that can't be good, the person replied as he leaned forward, revealing a masculine errand car with shoulder-length silver hair. Urine, dispatch some errand car. I want to meet this hollow who thinks he is stronger than Aizen, and by proxy, me, Volok Zoran, king of Las Noches. Volok yelled as Urine resumed his seat at his computer console and contacted the errand car required to bring in the hollow. By the way, Those other Arankar, who were they? Volok asked, curiously looking down on Urin. I believe that they were the Solis sisters, Urin answered. Well, we could hit 3 crows with many more stones, don't you think, Urin? Volok asked, laughing at his own joke. Urin simply rolled his eyes at his lord's poor excuse for a pun on the well-known phrase. Urin turned back to his console and alerted the rest of the required Arankar about their new assignment. Let's see just how tough you are, Volok said almost to himself, his red eyes gleaming in anticipation. 3 figures lay at the bottom of a tree in the middle of a desert. How rather peculiar. As the Arankar drew closer, they had to take light of the fact that there was a dangerously heavy spiritual pressure floating around in the air. As they looked about themselves, they slowly prepared themselves. They were not stupid. They knew what creatures of this level could do. Slowly, they made their way closer as the figures came closer into view and became more decipherable to them. One of the Arankar became too impatient and ran forward, grabbing at one of the figures. "No, you fool," shouted one of his brethren. He need not have bothered. His fellow Arankar stood up again, clutching at rocks as they fell to the ground through the gaps in his fingers, and he looked up to his comrades, confused. "I don't get it. Their spiritual pressure is so concentrated here. Where are they?" he asked, clearly mystified by the turn of events as he looked around himself to the other possible hiding places. There was only the gap under a rock that was clearly visible, and the tree itself was completely solid. "Sarah, what do your senses tell you?" a large Arankar asked. He was relatively tall, had short white hair and sapphire eyes. He had the standard lower clothing of the Espada, and his top clothing consisted of a white overcoat that was open from top to bottom, exposing his body to the outside world. His body was very lean built, but with his numerous scars across both his abs and his pectorals, it could not be denied that he had seen his fair share of battle. His face was not a pristine masterpiece either, as a large scar ran from the top of his right eye down across it and did not stop until it reached the chin. A female Arankar a few feet away with long wavy blonde hair turned to the voice of the Arankar male. Her purple eyes contrasted with her hair greatly. Her attire consisted of a long white dress that extended down to what looked like a needle stack at the ends of her dress, reaching up enough to cover her chest. Also, she did not need any other clothing. Her arms lay bare towards the cold night air of Hueco Mundo, yet she thought nothing of it. "Wait a second, sir," she answered in a bored and exasperated voice. Raising her head high, she released all of her senses and felt at every little thing she possibly could. She could hear the breathing of the Arankar around her, as if she was the very mouth or nose it was exhaled through. She could see every object within miles, as if she were standing within touching distance. She could smell everything within a large mile radius, as if she were running her nose along the very surface. She could even taste the very salt in the air from the sweat of all the Arankar bodies around her, which in no small way did disgust her. "Damn, you guys really do have to stop sweating so much. It burns when I loosen my senses and get bombarded with your salty taste," Sarah complained while holding a hand across her mouth in an attempt to stem the taste of salt in her mouth. Many of the Arankar, both male and female, around her instantly took offense to this, but none so much as a large Arankar who came walking towards her with much malcontent in his body language and his eyes. Sarah saw the great hulking mass speeding towards her and took a defensive stance with her right fist opened and facing towards him, with her left mirroring the placement, only opened in the opposite direction. She had lowered down and set her legs into a position that would allow her to jump if the situation required it. However, if any of this perturbed or annoyed her, then the bored and relaxed face she wore gave nothing of it away. The large Arankar closed the distance and took a swipe for Sarah, to which she easily dodged by ducking down low, while at the same time grabbing both the huge hand and the forearm within her own hands and using very little, if any at all, strength to flip him onto his back. Completely unwilling to go down so easily, the larger of the Arankar got back onto his feet and kicked his leg out, intent to bring the female to the ground, where he would simply pummel her face into the very same ground. She casually jumped into the air and, using his outstretched leg as a vault, pushed herself into the air and crashed her collected feet against the large Arankar's chin. With a loud crack, the battle had been finished, and the male Arankar fell to the ground, holding onto his injured jaw. Sarah picked herself up from the ground and dusted herself off. That overgrown oaf had gotten sand on her dress. Hearing a whisper upon the wind, she turned towards the white-haired Aaronkar who had turned to the scene of their bout. You are not supposed to create such a stir. Now they will most definitely know where we are. We have lost the element of surprise. However, we may have already lost that since they have already tried to trick us. The white-haired Aaronkar contemplated while rubbing his chin, while all other Aaronkar simply awaited his decision to come. From behind Sarah, a large hand came out to try and grab her smaller form. She felt the gust of air and did not even flinch. Before the large hand could even get close, it had been stopped by a hand significantly smaller. There behind Sarah stood the white-haired Aaronkar, holding back the huge Aaronkar with what looked like very little effort. In fact, it was so little he was able to continue stroking his chin whilst holding onto the hand. Now, I thought you were smarter than that oaf Yami. Nuka. The white-haired Aaronkar talked slowly as if he was thinking about every word he used. That bitch had it coming. Calling me a sweaty oaf, Nuka tried to argue. Yet she did not use the words sweaty oaf, did she? The white-haired Aaronkar asked, just as slowly again raising his left eyebrow with his question. Nuka saw the silent threat within the Aaronkar's words and backed down quickly, his anger burning to nothing in an instant. No, Sakabi-sama, Nuka answered, slightly lowering his head at the same time. Good. Now, Sarah, if you are done pestering our comrades here, would you mind telling us where our quarry are? I would prefer we do not keep Volok-sama waiting, Zakabe asked, slowly making sure that Sarah had understood him. Okay, from what I could pick up, the two Solis sisters are on the move with a significantly weaker hollow of a Dutchka's level, Sarah began. Right, we knew this much from Sorel's research. What more can you give me? Zakabe asked in his usual slow demeanor. They are headed north and are roughly about a few hours ahead of us, Sarah answered, finishing her examination of her surroundings. Without any noticeable changes to his face, Zakabe answered with a short, very well, let us pursue them in that case, before he leapt from his standing point and vanished into his sonido, making a show in complete contrast to his slower demeanor. The dirt and dust that was kicked up in his initial burst were not even able to affect the other Aaronkar, as they had already took off in pursuit of their leader, except from Sarah. She had stayed behind for the briefest of moments to contemplate the amusing turn of events. So the new hollow with vast powers has found two renegade Aaronkar. This is interesting. I can't wait to meet this hollow. His hidden power is so tantalizing, she mused to herself before she too blasted off in a flurry of dust and debris. He knew that he had to get away from that area. There was something in his mind that simply told him that the area was dangerous and that he should move as soon as possible. He was content to simply ignore the voice until it began screeching in his ears the same way nails against a chalkboard would sound. With the persistence of the voice, Ichigo had finally decided that he would move from where he was. He found that the two little girls were still sound asleep. He could not bring himself to wake them up, finding a wave of something washing against his chest whenever he looked at their sleeping faces. He gently picked them up and placed them in his arms. It was strange for him. If he had seen that sight over a year ago when his life had began, he would have probably consumed them without any hesitation. Yet now he found himself with the feeling of something washing against his insides whenever he looked at the girls and an overwhelming need to protect them. You see, Ichigo, you are not the monster that both the Soul Society and the real world fear. What you feel are the starting points for both compassion and love. What do you mean? I thought hollows were not able to feel those kinds of things, Ichigo asked the voice within his head. Not all hollows. If they have power enough and can keep their mind intact, then it is highly possible that they can have positive emotions also. What do both of these emotions mean? Ichigo asked the voice curiously. I would have thought that you would have been able to remember these kinds of emotions. I guess that not everything will awaken dormant memories. Very well. Compassion is much like whenever you look at the girls, you want to do things in order to keep them both happy and safe, correct? The voice asked rhetorically. I think so, Ichigo answered, honestly unsure if that was what he felt about them. I know your mind and your memories anyway. However, I can see that love is an emotion you did devoid yourself of when you were a human. This you feel with what you believe your need or your duty to protect the two girls, the voice explained. I don't think I have a duty to protect these girls, Ichigo replied, stopping in his tracks. Then why bring them? The voice answered casually. I don't know, they wouldn't be safe by themselves, he tried to answer. You have already verified that they are both far stronger than yourself anyway, the voice answered him without much hesitation. I don't know, then are you happy? It just felt right. Ichigo finally answered back, losing his cool a bit. I know your mind, it seems almost hardwired into your system. The need to protect those you love, the voice told him almost as if it sounded happy. Then why ask me when? You already know so well, and when I can't remember half of these memories that I am subject to? Ichigo seethed to the voice. I wish to work alongside a master who has a more compassionate side, unlike that of my previous master who cared nothing for me. As such, I want to try and help you understand that which you do not yet know, the voice answered him honestly. Ichigo shifted, uncomfortable at the way the voice was able to stay so calm even after all of his hasty words, and was always looking out for him. It was like a guardian angel of sorts. The voice did also try to help him whenever it could too, so maybe it was not such a bad thing after all. Oh, sorry, guess I'm just aggravated because I had to wake up from screeching in my head, Ichigo told the voice. If I had not awoken you, then those Arankar would have found and killed you or taken you back to Lost No Chase, the voice told him, annoying Ichigo immensely. Then it was you who woke me up, he complained to his mind. Would you prefer to be taken to that palace where your very existence could be extinguished easily? The voice asked cynically. Well, no, Ichigo answered sheepishly. That's what I thought. Now there are many that follow you. I count at least 10 Arankar, and they are hot on your trail, the voice explained to him as he started to jog slowly and pick up the pace gradually. Couldn't I just easily fight and beat them? Ichigo asked, a little bit of his usual bloodthirsty nature coming through. No, those Arankar could tear you apart, and I cannot give you any of my power, because if I do in your current state, then I may very well destroy you, the voice told him slowly. Then what do you suggest? Ichigo asked, losing patience. Get to that oasis as soon as you possibly can. Only then will you have anywhere near enough strength to defeat some of the Arankar, the voice answered without any wavering in its voice. With that, Ichigo came back to the present and focused entirely on moving as fast as he could in order to reach this so-called oasis. Being careful not to disturb the small bundles within his arms, he began to move even quicker. Yet as he moved, he could feel something ominously evil behind him, and chancing a glance behind him, he seen the line of 10 white-clad human-sized warriors vanishing and reappearing in short bursts towards him. He had to get away from them fast or else taste the ground they walked on, because their combined spiritual pressure was one of sheer monstrosity. Human world. Matsumoto had not left her vigil of Orheim for hours. All of the group had agreed to watch over Orheim at converging intervals, allowing her to be under constant view, and they could make sure that she was indeed safe. Tatsuki and Ishida had already done their 2 hours each, and after them had been Matsumoto. Yet after 5 hours, she still sat at the side or Orheim's bed. Her eyes barely even still open, and her fears for Orheim were high. The poor soul had been through a heavily traumatic period of time. She looked to Orheim's hand and could see the stitches Ishida had been forced to tie across her knuckles in an attempt to stop the flow of blood. To see such a beautiful body under even the slightest amount of damage was horrible, but to see the twisted faces she pulled as she slept grabbed at the heart of Matsumoto. She wished that she could go into Orheim's mind and comfort her there, able to tell her that things would be just fine and that her friends would always be there for her. But as she thought about it, part of that statement would be a complete lie. One of her closest friends would no longer be there for her. He had become a monster that none of them ever really needed to see nor meet. Matsumoto knew she could not hate Ichigo for what he had become, talking to both Orheim and Rukia and finding out about his inner hollow and his fights with it. Matsumoto became more sympathetic towards the young man. It would be almost inevitable to turn into a hollow if he had an inner hollow who was finally allowed the release it wanted. The sound of the door behind her opening alerted her, and she instantly grabbed the hilt of her Zanpakuto and brought the blade of Haniko against the throat of someone far taller than herself. Looking up, she could see the face of the young but large man. He was entering with some towels and some water. He did not even seem to be startled as Matsumoto held her Zanpakuto to his throat. Matsumoto quickly lowered her Zanpakuto and resheathed it. Turning back to Orheim, she felt the pure muscle of the large man cause a swoosh of air as he simply passed her, and took her seat next to Orihime. He set the bowl of water down on Orihime's bedside table, being as quiet as he possibly could while doing so. He took one of the towels and soaked it within the warm water in the bowl. Twisting it to take some of the moisture out, he lightly dabbed it across Orihime's brow as he took away the small amount of perspiration that had appeared there. Matsumoto looked on confused as to what the large man was doing, and was surprised that such a large man could even be quite as gentle as he was being. He was almost the epitome of a gentle giant. With another towel, he repeated the process, but this time allowed the towel to lay folded a few times across the top of her head. Her breathing became noticeably more relaxed as this method was applied, and it took Matsumoto's curiosity to the next level. "What did you do?" she asked him quietly. He turned around to her almost as if he did not hear her. But as he looked directly into her eyes, she felt as if he had seen all there was to know about her. "I simply applied warmth to her head," Chad answered back, turning back round to Orihime as he placed the dirty towel in the water again and picked up the bowl. "Where are you going?" Matsumoto quickly asked, afraid to lose the gentle giant as company. "You wish to watch over her more? I shall not impede upon that. Just tell me when you are ready to finish up, and I shall take over my watch," Chad told her softly as he approached her on his way to the door. "Wait, do you think I could sleep in here too? I don't want to leave Orihime, and I really want to have some sleep. Do you think I can sleep in here and you could watch over both of us?" Matsumoto asked, instantly fighting her inner mind. "That's just great, Ranjaku. Look almost as if you're a desperate child afraid of the dark. That will get him to notice you." "Very well, seeing as you are so close to Orihime, and I have my personal duty to protect her. I guess that means as one of her closest friends that would include you too," Chad reasoned, completely losing the desperate way in which Matsumoto had acted. "Thank you, Sato-san," Matsumoto answered softly. While in her mind what was really being said was "thank the Soul King, he never picked up on my desperation earlier." Wait, that means he is still clueless, doesn't it? Matsumoto concluded her inner fight with a less than positive answer that she had hoped for. Yet she already partly knew that due to the gaps with both their age and their lives in general would not allow them to be one. She would just have to get over it. Chad left the room and let Matsumoto climb into the spare bed within Orihime's room, which lay right across from the bottom of Orihime's bed, almost as if it were symmetry in her room. Closing her eyes slowly, she was able to stay awake long enough only to see the gentle giant re-enter the room quietly and notice that both women appeared to be sleeping. With a slight laugh to himself, he sat down on the chair that was right next to Orihime. He crossed his large arms and stared intently at Orihime. He did not take his watch lightly, and he would make sure that Orihime was well in every sense of the word. When Orihime smiled slightly in her sleep, Chad himself also smiled. "You're dreaming about Ichigo, aren't you?" The good times, Chad talked softly to her, as Matsumoto silently watched on through half-closed eyes at the tender moment from the large man. "I do not lie to you when I say that it hurts me also to see Ichigo this way. We were as brothers once, always looking out for each other because of my refusal to fight for myself. Now with him gone, I guess I must change entirely from my old ways. No one will come to help me as Ichigo did, and to be honest, I do not want them to. Ichigo was the only person to me who could fit that role, and I believe you feel the same way. You loved him and only feel that Ichigo can fill that space within your heart, don't you?" Chad had by now set both of his forearms resting against his thighs and looked more intensely at Orihime. Then he done something that anyone who was with him would have been blown back to see. In front of Orihime's sleeping form, he revealed to her what no one had ever seen before, his other eye. He slid his hand through his hair, almost doing the same motion as Aizen had as he left Soul Society, and slicked his hair back to reveal both of his brown eyes. Matsumoto was mesmerized by the sight that was before her. He was drop-dead gorgeous when he had his hair back. Any girl would be chasing after him if they had seen him like that. On that note, she made sure that he would never be seen by any other woman except maybe Orihime like that. Otherwise, she would have to battle them to the death. "I reveal to you my true face in light of the current situation, even though you cannot see it. I pledge that as a sign of my devotion to protecting you, my face will not be covered by my hair. That way you will be able to know always through my facial language exactly what I am thinking," Chad finished. Matsumoto really didn't know what he meant by that speech, but understood the never letting his hair down again and felt her heart deflate in dread She was going to be in many fights. Chad looked around the room for what really must have been the thousandth time, checking that both Orihime and Matsumoto were sound asleep and safe. He brought his hand up towards his head only to realize he could see it completely clearly now. He gonna have to get used to this more clear eyesight. Looking to his watch, he noticed that now was around about his time for his shift to end. Readying himself to leave, he felt spiritual pressure close to him and gathered his own instinctively. Rising from his chair quickly, he was met with three figures. He coated both of his arms in their respective armor and prepared himself to fight to the bitter end for the two women. All of the figures came through the doorway and out of the shadows to reveal themselves to the battle-ready teen. There stood Yoruichi Shiohin, Urahara Kisuke, and Isshin Kurosaki, all with worried expressions etched across their faces, more so on Yoruichi's face. The other two men did still, however, have that same worry etched into their faces. They were all wearing their usual clothes. Even Isshin was wearing his doctor's uniform. Chad calmed down at the sight of the three friendly faces and allowed his arms to revert to their normal forms. After finally doing this, the three people who had just walked into the room could finally relax also. They didn't want to test those powers against themselves anytime soon. "How is she?" Yoruichi asked, first looking directly at Orihime. "She looks fine. She burst her knuckles open earlier, but Ishida patched that up," Chad answered her. "What happened?" Urahara asked, reaching up to tip his hat on his head and looking down at the poor girl in front of him. She really did look pale. "She was having a bath. We were all sitting through in the dining room when we heard her screaming. The women burst in and found her out cold on the floor. Her mirror was broken and some of the glass was embedded in her knuckles. She has been sleeping ever since," Chad explained, turning back to Orihime as he spoke. "She lashed out at her mirror? Why would she do that?" Yoruichi questioned all present. "That may depend on what she may have seen in the mirror," Urahara answered for her, looking down again to the pale form of Orihime. "It must have been something utterly horrifying to make one so sweet and innocent as Inoue-san punch the mirror in an attempt to get rid of the image," Isshin added in, just as everyone came to the same conclusion. "It was Ichigo," came a soft voice on the opposite side of the room. Isshin instantly tensed at the mention of his deceased son and twisted around in his fury to look at the one who dared say such a thing. His burning eyes fell on the woman he had saved a year ago, Matsumoto. Urahara and Yoruichi knew the danger bells whenever they went off around Isshin, and right now they were being ringed with a deafening volume to them. Both stepped to each side of him, grabbing an arm. He was a father, and he did not take too kindly to those who would paint his son in the negative light. His longtime friends held him in place from causing any problems, or for that matter a mess, and as such he had to resort to verbally transmitting his point. "What the hell did you say?" Isshin roared to the blonde-haired woman, who retracted backwards at the harsh tone of the man. "It was Ichigo who caused her to do that," she reiterated calmly. "How dare you say such things about my son? He should be living safe in Rukagnai for all that he has done for you Shinigami. And you go and try to tell me he is the cause for Orihime's ailment." Isshin roared at the woman. Even his friends were scared now. They had never seen Isshin in an uproar like this. He had always been seen as the quiet and effectively cool type. This outburst was completely unlike him. His sisters have only been able to get through his death in the knowledge that he was living in soul society and was finally at peace after such hard difficulties he had been through, Isshin told her, his voice dying down slightly as tears began to run down his cheeks. "They have never been the same ever since he died. Karen has become even more reclusive than she had been before, and Yuzu has lost the love that she used to have for everyone. She is a husk of what she once was." Isshin continued his outpour of hateful information to all present. "And me, how can I feel? I've lost both my wife and now my eldest son. My daughters don't blame me for it, but I know that they should. I was unable to help my son, and because of that he is dead." Isshin finally bowed his head as everyone believed him finished. He fell to the ground in a bowing position. "The only solace that we can take is that he is safe within Soul Society and living a happy, peaceful life," Isshin called from his position. Both Urahara and Yoruichi looked at each other awkwardly as they watched the inner destruction of their friend. They had no idea that it had ever affected him anything like this. He had never seemed like it before. They had concealed the truth from him because they knew how it would affect both him and his twin daughters. To know that their lovable brother was now a heartless creature seemed like a soft lie to tell them. Kurosaki-kun. Everyone in the room turned to the sleeping form of Oraheim who had ever so sweetly called out the name. Ishin jumped to his feet and rushed over to her side, swiftly moving past Chad without any problems. He stopped at her bedside and noticed how her face was twisted in confusion and fear. Kurosaki-kun, what happened to you? She whispered loudly as her eyes stayed tightly shut. Ishin turned to everyone behind him with a questioning look on his face. What does she mean? He asked dangerously, which caused no less than every face but Chad's to fall. You do not know? Chad asked without any hint of malice within his voice. Ishin turned to the large teen with an angry glint in his eyes. What don't I know? Ishin asked, his voice echoing the feeling seen in his eyes. When Ichigo fought Aizen, I think something happened that caused him to become a hollow. Chad answered Ishin without any hint of fear or hesitation. Ishin was lost. Lost was probably barely even the term now. He was gone from his mind, almost. He had been lied to by those he trusted with his heart and soul. He had been lied to about his son. They had told him simply that he had died and that the chances of him living in the Rokogni would be good. Now he finds out that they had lied to him about such a thing. The room grew dark and heavy as Ishin turned around to his two friends. His eyes seemed to be hollow and devoid of anything. Tell me that's not true. Tell me that what you told me was the truth. Ishin almost pleaded to both of the people. Both of them lifted their faces up only to look at each other. Urahara was the one to decide to take the bullet for this one. He would save Yoruichi the pain of this one. I was present when it happened, Kurosaki-san, Urahara told him quietly. He was quickly pressed against the wall behind him as the bulk of Ishin had bulldozed him into said position. Then why did you lie to me about such things? Ishin yelled at his face, spitting slightly. To save you from the truth, he has become a hollow and has become one with the Hogyoku. He has forgotten all but Inoue-san. If you tried to look for him, he would surely kill you without hesitation. Urahara explained as Ishin slowly let go of the clothes he had grabbed and let Urahara lower to his feet again. Are you saying all traces of my son are gone? Ishin asked, his voice seeming almost hollow. I am afraid so, Ishin. Everything but his memories of Inoue-san seemed to be gone, Urahara added. But you said that she punched the mirror because of Ichigo. If he remembered her, then why would she be so scared of him? Ishin asked, starting to completely lose the line of thought required. He remembers her name only. She herself, however, he does remember. He just believes her to be his nemesis and has promised that he will kill her. Urahara finished lowering his head so that his hat covered his entire face. My son has become a monster, Ishin pointed out, to no one in particular. Actually, he has not, Urahara countered Ishin. This caused Ishin's head to rise up and look at Urahara's face. What do you mean? Ishin asked, his voice still hollow. He remembers Inoue-san. I believe that with that knowledge he has not been completely lost to his hollow side yet. I believe that he can be saved, even, Urahara told him confidently. I hope that you are right. I would love to be able to tell my daughters that their brother is in fact alive. Maybe then they can go back to their old ways, Ishin answered, turning towards the window from the room. He was suddenly sick of everyone in the room, save maybe for Oraheim. Please tell Inoue-san that I wish to see her when she is ready. Ishin talked to no one in particular, facing directly at the window. Ishin, I am sorry I kept this from you. Urahara tried to explain as he stepped forwards towards Ishin. For your sake, you had better hope that keeping such a secret from me was worth it, Ishin told his old friend dangerously as he took off out of the room. He had not gotten far before he could feel a familiar spiritual pressure chasing him. He knew he couldn't outrun the person and so stopped on top of a building's roof. He was only trying to preserve your feelings, came the soft voice from behind him. He turned around to maybe the only one who could talk to him in this situation, Yoruichi. In doing so, he has caused me even more pain than if he had told me at the beginning, Ishin argued as he turned to leave. He did not even wish to talk to her right now. Now hang on. He was only trying to help you. How can you be so angry when all he was doing was trying to look out for you? Yoruichi asked him, clearly annoyed by Ishin's current unforgiving attitude. Have you ever had to tell two little girls that they are never going to see their mommy again? Have you ever had to tell those same two girls that their protector big brother, who has been there for them for so long, is now dad and their chances of seeing him are slim too? But it's okay because he is in heaven? Ishin asked her, his anger almost dripping from his form. His eyes looked at Yoruchi with a hatred that he had never shown anyone before. I can understand what Urahara had done perfectly, but for once in his life he assessed the situation incorrectly. My daughters and I suffer because of his mistake. That is not something easily forgivable, Ishin told her, looking directly at her. Yoruchi, having been raised as a noble, had been taught to never show her true emotions to anyone. But this was her friend, and he was a shattered man. She cringed at his look that seemed to penetrate to the deepest parts of her soul. Ishin, we were only trying to help you. We didn't realize that anything like this might happen, Yoruchi basically whispered. You don't know me at all, do you? Ishin asked her, with his hatred-filled eyes still boring into her. After the years we spent together, you don't understand me. This was exactly why I left the Shinigami. Masaki gave me a life of happiness, and she knew me. She did not pretend to care about me. She loved me and showed me that there was someone out there that could know me for who I am. You people only ever pretended that you knew or cared about me, Ishin told her without even once blinking. His hatred and words were like daggers inflicting wounds to Yoruchi. We did know you. We were all friends. We all looked out for each other. Yoruchi tried to argue, but she knew that once she had said that she was in trouble. You did not. You left me over a century ago. When first I came to this world away from the Shinigami, I was overjoyed to see you guys. You were all doing so well. In the back of my mind, though, I could not deny the fact that you had all left me without even a word of goodbye. How then can you know me? How can you know exactly what both my wife and my son meant to me? And for that matter, my daughters. Ishin was verbally destroying Yoruchi, and he could see it in her face. With a heavy sigh, he turned around. Go. Watch over Orihime until she gets better, and accompany her when she comes to see me. I doubt there will be anything less than suspicion if an older man like me wants to see a young woman alone, Ishin added before he blasted off into Shuinpa, without any hesitation. Yoruchi was forced to return to the room with a less than happy appearance etched across her face. He was right. They really didn't know him at all. They should have known better than to have lied to him. He was their friend, and they betrayed his trust yet again. She returned to the room to find everyone very much still in the same places that they had been. However, with some changes, there were Ishida, Tatsuki, Rinji, and Rukia in the room also now. Once Yoruchi returned, she was met by a questioning look from Urahara. He would not listen to me. He feels betrayed by us, Yoruchi answered his silent question. I feared as much. I guess I got this one wrong, Yoruchi-san, Urahara admitted before lifting his hat from his head, and in a most un-Urahara-like way threw it out of the door in anger. To say everyone was surprised may be incorrect to assume. None, but maybe Yoruchi had seen Urahara angry, and even she seemed slightly surprised. What happened? Rinji asked for everyone who was new on the scene. In order to save some of Ishin's feelings, we lied to him about Ichigo. We told him that he had died and went to Soul Society. Yoruchi answered, as at that moment Urahara did not seem like one to talk as he breathed in heavily to calm himself down. Why would you do that? Rukia asked this time. I mean, what if he achieved Arankar status and returned here? Wouldn't that cause even more pain for him? She asked, unsure if she was right in her train of thought. We thought about him and his daughters. To have them believe that Ichigo was living peacefully seemed like the best thing we could offer them than tell them that he was suffering the life of a hollow. Yoruchi explained, trying to make her point seem valid. I must say, though, it may have had an adverse effect, Ishida voiced from his standing point next to both Rinji and Chad. I pass both of the Kurosaki twins on my way home from school, and usually they will stop me and talk to me as they know me from Ichigo. They no longer do that. Whenever I pass them both, they look almost as if life has nothing to offer them. Ishida finished revealing the true extent of the lie to the Kurosakis. We only tried to think about giving them an alternative where their brother did not die in vain. We did not know that they would still be so badly affected, Yoruchi tried to reason. Even so, those girls were close to their brother. Losing him at all was a heavy blow for them, Chad told her through his knowledge of Ichigo's sisters, through Ichigo himself. Everyone was left in an uncomfortable silence after that. The ones that had effectively lost everything were still losing everything to this moment. They had lost a mother and now they had lost a brother too. That was 2 lives extinguished from existence. What was even worse was that Ichigo had died almost in vain. His trump card had not been enough to subdue Aizen by himself. When he had returned and consumed Aizen, he had effectively done as he had set out to do, but he was a monster that could not tell the family that all of Ichigo's work had been in vain and that he had to become a monster to save the 2 worlds. Rukia's cell phone beeped in her pocket. Looking at it, she could see numerous hollows coming into the area. Readying her soul pill, she was stopped when Urahara lifted his hand and grabbed hers within his own. If you please, Kachiki-san, Kurosaki-san is angry, and since we don't know what he is like angry, I don't want to risk anyone getting in his way. Urahara told her as his face came into her view. She would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it, but this was something that Urahara was not sure of at all. Rukia put her pill back into her pocket as she felt the rise in spiritual pressure far off in the distance. This is Ichigo's dad's power? Rukia asked, absolutely mystified by the power of it. Yes, he was a former captain in the Goti 13, you know, Urahara answered with the traces of a smile creeping onto his face again. You never heard the legend of Captain Kurosaki? Yoruichi asked, mainly the Shinigami present in the room. However, all of them had to shake their heads. Well, I guess that's Soul Society banned that one then. Figure. Ever since he left, I'll bet a lot of his exploits will be erased from the library, or just unobtainable, Urahara stated as he looked amongst them. What are you talking about? Rinji asked, his left eyebrow raised in his confused state. Captain Kurosaki done many great exploits in his time as captain of the 10th Division. At this piece of information, Matsumoto raised her head questioningly. In all her time in the 10th Squad, she had never known the previous captain before her current one had taken over. Before that, the knowledge of the previous captain was unattainable. Yes, I guess that you would not remember him. He had left that placement at least 20 years ago. As such, that must be when all of the information on him was wiped, Urahara explained to the confused Matsumoto, who simply stood still confused. His exploits were numerous and dangerous. At the mention of the word dangerous, the howls of the hollows out in the Karakura town could be heard as they were destroyed. He was in many situations where it seemed that overpowering odds against even more powerful foes were almost likely to be his end. Urahara told them as the spiritual pressure they all felt was rising still as the hollows' combined spiritual pressure plummeted. His greatest exploit, however, was when myself and Yoruichi were in Soul Society. He fought at least 2 Vasto Lord by himself, and, although he did not kill them, what you must remember is that just one is hard enough for a captain to take on alone, and he took on 2 himself. Everyone's eyes widened at the revelation of Ishin's strength. He could hold his own against 2 Vasto Lords? I won't deny that he was beat up to a pulp and spent enough time in the medical barracks to get on first-name terms with Captain Unohana. But he had managed to do what seemed like the impossible and repelled them back to Hueco Mundo. He recited many recommendations and was even offered a promotion to Squad 0. He refused, however. Urahara looked to everyone around him and could see the confused expressions aplenty. For you who know not too much about all I have said, basically Kurosaki-san's dad was a strong man and the leader of a squad. He was strong enough to fight off 2 being stronger than him, and for surviving and repelling them, he was invited to join a group of some of the most powerful Shinigami ever, Urahara explained basically to Tatsuki, Ishida, and Chad as they all finally came to realize much more about Ichigo's lineage. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If he was so powerful, then why did he pass out when his son needed him so much? Tatsuki asked, remembering when he had saved the same blonde-haired woman in the same woman as them and had collapsed into sleep. He has only recently been able to tap into his Shinigami powers again. I believe that he was only at around about 30% of his power when he had shown up before you in the real Karakura town, Urahara explained. Then that should have been plenty in order to save that woman and help Ichigo. Tatsuki shouted, pointing at Matsumoto as she talked about her. He was not at 30% then. He was barely at 1% then. That is why he had collapsed, Urahara explained, beginning to allow a smile to stretch, thinking about the ways of his friend. Even when he was out of steam, he would push himself. Then why did he save me then? Matsumoto asked, now hating being the subject of attention. I don't believe that he could so easily just sat and watched as a member of his previous division was hurt. He treated them all as family, you know? Urahara told her with a slight smile. Then why was he erased from the library if he was in such high regard? Matsumoto questioned, slightly aggravated that one who sounded like a perfect captain was erased from memory. He defied Soul Society. They can't have that. Even if it is from one of their very own captains, Urahara answered slowly. Why do you think none of the captains talk about myself, or Yoruichi, or Juro, or Ferua? Urahara took note of the confused looks on everyone's faces, even Yoruichi's. Exactly, he finished. Eventually, the spiritual pressure died down as the final hollow fell from the sky and found its way either to Hell or Soul Society. Wow. Wish I could have seen him fighting, Renji spoke out as he looked around the room. Oh, I don't doubt we shall all see it soon enough, Urahara told him, moving into the hallway to retrieve his earlier discarded hat. What do you mean? Renji asked, a little bit of him brightening up at the prospect of seeing such an amazing man fight. Well, I doubt that young Kurosaki-san is finished with us yet, and as such I think that the next time he comes that his father will confront him, Urahara told them with his face becoming solemn again. Orihime came back to attention as she began to squirm in her sleep. Her face tightened into a scared face as her arms began to flail wildly at her side, knocking over a cup of tea on her bedside table that had once belonged to Chad. Yoruichi reacted immediately, moving across to the young woman and grabbing her into an embrace. Orihime began to relax soon after Yoruichi had began hugging her, eventually bringing her own arms around Yoruichi's waist and hugging her tightly, as if she never wanted to let go. That was when the sobbing began. Yoruichi could feel her clothes beginning to dampen as the tears soaked into her clothing. She was, however, unperturbed, as it was clear this girl needed someone to talk to, and even if she was asleep, maybe all she needed right now was a hug? To all surrounding them, this seemed nothing out of the ordinary, besides the fact that Yoruichi had taken the initiative and tried to soothe the girl instead, or Matsumoto. But however, everyone decided that for Orihime's own good, too many people in the same room as them may not be what was needed right now. All filed out quietly. Even though it seemed pointless since Orihime had not woken when Isshin had basically been shouting his head off, they still thought it the right thing to do. The only ones left afterwards were Matsumoto, Chad, Urahara, and Yoruichi. What are we going to do? Yoruichi asked almost desperately. I don't know. I honestly don't know, was all Urahara could answer with. Hueco Mundo. Time was rapidly running out for him and the two girls, and he knew it all too well. They were running for their very lives now. The two girls had recently awoken and were able to run alongside him. Well, to be more exact, they were vanishing and reappearing up in front of him, beating him in the direction they were going. He did not have time to be annoyed at that. All that mattered was following them and knowing that they were both safe. He continued to run, narrowly avoiding a projectile that came cascading to his right. Tearing through the skin on his right shoulder, he grunted in pain, but kept on running forwards. His breaths were beginning to burn at his throat as he continued onwards. The two girls were still ahead and didn't look to be in any bad shape. After waking up, in fact, they were mystified to why they were being carried and why they were moving so fast. However, once looking up and seeing the familiar mask of their savior, they had both quickly jumped out of his arms in order to allow him to run freely. It did not matter. Without their weight, he could run a bit more freely, yes, but he was still far slower than either of them, and for that matter, the ones that chased them also. They knew it, and so did he. It was almost as if they were playing with him by hanging back as much as they were. He felt a burst of pain erupting from his right shoulder blade. Looking over his shoulder, he could see the blade that stuck out from his skin. It eventually disappeared into spirit particles and returned to one in the group who had slowed down to just a slow walk. Ichigo turned back to the direction he had been running and saw the two girls at a complete standstill, his breathing becoming a real burden to him. Now, he continued onwards. Both Sachi and Kyoto looked to him with a smile on their faces. This confused Ichigo, and he almost felt stupid. What if he was caught in a double cross? However, both of the girls continued onwards with the slightest of steps, as if there was no longer any danger. They even went as far as to have a skip in their step. Ichigo was surprised and as such chased after them as quickly as he could, pulling at the air itself if only to get him moving faster. There was shift in the movement from behind him also. They had kicked themselves into overdrive in order to catch him. He felt the piercing pain as more than one projectile was forced through the skin on his back again and had to grunt in pain again. The sheer force of the impact sent him to the ground. He looked up to find that the two girls had left him and were still walking peacefully just up ahead. He felt something in his chest loosen, and he relaxed slightly. "Get up, Ichigo. We are not far away," came the agitated voice in his mind. "But I don't see anything yet," Ichigo answered, the voice slightly disappointed. "You cannot see it because it can only be viewed by those who have been within its dome," the voice told him. He dragged his body to its feet and started to trudge in the direction of the two girls, both of which had turned back around towards him. They motioned towards him with their hands for him to come towards them, their smiles still present on their faces. Ichigo pushed himself as hard as he could in order to reach them. His footsteps were heavy as his power was rapidly leaving him. As he put down his foot, his whole body just physically collapsed upon itself, causing him to fall to his knees barely a few feet away from both Sachi and Kyoto, who looked at him with fear in their eyes. He felt the gust of air as bodies appeared behind him and felt the cold tip of 9 different weapons pointed towards the back of his neck. He knew that this was it. No way could he take on 9 beings of this power level, especially when they had already managed to weaken him so much. His breath left him as he looked to the two girls. The look he saw with them was of fear, not for themselves, but for him. He was completely taken aback by that show of emotion. In all of his times confronted with beings that had faces that could show emotion, sure, he had seen fear, but it had always been directed at him. Right now, though, those two were afraid of him being killed, not afraid of him. As Ichigo took a few moments to understand the turn of events, a 10th person walked in front of him and grabbed onto the tuft of the mane that lay limply over his shoulder and made Ichigo look up into his face. The hair was short and white, his eyes were sapphire, and the scar that cut across his right eye made him seem all the more intimidating. His face did not ever seem to change, but Ichigo could see the joy burning within the eyes of the being. "Looks like you did not quite make it," Zakabe told him, his face barely inches away from Ichigo's own. Ichigo's head lowered as he had to accept that he was indeed beat. The others were strong, but he could just tell that this one commanded respect, and that he got it. He was hefted into the air by the man and looked directly into his eyes. They reflected his image almost perfectly. The being threw Ichigo off to his left and turned back to him. "He is weak. Nothing to cause a worry for Volok-sama," Zakabe told the group that surrounded him as he began to walk away. "What? We're just going to leave after chasing them this far?" Nuka complained. "Maybe we should take the girls to make sure that the mission was not in vain." Sarah tried to reason, moving past Zakabe towards the two girls. She would not deny that she was mildly disappointed in the strength of the hollow. It was made out to be so much more than it was. "Very well, Sarah, Buku retrieve the girls. Our master wishes to see them," Zakabe told both women as they then went on to retrieve the girls from their standing points. They swooped down and without any hesitation scooped the girls into their arms and were off again. "Ichi-ni, save us," were the cries that came from both of the girls as they were carried away. "This one will be dead soon. His spiritual pressure has all but left him, and he will be eaten by an other hollow anyway," Nuka said before turning away and leaving swiftly alongside most of the other Arankar. "You were indeed a disappointment," Zakabe said to Ichigo before he himself turned and began to leave. "Wrong thing to say, Arankar. You should have watched where you threw my master Hahana." The voice took actual sound as it came rolling out of Ichigo's mouth, that genderless voice that seems to simply emanate in power itself. Zakabe watched as all around him trees and shrubbery were revealed, and a small lake in the center came into view. Turning back to Ichigo, he could see the white light that eventually concealed him from view. One thing was for sure, he felt the power growing immensely. "Sachi, Kyoto. Sachi, Kyoto. Sachi, Kyoto. Sachi, Kyoto." The names screamed around in his head, as if they were bells physically ringing within his mind. He could see their faces full of fear as they were lifted from the ground by those two females. His mind had screamed out in fury as that image took hold of him. He was unable to control himself. He felt new emotions flooding into his body as he looked upon the panic-stricken faces of those girls. There was an unexplainable desire to protect those girls hardwired into his mind now, and he was not going to ignore it. The Arankar looked at him after he had thrown Ichigo off in the direction he had. He found himself to be within a dome of equatorial jungle. Trees let off stream into the air that then all seemed to form over the small lake in the center of the dome. Its glittering surface could have been mistaken for being liquid crystal, as the sheer beauty of it would almost accept nothing else. Zacabe had to look around in mild fascination for a moment or two. He had never seen anything quite like this before and had never heard of anything like this in Hueco Mundo. Then the hollow was consumed by white energy as it cascaded around his form, cutting at the very foliage that surrounded them. Zacabe could even see the ripples of the small crystalline lake cascading away from the display of raw power that he was being shown. The light being shown off from the display was almost so great that Zacabe had to physically shield his eyes from its bite. While his vision was impaired by his very own arms, he noticed the small cuts that were slowly appearing across his arms and could feel the crushing weight as a powerful spiritual pressure pushed down on him with no mercy at all. Ichigo's mind was a complete mess. To say that might be an understatement. His memories flooded into his mind without any mercy of their own, flashing images of fights between different Shinigami against other Arrancar and their Espada. The faces of those whom he had long since forgotten once he had fallen to his defeat over a year ago, his family, his friends, his allies, and Oraheim. The memories infiltrated their way into his mind, and he had to hold at his head in order to try and stem the unbelievable amount of pain that his head was being subjected to. As he screamed out in pain, he could feel as his hollow mask began to slowly disappear. He was scared for his life now. If a hollow completely lost their mask, then they died. It was as simple as that. "Calm, my precious. I would not allow you to die such a tragic death," the voice soothed over in his head as the pain from the memories kept at their hurtful destruction. Ichigo could not respond. The pain eating away at his mind was all too real and all too excruciating. "Sachi, Kyoto, we have to save them." Ichigo grunted the best he could considering the amount of pain he was enduring. "Fear not, my master. I shall grant you power enough to easily beat these Arrancar and retrieve your friends," the voice answered him, trying to soothe him from his pain again, this time to more effect as the memories began to subside and find their places within his mind. "They are not my friends," Ichigo answered back to his mind in an almost exhausted tone. "That is a tad harsh, is it not? I mean, I know your mind and heart, but to say such things about those two little girls is harsh," the voice answered him, not in the slightest bit surprised. "They are not my friends. After the way I feel about them, I am far more protective than any friend would be. I will destroy anyone who would dare touch them. I am their guardian, their protector," Ichigo answered with his actual body's face lifting up again within the raging whirlwind of spiritual pressure. "I call myself their brother, and vow to protect them from all dangers that present themselves." Ichigo physically yelled out into the whirlwind of spiritual pressure. "I knew I had been right in granting you my power." While some of it the voice mused to itself, not voicing such an opinion out loud. With Ichigo's proclamation, the whirlwind of spiritual pressure completely disappeared, revealing Ichigo to the absolutely astonished eyes of Zacabe. It was not possible. How could it be? He was nothing but a mere hollow. Now he had the spiritual power to ground even him? His appearance was what really got to Zacabe, however. Gone was most of his resemblance to the hollow he had previously been. In the place where a hollow had once stood was a man. His skin had lost its porcelain color and was now in fact converted into a more tanned appearance. His hair had drastically shortened so that it lay rugged and unattended at shoulder length, back to its original orange color. His face was finally revealed and showed to Zakabe's mild surprise the face of a teenaged human male, with a permanent scowl set upon its face. His eyes were left in their state from previously. They had their black scaro with golden irises and shone out from his very eyes as if to assert their presence. So he had become an Arrancar, had he? But there was one thing that was annoying Zacabe if that was the case. Well, two to be exact. One, where the hell was his mask fragment? No hollow can survive without any of their mask on their head. They are simply destroyed. 2. This then meant that this hollow was on a much higher plane of evolution than what advancing through the hollow stages would allow. There was also the problem of where was his Zanpakuto? If he was an Arrancar, where were all of his original powers stored? Zakabe's eyes drifted down towards Ichigo's torso. That was where he made yet another astounding discovery about this peculiar hollow. The hollow hole that was present on the left pectoral, where the heart should originally be, was now gone. In its place, there was a circular area of pure crystal that seemed to shine in every different color imaginable in the light. That explained why there was not any mask fragment, because, in essence, his heart had been filled in again. That was just cheating, though. No other hollow could do that. Trailing further down, Zachabe noticed that there were a pair of trousers on the man now. They were white in color and reached up to his waist, which was then left bare to the world. All around him, a dark spiritual pressure began to twist around menacingly, and eventually strands of the spiritual pressure itself began to stick to the body of Ichigo, forming intricate tattoos just like the ones he had within his hollow form. Only this time they were black and seemed to glow with a dark light. Just what was this hollow hiding? Ichigo moved, bringing his right arm upwards with his outstretched hand open towards him, which immediately caused Zachabe to reach for the handle of his Zanpakuto. In Ichigo's right hand was simply nothing at all, until after a few seconds 3 rings of forever varying color began to extend their way around his forearm after certain gaps. The rings then began to spin, the first and the third spinning clockwise and the second spinning counterclockwise. Zachabe was not about to sit around and find out whatever that was could do to him. Leaping upwards, he grabbed at a high branch and swung himself up onto a crouching position atop the branch. The second he had managed to do that, however, Ichigo had flashed in and out of existence and appeared right in front of him, his fist retracted and ready to fire forwards again. Zachabe was able to look into those eyes before he hastily dodged the punch that initially only caused the branch to snap, but then caused the whole tree to be uprooted and shot out of the dome. Those eyes, they chilled even the mind of Zachabe, the Arrancar who had taught himself never to allow anything to surprise or even scare him at all. Those eyes held anger, fury, rage, coldness, passion. So many conflicting emotions across those what appeared to be lifeless eyes. Nothing had ever prepared Zachabe for anything like this. It was almost as if he had so many different reasons for fighting, and he was fighting for them all at the same time. He knew what it had been like to fight with those emotions flickering within his eyes. Flashback. He awoke from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes, bearing them to the biting glow of the white room he rested within. He sighed heavily as he lifted his covers from his form and stepped onto the cold marble floor. Taking a sharp intake of breath at the sudden coldness, Zachabe jumped onto his bed from the floor with a slight yelp of fright. His actions were met with a slight laughter from the archway that served as his doorway into his chamber. He looked up in order to find another Arrancar standing there with his arms folded across his chest. His short black hair and golden eyes made him almost the exact contrast of Zachabe. His eyes looked tired and strained. It was almost painfully too obvious that he had not slept in the past few days. "What you think you're laughing at?" Zachabe yelled whilst the grin on his face only served to give him away. "Why you, of course, you imbecile, getting all freaked out just because the floor is cold, pussy," his friend jeered before he walked into the room, more so with a grin spreading across his face also. He sat down on the end of the bed as they both sat in silence for a few moments, both of their grins slowly fading away from their faces. Zachabe began to get clothed again, braving the cold floor and walking over to his closet and pulling out his regular attire. "So, today's the day, I guess," his friend said, almost inaudible. "Are you nervous then?" Zachabe asked his almost insulted friend. "Nervous? Of course I'm nervous. What the hell ever persuaded me to challenge the authority of Valak-sama?" his friend asked, almost hysterical. "Don't worry about it, Zurak. I'll be there to watch your back," Zachabe assured his friend, pointing to his cheery, smiling face with his thumb. Zurak's smile started to come back slightly after the, "Yeah, you've always had my back, haven't you?" Zurak asked with a hint of appreciation. "Well, I promise if I win and I do become leader, then we will never have to worry about any of that nonsense anymore," Zurak stated as he looked off into the distance at nothing in particular. "You, Zurak, you're doing that thing again," Zachabe pointed out to his friend, who just looked at him in confusion. "What thing?" he asked quickly. "Where you look off in the distance at nothing at all," Zachabe said as he copied the motion down to the letter, only to much it up and begin laughing. "Hey, stop laughing at me," Zurak tried to shout, only managing to begin sputtering his own laughter. They fell into a comfortable silence after that. content to just sit in silence, just waiting for the time to pass by until the event at hand had to be done. What if some other errand car jumps in to help Volok-sama? Zurak asked, returning to his nervous ways. Normally, Zakabe would become annoyed at his turn to fears, but to be honest right now, if he wasn't afraid, he was a fool. Then I shall destroy them, Zakabe answered him back, without any hesitation in his answer. Really? You would kill those who we know so well so easily? Zurak asked, completely surprised. Yes, I would. And I would enjoy it, Zakabe began. If they want to try and take out my friend in such a manner, they deserve no mercy from me, Zakabe finished, looking at Zurak. Thanks, man, was all Zurak could say in response, with a smile creeping across his face again. Silence ensued for a long while after that also, until with a huge explosion Zakabe's chamber wall was completely annihilated, and in strode Volok-Zoran along with at least 4 other errand car. Hey, you could have knocked, Zakabe complained. Without even realizing it, Volok had used Sonido and had closed the distance between them, and using his momentum smashed his shoulder into Zakabe, smashing him against a back wall. Zakabe, Zurak shouted, watching his friend smash into the wall. He drew his Zanpakuto and turned to Volok, his eyes burning with fury. He yelled at the top of his voice, charging in towards his master, his Zanpakuto raised high and in both hands. With an almighty clash, 2 Zanpakuto met with explosive force as Zurak's screams escaped from the billowing winds. The winds died down quickly and revealed a horrifying sight for Zakabe to behold. Volok had sliced his Zanpakuto deep into Zurak's right shoulder, and it had dug down deep enough to reach the chest area. As Zurak fell to the ground, spluttering blood, Zakabe pushed himself from the ground and traveled the distance to his fallen friend. Volok was not one for mercy, however, and withdrew his Zanpakuto only to drive it back downwards again towards Zurak's neck. A hand came up in order to stop the blade, and even though it cut deep into the hand itself, the Zanpakuto was stopped from its cutting blow. Zakabe, I'm not going down that easily. You just make sure those 4 don't interfere, Zurak wheezed as he lifted himself from the ground, balancing himself on his Zanpakuto, and then lifted it again, moving into his battle stance, which consisted of him holding his Zanpakuto upside down so that the blade faced the ground in his normal stance. With a steady breathe to ease his aching body, he charged again, and Volok. The 4 other errand car instantly jumped from their standing points towards the already badly wounded errand car. Oh no you don't, Zakabe shouted as he charged up a quick burra and blasted it off towards the nearest errand car, which then went on to create a domino effect as they all fell into each other. They all turned around in order to look at their assailant, finding him harboring a demonic grin that bared his teeth to them. Come you shoddy backstabbers, show me just how you can match up against me, Zakabe challenged as he charged at the 4 of them, not even drawing out his own Zanpakuto where all of them had drew theirs. He did not care. If they could cut him, then that would make them all the more fun to fight with. It would give both him and Zurak something to test their brute strength out on. However, he was not stupid nor an ideologist. He knew that Zurak stood little chance alone against Volok. Zakabe was going to have to beat these errand car quickly and then go on to help his friend. One of the errand car came flying towards him and slashed across his abs, only managing to create sparks that danced around the blade. Zakabe quickly grabbed the hem of the errand car's overcoat and thrashed his head against the closest wall. Turning back around, he saw another errand car try his luck by trying to slash across his pectorals this time, managing to elicit some pain and cause a cut across his skin. Zakabe did not even blink in the pain. If anything, his smile only managed to grow larger. Someone who could cut him. How excellent. He looked to the same errand car and could see that it had an all but expressionless face. This was unbelievable. He had brought along his 4 best guards? He had always planned on fighting Zurak unfairly, motherfucker. As Zakabe's mind roared out in anger, all 3 of the errand car came charging at him. He span around in order to deflect all of the hits directed in his direction, causing 2 errand car to be momentarily stunned. The other one, however, was not so easily put off and continued onwards, cutting downwards right down the left side of Zakabe's torso, from right pectoral down to his central up. Grunting through the pain, Zakabe could feel his mind starting to kick out again. This feeling, whenever he got a fight, he knew he was going to enjoy. The other 2 errand car quickly reappeared and slashed across his chest at opposite angles, And with that, Zakabi's mind exploded into overdrive as it all but left him, and his body was run by his instincts. His laugh ran through the room they were in, and all within it were forced to look in his direction as the evil laughter only seemed to escalate. What is wrong with him? Volok roared at his Aaronkar entourage. He's enjoying himself now, Zurak chuckled from behind the Hollow Master, causing Volok to turn back to the battered and bloodied Aaronkar at his feet. What do you mean? Volok asked, almost interested. When he thinks he has a good fight, it's as if his personality vanishes, and all that's left is his raw instincts. So to be honest, he could be classed as released before he has even actually released his Zanpakuto. Zurak answered with a smile. Why are you smiling, you fool? Volok asked the grounded Aaronkar. Because, as strong as your Aaronkar bodyguard are, they stand no chance against Zakabe, Zurak answered with a slight laugh, which then caused some blood to spew out from his mouth and nose. Off in the distance, Zakabe continued to fight and basically play with the 3 Aaronkar still standing. Well, it is a good thing I did not only have the 4 of them, then isn't it? Volok asked as hundreds of Aaronkar were revealed to hiding in different places around the room. Attack, was all he said as they all charged towards Zakabe. Volok turned back to Zurak. You are not even worth my time. Enjoy your time in hell, Volok called out as he rammed his Zanpakuto right through the head of Zurak. His screams came out in one blast of pure sound that rocketed towards Zakabe. The scream awakened something in Zakabe as he lifted his head and looked at the form of Zurak with a Zanpakuto through his head. His mind returned as he finally realized what had happened. Zurak! No! Zakabe shouted, already realizing he was too late to save his friend. He was too late to figure out that there were many blades that were screaming towards him at the same time as the other 3 from earlier. Zakabi's mind was set solely on Zurak, though, and he did not even notice the bite of the many different weapons until they had slashed across his torso almost unmercifully. He grunted in pain at the sudden cuts and gashes at his body, but he still did not take his eyes away from Volok. He pushed himself to his feet, and ignoring all of the Aaronkar that surrounded him, charged right into the direction of Volok, dodging and weaving as the Aaronkar continued to try and slash at him. His friend was down, and he sure as hell was not going to allow Volok to get away from this without any kind of injury. Drawing out his Zanpakuto, he aimed it at the body of Volok and shot forwards with the speed that only Sonito would permit him. He was within inches of Volok when he felt his Zanpakuto dig into flesh. To his horror, however, it was the back of Zurak that he had run through with his Zanpakuto. Volok had at just the right time brought his own Zanpakuto around in order to use Zurak's body as a human shield. His smile was easy to see as he slightly moved the body to allow Zakabe to witness his expression. Well, how does it feel to be the one to send your friend to hell? Volok asked just as the very gates to hell opened up behind him. A large blade extended out from within the gates and stabbed right through Zurak's body, smashing Zakabi's own aside as it did so. It then retracted towards the gates again, leaving Zakabe to be overwhelmed with grief and hatred. In his weakened state, however, he was not prepared for the second set of attacks to be issued from the Aaronkar that had chased him. He looked up again at Volok this time, and as the gates to hell closed, Volok could see hatred burning within those sapphire eyes. He was worried now. Hatred was never a good thing to fight against because they never cared about themselves when in a fight, only that they caused damage. Zakabe charged at him again, his Zanpakuto raised high, ready to fall down quickly. Volok answered by raising his own Zanpakuto just as quickly. He was able to inflict a cut from Zakabi's chin and up across his right eye, but he could see just the way that the blood dripped into his eye, and he did not blink. Zakabe was not perturbed about his body no longer. He wanted to destroy. Zakabe raised his Zanpakuto above his head and looked around himself. He was completely surrounded by Aaronkar on all sides. You should not have killed Zurak, Zakabe told them before he was completely gone. His form was dancing around the Aaronkar as it phased in and out of reality before them and easily slashed across them without the slightest hint of anything stopping him. His laughter did not grow anymore. He had no reason to laugh or to enjoy his fights. His one reason for fighting was to live longer and to fight alongside his oldest friend, both of them fighting on forever. Now he was in hell at the torment of those damaged souls. As the Aaronkar continued to be slaughtered mercilessly by Zakabe, Volok noticed the change in the Aaronkar now. Where his friend had said that he would enjoy himself if he were in a good fight, he did not appear to be enjoying himself right now. In fact, he seemed to be in pain. Volok would have killed him there and then, but something struck in him. If he could get this Arrancar on his side, then that would be a highly powerful ally. He would also do very nicely to fight against Shinigami, especially that Kinpachi thing that Aizen had mentioned once before and that Neutra Jiruga was killed by. Not to mention he had alongside some other captain killed Yami. Volok watched as Zakabi's massacre neared him and readied himself. As Zakabe finished off the final Arrancar within the room, he turned his head towards Volok. Volok was surprised by what he saw there. For a hollow to have emotions in their minds was surprising, but to have such emotions in their eyes was something else. He could see hatred, rage, pain, love, all manner of emotions he never expected to see. As Zakabe charged at him directly, he raised his Zanpakuto high and brought it down to bite into Volok's own Zanpakuto. Both Zanpakuto screaming out in pain as they clashed. Staring directly into his eyes, Zakabe felt his strength leaving him. Those eyes of Volok's were starting to dance around in their sockets. Zakabe tried to move his sight away from the eyes, but found that he could not, and that his eyes were trapped. Grunting in his attempts to move, he was only able to do nothing. Now listen, you are a worthy Arrancar, and I shall spare your life if you shall serve me, Volok offered, his eyes never blinking. Zakabe found himself trying to deny the offer, but something within his mind told him otherwise. Zakabe, agree to it, came a familiar voice in his head. So familiar, he almost felt as if he could cry. Zurak, Zakabe asked, desperate for it not to be a farce. Yes, my friend, I am dead and gone. You cannot hope to get revenge for me at your current level. Volok-sama is far too powerful even for you, Zurak's voice rung out in his head. Then what should I do? I want his head for killing you, Zakabe answered back angrily. Things are in motion, my friend, and I believe this new arrival will be your ticket to killing Volok, Zurak's voice called out. New arrival? Zakabe asked, confused. There is a hollow who arrived around about 6 months ago. His power rises and Volok-sama fears it greatly. Find that hollow. Use it to destroy Volok-sama. That way we can both die in peace, Zurak finished, his voice fading away. Zakabe looked right into Volok's eyes and with as much determination as he could possibly muster. Very well, I will work for you as a loyal subject, Volok-sama, Zakabe answered, his voice never faltering. Excellent. I shall see to it that you are well looked after in that case. Consider this a new partnership. Volok finished releasing Zakabe from his hold and walking out of the massacre that was left in Zakabe's room. Don't expect this partnership to last long, sir. The first chance I get, I will kill you. Zakabe whispered harshly to himself as he fell to his knees and finally grieved for his fallen friend. End of flashback. As Zakabe touched ground again, it was not long until Ichigo was right in front of him yet again, those burning eyes boring into his very soul. As the saying goes, if looks could kill, let's just not even go there. He brought his left fist thundering towards Zakabe, aimed right at his stomach, and Zakabe was only just able to punch Ichigo's forearm, if only to slightly deflect the blow. As Ichigo's fist continued downwards, it connected with the ground and caused a huge explosion. Zakabe raised his left arm to protect his eyes from the dust and debris. Lowering his hand again, he looked up to the figure that stood above him. To all extents, he was basically a human being, by looks anyway. Yet his spiritual pressure told a completely different story. It was nothing that Zakabe had felt before. To put it more correctly, he felt almost nothing. What little he could feel, though, did seem all too familiar, like something he had touched once before and was never able to touch again, even if he had wanted to. Ichigo extended his right hand again. The rings along his forearm, beginning their spinning movement again, began to whir and create a louder screeching noise. In an instant, a sword had appeared within Ichigo's hand, a sword that looked like any regular Zanpakuto in its sealed state. Its form was completely white in color, though. Rather peculiar, Zakabe thought to himself, but nothing about this creature had really made too much sense since he had met it. Ichigo raised the Zanpakuto and pointed it downwards, ready to deliver the finishing blow to the Arrancar. Zakabe was not about to let himself get beaten so easily, though. Arching backwards on the ground, and then pushing with his hands, he propelled himself back onto his feet, at the same time kicking the blade away from his direction. Ichigo's face registered the movement, and Zakabe was able to notice the slight surprise within his eyes. Using that to his advantage, he charged forwards with his own Zanpakuto and slashed at Ichigo's midsection. His blade was intercepted, however, by a white-covered Zanpakuto. Zakabe looked back into the eyes of the creature only to see them into a distant state, almost as if he was spacing out. "What do you think you are doing?" Zakabe roared at Ichigo, his emotions getting the better of him. Ichigo's expression did not change at the outburst. If anything, it seemed as if his body was on autopilot, as whenever Zakabe aimed a hit anywhere on his body, it was easily intercepted, and the eyes were not even following his movements. Ichigo's glazed eyes eventually came back into focus after a few moments of failed attempts by Zakabe to intercept his almost unbreakable defense. Ichigo looked at Zakabe, and a small smile started to form as he looked more intensely at Zakabe. "You don't hate me, do you? More to the fact, you need me," Ichigo stated, which completely took Zakabe by surprise. This creature had the audacity to put itself in such a position, did it? "How do you know that?" Zakabe asked sarcastically, causing Ichigo to look at him with that same look. "Because the voice in my head said so," Ichigo tried to explain. "You do realize how stupid you managed to make that sound?" Zakabe asked him as he raised an eyebrow. "Yes, but in any case, I know that you want revenge on your master. Whatever reason it is, I don't really care. You seem strong, though. How's about you ally yourself with me? And if those Arankar are taking those girls to your master, well, you get to have your revenge." Ichigo tried to argue to Zakabe as aforementioned man sat in almost stupid surprise. How did he know that he wanted to kill his master? How could he have possibly known? Zakabe had silently been formulating his master plan for months. Wait a second. Was this the hollow that Zurak had tried to inform him about? "You, hollow, what is your name?" Zakabe asked quickly. "I'd prefer human, thanks. And it's Ichigo, Ichigo Kurosaki," Ichigo answered nicely, if just to keep up appearances. "Human? That was impossible. How could a hollow become a human? It was just not possible. It couldn't be." "Where are the Arankar taking the two girls?" Ichigo asked almost with a command. "They are taking them to Valak-sama," Zakabe answered, beginning to stand up again. "They will not be far away by now." He finished, finally getting up again and taking up offensive stance against Ichigo. "You do not need to do that any longer. I have no quarrel with you. You had no other choice in what you done, and as such I have no dispute with you," Ichigo told Zakabe, turning away from him and stepping onto the fallen remains of a tree. "I am going to save Sachi and Kyoto, and if your master gets in my way, I will kill him. So I suggest that if you want that honor, you be there when I finally reach him," Ichigo told Zakabe before he jumped from the fallen tree and through the wall of the dome. Zakabe was completely surprised when he noticed that without Ichigo's presence, everything within the dome seemed to wither down slightly. The steam from the trees thinned out immensely. The color of the trees themselves turned a darker shade of green as the lake in the center of the oasis began to lose its almost eternal shine and become dull. Just what kind of power did that Ichigo person have? Ichigo blasted across the desert of Hueco Mundo, using whatever methods of high-speed movement he could. Whether it was Sonido or Shuanpa, he was not sure, but in all entirety, he really did not care as long as it got him to his destination. His mind wandered to the newly acquired memories he had regained as an effect of going into that dome. His memories filled with his exploits after he had been killed by Aizen, and he had to stop himself in the middle of the desert. He had done that. He had done such things to those he had cared about so much. He had tried to lash out at Inoue when he was unable to touch her. He had came to the conclusion that she was his nemesis and the worst thing in the world for him. How could he ever face her again? He had said so much that he himself knew he could not be forgiven for. No matter who it was, even Orihime could not forgive him for saying such things. He had declared to her that he would kill her the next time they met. Tatsuki would be hurt also, as the oldest of friends, for her to end up pummeling him. It had not physically hurt, but looking back on it now, mentally it boiled his insides. It was soul-crushing to see his best friend of so many years on his chest punching into his face repeatedly as tears fell down from her cheeks. For those same tears to fall onto his body, though, was almost as if it was literally burning into him. He felt horrible. He had put his friends through so much. He had hurt Chad, Yuryu, Tatsuki, Rukia, and Rinji. Yet worst of all was what he had put Orihime through. He had went to face Aizen clear in his mind that he was going to kill or stop the traitorous captain at all costs and return to Oraheim, where he would confess to her the reasons why he had went to such extents to save her. He knew that he had died twice in saving her, and the second time he had recovered in a hollow form. Yet he could still see, and he was still the control center as he directed it to protect Oraheim against all kinds of danger. Then as he had came out to face Aizen, he was confident in his ability to kill the traitor and put everything back the way it was. Yet fate had a twist in store for him, and just as he used his final ace in the hole, Aizen was able to survive and end up causing him to die yet again. He knew that in death he would forget about Oraheim, so as he was lifted into the Garganta, he thought of nothing but Oraheim, wishing her to be the last thing on his mind as he died. It appears as if that was the worst thing he could have done for her, as it had caused his hollow to question why it remembered her and why she was so important. Believing her to be significant, it had then labeled her as the enemy and flushed her out for annihilation, which brought him back to his mental battle right now. How could he ever face her again? She had been anything but cruel to him all the time they knew each other, and how had he repaid her? By proclaiming that he would kill her. Yes, great move, Ichigo. He could not think on those things right now, though. He had to save Sachi and Kyoto from whoever it was that had dared take them from him. Blasting off into his high-speed movement, he moved across the sands of Hueco Mundo, as if he were basically flying. Blasting spiritual pressure out from his feet, he found his speed increased significantly. Why had he not realized this power before? He would have reached that oasis much more quickly than he had, and then neither Sachi nor Kyoto would have been kidnapped. Ichigo was angry at himself for his lapse and thought about such things, and was only able to register a large Zanpakuto careening towards his face an instant before it connected with his face. You managed to beat Zakabe? Why, you must be strong. Maybe even strong enough to take me on, maybe. Nuka gloated gleefully as Ichigo landed on his feet again backwards from his previous position, since that was where the Zanpakuto had previously been. I really don't have time for this, Ichigo answered as he could see the rapidly minimizing of the figures on the horizon. Turning to the large man, he lamented on how much this brute reminded him of Yami and smiled. What you smiling at, trash? Nuka asked, his pupils going tiny. Even the language is the same. If I was so inclined, I'd say you were Yami, Ichigo stated as he cocked his head to the side, earning a strained body from Nuka in response. What did you say? Nuka seethed through his teeth. Ah, this will be easy if you're anything like Yami. He was an idiot, Ichigo finished as he stepped back slightly, readying the rings upon his wrists. Ready? Ichigo asked the large Aaronkar as a grin stretched its way across his face. The human world. It's been a while since I was here, Oraheim said to the woman who was by her side and helping her on her ways, since her body was really not ready to move on its own fully. Me too. The last time I was here was at Isshin and Masaki's wedding. That was a wonderful day, Yoruchi answered as she stared off at the house itself. You sound like you enjoyed yourself, Oraheim pointed out with a smile, which Yoruchi returned. Well, I did. Isshin was always a nice man, and Masaki was a very beautiful and caring woman. I was happy that Isshin didn't have to watch me and Urahara together while he was alone anymore, Yoruchi explained, gaining a slight giggle and a raised eyebrow from Oraheim. Come on, you can't say you never seen that. Yoruchi smiled to Oraheim. Well, I just thought it more polite not to say anything, Oraheim answered as she slightly giggled. Oraheim was nervous about what she was about to do. The house in front of her was one of the few places she ever really wanted to go back to. It was the place where her love had once lived, and since she was partially at fault for him leaving and eventually dying, it was not one of the most inviting places to her own perspective. With a look at Yoruchi, said woman turned to her, and with a smile placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, it will be fine. That is why I am here, Yoruchi told her as she began to move forwards, gently pushing Oraheim along with her. At first Oraheim was against going anywhere, but with another look at Yoruchi's smiling face felt her fears subsiding slightly. She began to move forwards when she heard the door directly in front of her opening and looked up to see both Karen and Yuzu walking out of the house. Neither of them even looked up as they left and completely ignored their father as he called his farewells to them. With a low exhale, he seen both Oraheim and Yoruchi and motioned for them both to enter. Both Yuruchi and Orihime walked into the house and could see that it was much darker than the last time either had been in the house. I apologize for the darkness, but with me working a lot and Yuzu no longer in a helpful mood, I find it hard to keep things bright in here, Ishin explained to them both. They all walked into the living room, and as they were all around a small oval table surrounded by a three-seated couch and a single-seated armchair, Ishin motioned for both of them to take a seat. Orihime sat in the center seat as Yuruchi sat in the far right seat. Ishin sat in the armchair to their right and crossed his right leg over his left, intertwining all of his fingers. Now, Inoue-san, I am sure you may be wondering why you are here. Ishin asked as he noticed Orihime's wandering eyes to all of the things within his much darker home. Well, yes, sir. To be honest, I'm not sure why unless you want to yell at me. Orihime answered as she lowered her head, expecting the worst. Yell at you? Oh, no, no, no. You have me all wrong, my dear. It is nothing of that sort, I assure you. And it is nothing entirely illegal either. That was why I wished Yuruchi to be present, as she can attest to all that I say here, Ishin told her as he sat still in his position. Then what do you want to talk to Inoue about, Ishin? Yuruchi asked, getting directly to the point. Well, to be entirely honest, I was wanting to talk about her living arrangements, Ishin answered, surprising both Yuruchi and Orihime with his statement. I'm sorry, but what? Yuruchi asked, almost unable to voice her question. I wish to talk to Inoue-san about her living arrangements at this one moment in time, Ishin reiterated, making sure that his point was made clearly. What about them? Yuruchi asked, still surprised about the topic of conversation. To be honest, she had been on the same wavelength as Orihime about what she had thought Ishin wanted to talk about. You live alone, am I correct? Ishin asked Orihime directly again. Well, right now Ranjika-san is living with me, Orihime answered as she felt Ishin's eyes staring directly at her face. Overall, you live alone though, am I correct? Ishin asked, his voice becoming tender. Yes, was the timid answer that Orihime could muster. What are you getting at, Ishin? Yuruchi asked, hating to listen to something that was being vague. I am simply offering Orihime a safe place in which to live. She is able to live with myself and my daughters as she sees fit, Ishin answered, completely taking both Yuruchi and Orihime with that statement. You want her to live here? Yuruchi asked, mystified as her mouth lay hanging open and Orihime's eyes widened in shock. Well, I offered her the opportunity, but in reality, yes, I would prefer it if Orihime stay here, Ishin answered as he stood back onto his feet. But why would she need to stay here? Yuruchi asked, turning to face her friend, completely unsure of what he was planning. Ichigo will return. He doesn't like leaving something left half-finished. And if he really is out to kill Inoue-san, sorry for reminding you, my dear, then I believe I am the best for defending her against him, Ishin answered as he walked around the table and stood on Orihime's other side. She had flinched at the reminder of Ichigo's harsh words that he would kill her, but felt an explosion of happiness at what she was being offered. A chance at having a family almost. And Ishin did not want to yell at her, which must mean that he wanted to take care of her almost as a real father should do, not like her biological one. I will treat you as if you were one of my own daughters. You will know the love of a father, and I shall make sure that your life from now on improves significantly. All I ask is that you move in so that I can watch over you and protect you from that which was once my son, Ishin said to her, even if he did force the bit about Ichigo out through his mouth, as if it physically burned him. Ishin, do you know what you are offering? Yuruchi asked skeptically. Of course I know what I'm offering. As his father, I will look after this poor girl. He is terrified. I shall treat her as if she was my own blood. Do not take me for a jester, Lady Shioen. Ishin seethed to Yuruchi. She knew she had trodden on him the second he had called her that. He had never called her that ever since they were small, and she had asked him to call her by her first name. With his use of formalities and the very way that he had said them showed her how drastically both hers and Urahara's actions had been. It had definitely strained their relationships, and she was not sure how they may be fixed, or if they even could be. Sorry, was the only reply Yuruchi had for him. Don't apologize, just do not think I would say this so lightly, Ishin answered, turning his gaze back on Orihime. Well, what do you think, Miss Inoue? Would you like to become a member of our household? He asked with his tenderness back in place. Orihime had to think about this for a while. An opportunity to have a family, something she had not been allowed to know because of her parents' drunken ways and her brother's untimely death. Now here was an opportunity just wanting to be taken up, but it did come with its prices obviously. She would forever be reminded of him. Ichigo. His portrait was beside his mother's, and at the bottom of both pictures there were some candles, almost as if the twin girls had come to realize the significance of both portraits. Yet as she thought about it, she could see the way Isshin had changed. She had not seen him much, but he had always been much more exuberant whenever she had. Now he seemed so much more serious and withdrawn. Maybe he needed someone to fill in the gap that Ichigo had left, and as he seen the way his son had acted, he felt it his duty to do this. In any case, Orihime felt that having a family sounded like a wonderful idea. Yes, Mr. Kurosaki, I would love to live here, Orihime answered with a smile on her face. Thank you. I will be able to live in peace knowing you are closer at hand. If ever something dangerous happens, Isshin answered as his serious face started to fade into a more relaxed one. Are you sure about this, Orihime? Yoruchi asked as she turned to the younger woman. Yes, Yoruchi-san. I'm sure I've never had a family before, and I could fill in the gap that Kurosaki-kun left, Orihime added before she slapped her hand across her mouth, mortified at what she had said. She slowly turned to Isshin only to be surprised when she saw a smile on his face. That would be nice, Inoue-san. That would be nice. And yes, you will have a family. You are now part of the Kurosaki clan, Isshin told her as his smile never faded. Sorry, but do you mind if I keep my own second name? I don't mean any disrespect, but I want to keep it in honor of my brother until marriage at least, Orihime asked, hoping to stamp on Isshin's toes, but was lucky when he merely chuckled slightly. Of course that is fine, Inoue-san, Isshin answered as his smile slowly disappeared into a friendlier face. May I ask permission to use your fist name, and that my daughters be able to also, just to make things easier? Isshin asked Orihime as he made his way into his kitchen. Of course, call me Orihime from now on, Orihime answered him with her trademark smile, which Isshin returned in kind. Yoruchi was left in surprise. Isshin had offered Orihime what she had always dreamed of, a family, and he had done it so casually. He was taking so much more responsibility about the situation than he really did need to. Then again, Isshin had been like that. If something even remotely connected to him occurred, he would try to help whoever it was that it had happened to and attempt to apologize through actions and not through words. That was just the way Isshin worked, and in this situation his apology was in the form of asking Orihime to live with him and to be able to protect her from what had become so dangerous to her, his very own son. Would I be better getting your things from your apartment, Orihime? Yoruchi asked as she lifted herself up from her seat. Yes, please, Yoruchi-san, was Orihime's happy and bubbly reply, which caused both Yoruchi and Isshin to smile again. She was happy about the arrangement. That was good because otherwise Isshin would have made sure that both Urahara and Yoruchi took her in and guarded her with their lives. Well then, Orihime, let me show you your new room, then shall I? Isshin asked as Yoruchi left and closed the door behind her. Orihime looked up to Isshin as her happiness escalated even further, and as she tried to get up out of her seat, she fell right back into it again and sighed in disappointment in her inability to move on her own. Come here, I'll help you move, Isshin said to her tenderly as he snaked his arm around to her back and lifted her out of the seat and helped her along to the stairs. As they began to climb the stairs, Orihime began to wonder if she was going to be in beside the other two girls and began to think about all the stories they could possibly have. All the gossip about things like boys and makeup and food. She smiled to herself at the very thought and did not even notice the door that she had been led to. Once the door had been opened, however, she realized instantly what room it was. It was Ichigo's. But Kurosaki-san, this is Ichigo's room, Orihime pointed out as she felt bad about taking his old room. First of all, call me Dad, and secondly, it was his room. I doubt he will be back to claim it as his own again, Orihime, Isshin told her as he led her into the room. It was still plain as it only really had the bed, the bedside table, and the closet that was half open. It is a bit plain, but I'm sure that with some of the things from your apartment, things will look much brighter again, Isshin told her as he began to smile again. Isshin was surprised by what he felt next. He was suddenly trapped between a pair of arms that had wrapped their way around his waist as the small girl had wrapped her arms around him. Thank you, Dad, was all Orihime could say as she simply stood there hugging Isshin. He could only smile as he gently stroked the hair on her head and placed his other hand on her back, returning the hug back to her. "Don't mention it, Orihime," Ishin answered before he leaned down to her ear and whispered to her. "Now would you mind helping me coming up with a good excuse for you living here for the girls?" Ishin asked as he gingerly rubbed the back of his head while laughing slightly. "You see, I made up my mind about this without really asking their opinion, so I don't really know what I should say to them," Ishin explained to her. "I'm sure we can think of something." Orihime answered him confidently, punching at the air in front of her, almost causing her to hit Ishin, but she was able to redirect her fist before it was able to do any damage. "Thank you, Orihime," was all Ishin said as she released him from her hold. He took one last look at the room that had once been his son's and sighed in resignation. He was definitely never going to come back to reclaim this room anytime soon. Hueco Mundo. Ichigo brought both of his fists back, and as he done so, the rings on both of his forearms began to spin wildly. His grin only managed to grow as a distinct whirring could be heard as the rings began to spin so quick that he created an almost screech from them. "I hope you're ready for me," Ichigo goaded as he charged forwards, both of his fists ready to hit into Nuka's stomach. His fists connected with the large girth of the Aaron car, and he heard the grunt as the full impact of his hit was felt by the Aaron car. Jumping back away from Nuka, Ichigo eyed up his situation carefully. He found that he was flanked on his left and right sides with at least 6 other Aaron car around Nuka himself. They all smiled with much anticipation evident within their eyes. Ichigo lifted his right hand and opened it towards the ground below him. From the sand below, the tiny granules lifted into the air below his hand. Eventually, they began to meet up and fuse together. Slowly, a sword began to form, one that resembled his white Bankai form that his Hollow had always used to use. Once it had finally finished forming, all of the Aaron car watched as a searing heat ran up the blade from its tip to the handle. Once it reached Ichigo's hand, it was visible to see that the entire blade looked transparent. Even Ichigo noticed this, and upon looking at it, surprised, was answered by the voice again. "Well, diamonds are one of the toughest materials known to humanity. A diamond-covered and encrusted sword can only be a good thing, right? This is part of my gift to you for now. Some of my power," the voice explained as Ichigo could feel his grin growing on his face yet again. He was starting to enjoy battles much more now. Ichigo raised his transparent Zanpakuto high above his head and watched in satisfaction as he could see the terrified faces of all of the Aaron car fall. They were all petrified of him now, and he had done nothing yet. Oh, how it hurt to have fear without any real actions. His grin twisted its way onto his face as his spiritual pressure surged around him, causing the fabric on his trousers, and indeed the fabric on all of the Aaron car's clothes, to billow around them, as if a huge surge of wind were passing through. All of the Aaron car besides Nuka raised their hands in an effort to shield their faces from the oppressive winds. This was a big mistake, because as soon as they had taken their eyes off Ichigo, he was gone. Nuka had seen his movement and quickly vacated the area. Ichigo charged forward and fired straight into a male Aaron car, stabbing his Zanpakuto right through his left arm. Twisting the blade, the screams of the Aaron car attested to his theory that he had hit something important. Retracting his blade again, he turned to the Aaron car. Seeing its pained face, Ichigo felt a pang of guilt and wanted to finish the Aaron car off quickly so that he did not feel pain for too long. Swinging his Zanpakuto around quickly in order to decapitate the head of the Aaron car that he had just so grievously wounded. His blade met with some slight resistance before finally impaling itself into something much softer. He turned around to see that there was another Aaron car who was standing in front of the first. He had attempted to block Ichigo's blade, but it had completely passed through his own and had cut deep into his face. The Aaron car on the edge of Ichigo's blade slid off slowly, only for the first Aaron car to realize what had happened. Ichigo looked at the face of the other Aaron car. The eyes of the Aaron car were what intrigued him the most, however. They showed hate and they showed anger, but also most surprisingly, they showed a degree of love. That should not even be possible. He was an Aaron car. In all of the time that Ichigo had known about Aaron car, he had never known any to have felt love for anyone or anything, to be exact. Grimmjow had only cared about proving that he was the best and that he was the king. Noitra was more interested in being the strongest and never being subservient to a woman hating them beyond belief, and Ulquiorra, well, he had no emotions and as such he never cared about anything, neither loved nor loathed anything. This Aaronkar clearly showed a high degree of love for the fallen Aaronkar, and that was what threw Ichigo off for a bit. When the Aaronkar had charged at him, it had not done it with its Zanpakuto in hand. Instead, it had basically just pummeled its fist forwards. Ichigo was not quite quick enough to keep up with the speed of the Aaronkar, and as a result was hit square in the cheek and sent back a few feet. Ichigo's diamond-like Zanpakuto fell from his grip and disintegrated back into its singular granules of sand. Skidding to a stop, Ichigo wiped the dirt from his face and looked at the Aaronkar again. It had almost the exact same clothing as Ulquiorra had worn, except the sleeves were far shorter, only reaching above the elbows. His Zanpakuto was strapped to his back, much like the way Captain Hitsugaya's was, the difference being this Aaronkar was at least medium height. The eyes, to Ichigo's amazement, that held that strong emotion turned color from a placid blue to a deadly red color in a steady motion. His skin turned from a rather fair color, not quite Ulquiorra style, to a darker and browner color. As his transformation was complete, he turned to look at Ichigo, and with those, now hate-filled eyes charged forwards at Ichigo's position. The Aaronkar raised its right hand, and Ichigo could see that the wound he had inflicted upon the Aaronkar earlier had fully healed and was functioning perfectly well. The fist came flying towards Ichigo's face, but this time he was able to deflect the blow to his right, only for the aftershock of the attack to blast out behind him, kicking up much of the sand in the surrounding area. Ichigo looked at the sheer show of strength and felt a huge amount of wonderment, both at the strength of the Aaronkar, but also his own strength. Well, Ichigo, you are one with me, and I have given you some of my power. It only makes sense that your body could withstand such gruesome punishment, the voice answered him, without any prompt. This is your power? Ichigo asked the voice, unable to contain his surprise and excitement at the fact. Yes, however, use it wisely. I left my last master because he did not, and I will do the same to you, if you are the same as him, the voice told him as it began to fade away again into his subconscious. The Aaronkar corrected itself quickly. Kicking its legs out, it propelled itself backwards and away from Ichigo, so that it could avoid any form of counterattack. Ichigo was far too surprised to get one ready in time, and as such the Aaronkar was able to distance itself quickly enough. Ichigo looked on at the rest of the Aaronkar and could see that they were almost relaxing, as if they believed that he was now not even worth the hassle. There was one thing he noticed, however, and that was the fact that Nuka was no longer amongst the other Aaronkar, either hiding or had simply left. With the revelation of this, Ichigo was gladdened to find out that it was one less Aaronkar he would have to fight in order to retrieve Sachi and Kyoto. He turned back to the enraged Aaronkar, whose spiritual pressure had taken a furiously strong blue color as his anger simply melted into his spiritual pressure. The Aaronkar charged at Ichigo, his fist primed to smack into Ichigo's face. By now, Ichigo had managed to slightly figure out that there was an explosive amount of spiritual pressure built up in the Aaronkar's fist, and that it was released at the point of contact. Dodging the punch aimed to his face, Ichigo grabbed onto the extended arm, finding that it burned him to even touch the Aaronkar's arm. Now he had surmised that it must be the entire arm that was coated in a dense amount of spiritual pressure, rendering the arm unblockable. Ichigo charged the rings on his forearms around furiously at the slightest of thoughts, building up his own spiritual pressure in an attempt to parry the attack of the Aaronkar with a mirror of that same power. The Aaronkar charged at him with a roar of its own fury and aimed a punch at Ichigo's face yet again. Ichigo brought up his fist with the rotating rings on the forearm and shot it forwards towards the approaching fist. Both fists met with an almighty clash that managed to kick up enough sand and dust to completely conceal both Ichigo and the enraged Aaronkar. As the sand and dust fell to the ground again, the Aaronkar that had taken it upon themselves to lose interest finally found a reason to be terrified and find that interest again. As the scene before them completely unfurled to their eyes again, they were met with the sight of Ichigo's outstretched fist reaching out to nothing at all. In the same direction of his fist, a very distinct trail of blood, and a large amount of what might or might not have once been flesh and blood. To be brutally honest, no one could really tell. All of the Aaronkar were left without anything to say nor think. Their comrade had went completely insane with grief. They had known that both dead Aaronkar had viewed each other as brothers, hence the fact that one sacrificed itself for the other, and it was only to be expected when he had went insane with grief. He may not have been one of the most powerful Aaronkar ever, but he had at least been able to hold his own and fight on equal grounds with most other Aaronkar. Yet this creature had simply reduced that powerful Aaronkar to nothing more than a mess on the desert floor. Ichigo turned to study the rest of the Aaronkar that were left surrounding him. They all looked at him with huge amounts of fear evident in their eyes, and most of them took a step back from his offensive glare. "Who is next then? I want to get going soon, please," Ichigo asked all of the remaining Aaronkar. They all looked at each other as if weighing up their chances between all four of them against the one of Ichigo. They all smiled as if coming to the conclusion that 4 against 1 could only have one real outcome. "Get real, you arrogant shit," one of the Aaronkar shouted as the others silently agreed, and all charged towards Ichigo, all of their Zanpakuto drawn. Ichigo sighed loudly before he extended his right arm out and faced his open-palmed hand towards the ground. As the sand granules formed into the diamond-white Tensai Zangetsu, he grabbed onto the handle of the Zanpakuto, just as the searing heat passed over the blade and vulcanized it. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto high over his head and looked in the direction of the 4 Aaronkar that had believed they could charge at him, and that he would not do anything to stop them. Foolish idiots. The Aaronkar got almost close enough to strike at Ichigo individually. Yet before they were even able to begin their swings individually, they felt a hellishly evil spiritual pressure closing in on them from the same direction that Ichigo had come from. They all stopped in their tracks and turned to the oppressive spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure itself was so strong that it looked like a huge skull of black spiritual pressure was rocketing towards them, its maw wide open and ready to consume anything and everything in its path. Ichigo himself turned to the surprisingly strong spiritual pressure and also saw the black skull in the spiritual pressure. Truth be told, he thought to himself that the image looked scarily much like the way Zaraki's spiritual pressure had looked above him, as they had both charged at each other ready to cleave each other to bits really. As the skull got closer, Ichigo could make out the complete contrast of the white on top of the head of the spiritual pressure's owner. He knew that this was the Aaronkar that he fought in the dome at the oasis. Was this the Aaronkar coming to finish him off now, was it? Ichigo prepared himself to fight with the Aaronkar, but was put off by the sheer power of the spiritual pressure that was approaching him with some amount of speed. This spiritual pressure put all of the other Aaronkars to shame. It was almost as if they could not compare in the slightest bit to the power level of Zakabe. Within a few seconds, Zakabe had launched himself up into the air above Ichigo and the other 4 Aaronkar. With his descent, Ichigo had readied his Zanpakuto and prepared to fight yet again. Yet as Zakabe landed, he did so with his back to Ichigo and his oppressive spiritual pressure facing the other Aaronkar. It took a moment for the current situation to register to Ichigo before his confusion was finally solved by what Zakabe came out with. "If you wish to hurt this human, then I shall make sure that you pay for it," Zakabe told all of the Aaronkar with as much seriousness in his voice as he could muster. All of the Aaronkar instantly lost all of the color on their faces, but as they all looked at Zakabe and could see the seriousness on his face, they could do nothing else but smile slightly at him. "Zakabe-sama, we all agreed long ago that we followed you till hell comes, sir. But that human killed both Gratek and Fearless without any hint of regret," one of the Aaronkar told Zakabe as they all looked at Ichigo with much distaste in his voice. Ichigo looked at the back of Zakabe and was almost completely surprised at the 180 turn in the Aaronkar's attitude towards him. That may be the case. However, he wishes to save those 2 girls. And to be entirely honest, I do no longer wish to live by Volok-sama's orders any longer. As a result, I shall help this human and demonstrate my leaving of his rule, Zakabe told the other 4 Aaronkar as he turned to Ichigo and gave him a slight smile in reassurance. Ichigo felt a smile of his own beginning to form. Now he had an ally, and by the feel of it, an extremely strong one at that. "Now then, shall you keep to your hatred towards this human and risk taking me on, or shall you join with us and fight against Volok-sama?" Zakabe asked all of the Aaronkar present. Their reply was almost as swift as his change of allegiance had been. "We are with you until the very end, sir, no matter who you follow." One of the Aaronkar shouted to him, raising his hand into a salute as the other Aaronkar done the same motion and all nodded their heads in agreement. Zakabe turned to the still surprised but also smiling Ichigo with a smile of his own on his face. "Well, how do you like the beginnings of your army?" Zakabe asked him as the other four Aaronkar behind him began to come up around him, two on each of his sides. "My army?" Ichigo asked right back to his confused state. "Well, I'm sorry to say, but Valak-sama has got an awfully large Aaronkar army, and we are really going to need an army to fight with his," Zakabe told Ichigo, as if he believed the orange-haired man to be an idiot. "Whoever said that I was going to fight with this Valak guy, though?" Ichigo asked, completely missing the part where he had to begin fighting yet another war. "Well, he wants those two girls because they deserted him, and I do believe we will have to fight our way in order to see them again," Zakabe answered, trying to soften the blow as best he could. Ichigo noticed this attempt, and his confusion-stricken face turned to one of fear and at the same time determination. "What will he do to them?" Ichigo asked Zakabe with a dangerous hiss added to his voice. "I don't know, but I can assure you it will not be pretty. Leaving Valak is not viewed very well." And as his personal slaves the dash, Zakabe was not able to finish his sentence as Ichigo's spiritual pressure rose to a level that managed to make Zakabe struggle against it even in his own Hig level of spiritual pressure state. They were his personal slaves, were they? As children, they were his personal slaves. Ichigo basically roared at Zakabe. His fury at the situation the two little girls were in was evident as his spiritual pressure began to ripple and almost look like a water effect. To be honest, in their time when they were at the palace, they were much older, maybe about in their 20s. Going by human standards, Zakabe tried to reason with Ichigo, hoping that it would be better, which it was since it wouldn't be little girls, but it was still disgusting. Ichigo felt this also as he turned to Zakabe, and his yellow eyes basically shone in that exact way that they had when Zakabe had last fought him. To be honest, that look scared the crap out of Zakabe. "How long will it take to make the army you talk about to take on Valak?" Ichigo asked in more of a hiss than any comprehensible language. "Maybe about a couple of months or a year," Zakabe answered, knowing right away that it was not the answer Ichigo had been hoping to hear, evident in the fact that Ichigo looked at him as if he would very much like to kill Zakabe right there on the spot. "That will take too long. He may hurt them or kill them in that time. And as little girls, they will be terrified. Take the time out to get an army if you want. I'm going to murder this bastard myself," Ichigo told them all dangerously. "But wait, Valak-sama is far more powerful than you can imagine, and you will have to get past his huge number of guards. Some of them are not even Aaronkar. I don't know where the hell they come from. But they are under his command and are extremely powerful," Zakabe tried to explain to Ichigo, who had almost left already. "What do you mean?" Ichigo asked, looking over his shoulder at Zakabe through his hate-filled yellow eyes. "I mean, we will need an army to take on Valak's forces because it is no longer only Aaronkar that guard Valak. There are some weird things going on at Lost No Chase," Zakabe told Ichigo as he became more solemn. "And you are happy to let two little girls sit scared out of their wits with the possibility of death over their heads for at least a year while you try to make an army and cause a war." Ichigo yelled at Zakabe as he found himself angry again. "I am a hollow. I should not even care about those two girls. In all honesty, I would probably kill them if I was not me. You want to save them, and since you will be able to help me kill Valak, I am only too happy to help you. However, we must get more strength in our forces to stand any chance against Valak's," Zakabe explained as the other Aaronkar around him nodded their heads in agreement. "Just what does this Valak guy have in his army that you are so terrified of?" Ichigo asked, completely annoyed at the way Zakabe was acting, even though he should be thankful he was getting any help at all. "Valak-sama deals with the devil," came the small voice of one of the Aaronkar surrounding Zakabe. Everyone turned to the female Aaronkar who was directly on Zakabe's left and viewed her under close scrutiny. "What do you mean, Hira?" Zakabe asked, slightly on edge. If this was true, then it was worse than he had thought. "I once seen Valak-sama talking with a large red human-shaped creature through some sort of window that was surrounded by fire. It sounded completely unlike anything that was once human. It wasn't hollow Shinigami or human at all," Hira answered Zakabe as his eyes widened in complete and utter horror. "We can forget about the army now," Zakabe told Ichigo as he began walking towards the orange-haired man. "Good. That means there is less time before I finally get Sachi and Kyoto back, Ichigo answered as he turned to leave again. What are you talking about? There are minions of the devil who are protecting Volok now. You can't hope to face them, and then him, and then to win. Zakabe tried to reason with Ichigo. I don't care if they are Arankar, Shinigami, or something from hell. Nothing will stop me from getting those two girls back. That is my promise to them. I will protect them in any way I can. Nothing will stop me. Ichigo finished as he again turned to leave. All for the sake of two girls? Are you insane, man? Are they really worth that much to you that you would give up your life for them? Zakabe shouted at him, wanting to save the man from his almost certain death. Ichigo thought about that statement hard. He had been prepared to die for those that he cared for in the past, and in fact he had indeed followed through on that fact. He had died at least twice to the same man in fact, in order to save Orihime from her torment and imprisonment in Hueco Mundo. He had only been too happy to give up his life if it meant there was a chance of it being what was needed to save Orihime. Now as he thought about it, the two girls had indeed become important to him. They had only ever wanted security, and even though they could have easily killed him, they never did. All they wanted was someone to protect them, and they had even given him the power he needed in order to do that. He could not just simply abandon them now, not after what they had done for him. They had become important to him, and with that in mind, he turned to look at Zakabe over his shoulder one final time. I am not insane, and yes, I am willing to give up my life for them if it means there is a better chance of them being safe, Ichigo answered Zakabe, whose mouth almost fell to the ground. But that won't matter, because I refuse to die. If I die, they will not be under my protection any longer, and I can't allow that to happen. Ichigo finished before he did finally jump from his spot and vanish into whatever form of quick movement it was he used. Come on, we better make sure that he does not actually die, Zakabe told his entourage as they all prepared to leave. What about all of Volok-sama's guards? If they are really all from hell, then won't the humans surely be killed? One of his Arankar asked Zakabe from behind him. You know, I fought him, and you watched him pace the floor with Gratek. Honestly, he has some amount of power, and it might just be enough to topple Volok-sama, Zakabe said as a smile managed to find its way onto his face before he and his Arankar used Sonido in order to follow in the direction Ichigo had went, towards Las Noches. Human world. Sleeping hurts so much. That was exactly what Orihime felt like when she awoke from one of the what felt like the greatest sleeps ever. Bringing her hands up to her sleepy eyes, she rubbed away the crusty material that formed around her eyes during sleep. Looking through her bleary eyes, she could see the same green curtains that she had simply fell through when she had come to confess her love to Ichigo. In all fairness, she had done so in his sleep and had been just about ready to steal a kiss from him, but could not do it in the end, feeling that Ichigo would be unhappy to know that his first kiss was stolen from him. She finally realized now that she was in fact in Ichigo's room, and that fact in itself was multiplied with the fact that she was sleeping in his bed. With blood running to her cheeks at an exceptional pace, she jumped out of her bed, while Ichigo's and looked around the room in a frantic panic. She noticed that there were many of the things she used to own in her own home, and then she realized that it was from Yoruichi bringing her belongings to her home yesterday. Stretching and looking at the clock on the bedside table, she could see that the time was at least 6 in the morning, great time to have a quick shower and prepare for school. Moving through the house, she went into the bathroom and turned the shower on. Taking his sleeping gear off, which had consisted of pajama bottoms and a t-shirt, she climbed into the steaming hot shower. As the boiling rain landed on her soft skin, she could feel as the sleepiness almost washed off her form, leaving her more alert and awake. As the soap and suds washed from her body after washing her hair, she stepped out of her shower. The steam still lay in the air and wafted around the smaller bathroom than her own as she dried herself with her towel. After she had dried herself, she picked up her clothes that she had placed on the closed lid of the toilet and began dressing herself. Once in her school attire, she looked at herself in the mirror. She found that it was all steamed up just like the last time. Fear completely overtook her as she replayed the events of what had happened the last time. She had seen an image of Ichigo when he had fallen into his hollow form, and it had threatened her with death. Maybe it was the heat in the room or her own mind, but it had scared her deeply. Mounting up the courage that she had hidden deep within herself, she slowly rubbed away the steam on the mirror with her sleeve of her cardigan. As she done so, she done it excruciatingly slowly so that she would not get quite the same scare that she had gotten the last time. From her hand, touching the mirror, her alter image in the mirror started to form in the revealed areas. However, her alter image was not her own, as she instantly realized, seeing that there was a tanned arm much more muscular than her own touching the mirror on the other side. Orihime cocked her head to the left in her confusion, wondering why the image in the mirror was a bare muscular arm when her arm was covered by her cardigan. It did not take long to register for her, though, as she quickly recoiled her hand away from the mirror and held onto it gently, as if she had been burnt. "Why did you stop? Do you not want to see my face again?" Came a horrifyingly familiar voice to Orihime's ears. She looked at the mirror with a horrible fear beginning to knot itself within her stomach. She lowered herself down so that she could see in the small bit of the mirror she had already relieved of the steam. As she done so, she could see the reflected image of not herself, but a well-chiseled chest. And then as her face reached the clear area, she could see the face of Ichigo. "Hey, Inoue-san," Ichigo said to her as she jumped back in the sudden fright she received. She quickly rubbed away the rest of the condensation on the mirror to reveal Ichigo in his current form in Hueco Mundo. "But how is this possible?" Orihime asked with her hand covering her mouth, making it rather hard to hear what she had said. "Technically it isn't. I am not the Ichigo you wish that I was. I am sorry to say, my dear," Ichigo told Orihime as she finally noticed the yellow eyes that could only mean that he was still hollow-eyed. Even so, he had a much more friendly face than she had ever seen him, where besides his usual scowl that seemed etched onto his face. "I can assure you that Ichigo is back to normal and remembers everything about you and everyone he used to know. However, his appearance is different than what you remember of him." "Why are you talking in the third person?" Orihime asked him, confused. "I am not Ichigo. I am but a part of him who is here to tell you that he is back to normal and that you shall see him again very soon," Ichigo told her as Orihime's eyes widened in fear. If he was coming back, that would only mean that he was coming back to fulfill what he said he would: kill her. "Your mind really is coming to the worst-case scenario, my dear. This man loves you and deeply regrets what he had said to you. In fact, he has thought of his regret nonstop since regaining his memories," Ichigo told Orihime, noticing that her eyes almost glazed over in guilt of what she had been told. This was not what Ichigo had intended happen when he noticed her head dropping and her grabbing onto her arm. "Inoue-san, I ask only that you understand Ichigo will return one day, and when he does, please do not fear him. I think it will destroy him. He will be back to normal when you next see him. On that note, I think he is getting ready to move, so I cannot hang around her for long. Don't forget what I have said, and be prepared for his return," Ichigo said as his image began to distort into Orihime's form again. Orihime was faced with her face again as it showed her complete and utter bemusement at what had just transpired. Ichigo had been there, plain as day to her, but he had looked so much more different than the last time she had seen his human face. It was much more hardened, as if it was a much denser material. His body had those strange black tribal tattoos over his body, just like the way they had been when he had turned into a hollow. What had surprised her the most, however, was the area where Ichigo's hollow hole had been. It was instead replaced by what looked like a sort of crystal-like substance. How much had Ichigo changed? Even worse, he was coming back here again, probably with the intent to kill her. "I can't be a burden to everyone. I have to get stronger to defend myself," Orihime declared to herself before she walked out of the bathroom into her new room, picked up her school bag, and headed downstairs ready to face the school day ahead of her. Hueco Mundo. The sand along the ground passed by his eyes in a dazzle of glittering flashes as they reflected the moon's illumination. His speed surprised even him. In all his time using the sonido that Yoruichi had taught him, he had never moved at a pace anything like this. It was even faster than his Bankai altered speed, also, as he could basically take large distances in leaps and bounds that seemed small, but were in actual fact much larger. He could feel the presence of other beings behind him, and looking over his shoulders slightly, he caught a glimpse of the forms of the errand car he had just left. He slowed down in order to allow them a chance to catch up. As they done so, he could see the surprised and amazed look on both Sakabi's and the other errand car's faces. They could just not believe that he was moving at such a speed. They were moving at the complete limits of their sonido capabilities, and even Zakabi's higher-than-average level was struggling to keep up with Ichigo. They were almost at the Palace of Las Noches after all. The white walls were staring over at them as they approached quicker than any of the Car really wanted to. Ichigo stopped abruptly and caused the other Car to completely overshoot him as they could not quite slow down after such high speeds quite as quickly. As they made their way back to Ichigo, they could see that he was focused on the nearest wall of the fortress walls and not even paying attention to them as they approached him. "What are you looking at?" Zakabe asked Ichigo with a serious amount of interest in his voice. "Trying to find a weak point in the wall's defenses. That's how we got in last time, by breaking through the wall basically. We managed to maneuver quite well undetected, at least for a while," Ichigo answered Zakabe with a smile, almost as if he had enjoyed the events that had transpired in Hueco Mundo the last time. "So we're going to make our entry into Las Noches through the outer wall?" One of the female Car following Zakabe asked incredulously. "Yes," was the plain answer Ichigo gave her as he turned to her with a look of "I dare you to say something against that." The Car brought her hands up to her face, quickly cowering in fear from the deathly look she received from Ichigo. "Then what shall we do, Ichigo-sama?" Zakabe asked, completely taking Ichigo by surprise by the use of Lord in his name. "First of all, just call me Ichigo, please, and from there we shall stick together before we reach this Valak. I fight him, leave him near death, then you finish him off, okay? You get to kill that man, and I get to save both Kyoto and Sachi," Ichigo explained as he turned to Zakabe, who had smiled slightly at being told to call Ichigo by his given name. "Very well, that works out fine for me, Ichigo," Zakabe answered as he turned to his subordinates and received understanding nods from them all before he turned back in time for Ichigo to take off and follow him. "If what they say is right, you may have to face the denizens of hell. Are you prepared for that, Ichigo?" The voice asked him, sounding almost unsure of itself, which it had never done before, and even in its genderless tone, it was easy to pick out. "I don't care. They mean too much for me to give them up so easily. I already said that I would not allow anything to stand in my way of those I care about," Ichigo answered the voice with his determination already dead set, with very little chance of changing. "I wonder, will it be the same for Inoue-san?" The voice asked him honestly, without any hint of sarcasm to be detected, although with that genderless voice, how could he really tell? "I doubt I will ever be able to see her again, to be entirely honest. I think I'm doomed to an existence here in Hueco Mundo," Ichigo answered the voice with a less than happy answer. He thought about that before. Of course he had. He did want to go back and see her. He wanted to tell her that he loved her so much more deeply than he had anyone else in his life. But how could he after those things he had said? "Do not count your chickens until they have hatched, Ichigo. Think about that for a while. You are not a hollow any longer, so what would really be stopping you?" The voice asked him, and with that Ichigo had to admit that it did have a good point, but his mind was made up for now. "I have to fight many creatures right now to save two very important little girls to me. I can't let my mind drift to things that I want over things that are clearly important, such as surviving for those girls. I owe them that at least," Ichigo told the voice. And although he knew the voice did want to argue back, he knew it saw his mind process, and that it must have seen the sense of what he was doing. "So you don't want any distractions? I see you have indeed become much more intelligent since you have regained your memories, but also ever since I was forced to fight against you." The voice talked quietly to itself as Ichigo continued onwards, slowing down slightly as the walls of Las Noches loomed into view above him. Ichigo landed in front of the large walls and looked up at the sheer height of them. He felt they were slightly smaller than they used to be, maybe due to his height increasing in the latest year. He could hear as the other Car landed on the ground behind him. "Be ready to face anything. If you are not with me, then now is the time to voice your opposition to what we are about to do," Ichigo told all of them. Ichigo turned fully to them and looked at all of the Car before him. He had never taken the time to notice anything at all about them, but now as they were about to invade a palace, he thought it better to know at least who was on his side. There were 2 male Car and 2 female. Nice to know that finally the gender issue had been better addressed within Hueco Mundo. One of the males had red medium-length hair, red eyes, and wore the regular Car clothing. The other male had no hair at all and little tiny black pupils as his eyes. The 2 females looked almost identical to each other in their looks. Both had long blue hair and green eyes. They both wore a full bodysuit of clothes that seemed to hug their figure, revealing just a little too much for Ichigo to feel comfortable. He noticed that none of the male Car batted an eyelid to this, as if they were not interested or were used to it by now. He knew now why there were more female Car. Ichigo was definitely going to hurt that damned Car. He took those two girls from him, and he treats women without any amounts of respect. We are with Sakabe-sama until the end, and by proxy that means you too. Ichigo, the bald-headed Car, told Ichigo, using his first name, to which Ichigo smiled slightly, since the Car was using it in such a way. Good, I will go in first. Keep your distance from me, please. I do not know my power yet, and as such I do not want to hurt any of you, Ichigo told them as he turned back to the wall. How far behind would you like us to be, Ichigo? Sakabe asked him as he began to feel his blood boil in anticipation. I don't know. Wait a full minute before following me, all right? Ichigo asked them all as he turned his attention fully to the wall again. Yes, sir, Sakabe answered as the Car turned to him waiting for their orders. Well, you heard him. When he breaks through, we are to wait a minute before we follow, got it? Sakabe asked them all. Receiving nods from all of the Car assembled, they all stood back, allowing Ichigo the space he needed for whatever he was going to do. Ichigo contemplated what he would do with enough destructive force to take down the walls. He had already tried to find some sort of weakness, but could find none, and instead decided he would depend on pure brute strength. Then came the next part of his current dilemma. What could he do to create a large enough destructive force, enough to break down the wall? He didn't have Zangetsu anymore, so he could not use Getsuga Tensho like he had done before. What the hell could he do that would have enough of that destructive force that he wanted? Whenever he applied spiritual pressure into his fist with the help of the discs up his forearm, he could create a large amount of destructive force, but he had already guessed that that would take a few tries, and he was really not wanting to take too long. The girls had already been separated from him for at least 2 hours, and time was slowly running away. He tried to think of pure destructive power when he thought of something that should have come straight to mind, since he had spent the last year with the ability to do such an attack and basically annihilate anything that it hit. He pointed both his index and middle finger on his right hand towards the wall in front of him. With that motion, all of the Car instantly knew of his intention, and afraid of what power, he may have leapt backwards, leaving on Sakabe to stand a few feet away from Ichigo, as the spiritual pressure began to build up at the tip of his fingers and take physical form. Screeching noise could be hard, as there was a white light that began to form at the tip of Ichigo's fingertips. Arcs of lightning began to course over the ball of energy that began to increase in size. Sakabe could only stand there in awe as he was shown the true power of Ichigo. He had known that the former Espada had at least 2 Zero that they could use, the Gran Race Zero and the Zero Oscuras. Both were extremely potent Zeros, and were both prohibited for use within the dome of Las Noches. This one seemed to be on a whole different power level than the other Zeros had been, though. Although by this point there was very little about Ichigo that surprised Sakabe, the man just seemed to be a book full of nothing but questions without many answers. Ichigo could feel the pure extent of power that was flowing into his fingertips, and was almost completely overwhelmed with glee when he could feel the amount of power he could hold. This Zero was going to do far more than just break a hole into the wall that they could just simply walk through. The damn things was going to probably break right through the wall and much of whatever was behind it. He roared out in his last attempt to hold the Zero any longer and released the screeching Zero towards the wall of Las Noches. The stream of pure spiritual energy collided with the wall of Las Noches and passed clear through it, almost causing no explosion at all. Except after a few moments it done just that as the tail end of the Zero entered the hole that the head end had created. The explosion was huge. It caused both Sakabe and Ichigo to shield their eyes with their arms as they were forcibly moved backwards by the sheer force of the winds acting on their bodies in the after effects of the blast. When the blast had finally died down, as well as the screeching sound of Ichigo's white Zero, both were able to finally look at the devastation Ichigo had been able to create. The whole area of wall that they were in front of was completely gone, and the blast had penetrated deep enough to let them even see the inside of the dome, which showed perpetual day as compared to Hueco Mundo Desert's perpetual night. Sakabe knew that there were at least 4 layers of wall that blast would have had to go through to make that much damage. Just how strong was Ichigo? Ichigo wasted no time and began to run inside of the gap he had created in the wall, jumping over rubble and anything that got in his way at all. His retreating figure had Zakabe lost in thought at just how powerful he was. He could not possibly be that strong, could he? It went against everything any Hollow had ever managed to do before, and he had managed to basically take the book, rip it up, and rewrite it his own way according to how he liked it. Zakabe quickly followed after Ichigo without remembering what Ichigo had previously asked him to do. With waiting behind an extra minute completely lost to Zakabe's mind and his interest at an all-time high. He just wanted to see was all. He could already feel the power of Arankar as they closed in on Ichigo's position. Yet Zakabe could see no sign of fright or fear in Ichigo's form. In fact, he seemed to get bigger in anticipation and went on further even quicker than he had been doing. Zakabe could feel the familiar pressure as they drew nearer, and he could only be stunned silent at what he felt. The current level 6 Espada was speeding towards Ichigo's position. That was not good at all. He was not the strongest Espada, of course, because of his dictated number, but his temper and attitude were something far more fierce. That, coupled with the fact he refused to be beaten, pretty much did put him on a level that would surprise even Ichigo. Ichigo charged on forwards. He could feel the strength of the spiritual pressure, and after the exhilaration of using that overly potent Zero, he had began to look forward to any and all fights he may encounter in this large fortress. It was as if, after using that technique, he had uncaged some beast within his sight that had been desperately trying to escape for so long. He wanted nothing more to fight, and to win, and the stronger the opponent, the better. Gone were his plans of saving both of the girls, of ever seeing Orihime again, of ever seeing anyone he cared about again. He had lost himself to his instincts, and to be honest, it felt good. A creature began to appear in his path. With a large red body, it stood at least 7 feet tall and was only really covered by a small loincloth. It had a much more beast-like face that looked like a cross between a bear and a human, and on top of its head were large horns much like that of a ram's. Once it saw Ichigo, it turned to him, and Ichigo could see nothing but the fires of hell burning in its eyes. It raised its large sword from its lower place and readied itself to attack Ichigo. Ichigo, as ready to fight anything as he had ever been before, materialized his own crystalline Zanpakuto from nowhere, and as the searing heat vulcanized it, he grabbed onto the handle. Ichigo swooped down to the creature before him and took a swipe at the creature, intent to completely dislodge the head from the shoulders. His blade was stopped, though, not just stopped, but also repelled right back at him. He had watched as the blade of the creature had stopped his own, and without any hint of a crack or creak on its blade, had so effortlessly pushed his Zanpakuto back and caused him to slide a few feet. Ichigo could not believe it. His Zanpakuto was supposed to be like a diamond. Why the hell was this creature able to stop his blade so easily? Ichigo looked again at the eyes of the creature, only to see now that its eyes were actually flames themselves. Without any trace of hesitation, the creature charged at him, with its blade raised high, ready to smite down Ichigo. Ichigo raised his own Zanpakuto in time in order to stop the attack of the creature. Actually, by now, with its appearance, Ichigo had decided that demon sounded so much more adept at describing it. As both weapons clashed, the sheer sound of clashing blades caused a huge sound wave to erupt from their blades. Ichigo cried out in the pain of what he had heard, and with a flash he had seen unending corridors of flames that extended out in all directions, and in the center of every corridor was the same thing. Sitting atop a throne of brimstone and flames licking off its body as red as blood, Ichigo stared at the larger version of what he was fighting for the few seconds that he was there, and that was when he felt fear, truly and deeply. As Ichigo returned to reality, he noticed that the creature was still in the same position as it had been previously. Its hot breath was hitting Ichigo's face, and had it not been for the fact that its breath smelled horrible, Ichigo might have moved quicker when he felt a fist drive right into his ribs. With his breath taken out of him momentarily, he looked up at the laughing form of the demon that had placed both of its hand on the blade it used. As it brought its blade down on Ichigo, it dug right into Ichigo's back. With a grunt of pain, Ichigo fell to his knees as he could not believe that after feeling such power of his Zero and being so excited by it, he was being beaten here by one measly demon. That Arankar was right, he was going to die, and that would mean that Sachi and Kyoto would be left themselves. He was lost within his thoughts as he still could not quite believe that he was so easily beaten after he had come this far. Faces new and old flashed by his face as his vision became blurred, and he could see the ground rapidly approaching. before he finally met with the ground as his vision finally went blank. Zakabe ran into the same area as Ichigo had. It was a corridor not too far from their entrance. With what he saw, he was surprised to say the least. Ichigo lay on the ground completely motionless. As Zakabe's eyes traveled upwards, he could see the blade of something retracting out of the back of Ichigo. Once he saw the red form of the demon, Zakabe did not require any more information on what had happened. "I will take that man to Valak-sama," Zakabe said to the demon as it turned to his voice and snarled, causing some red smoke to escape from its maw. Zakabe understood this to mean okay in demon language, or he thought it did at least. Zakabe used Sonido and appeared right beside Ichigo's almost limp body. There was a slight rise as it was clear Ichigo was still breathing at the very least. Zakabe drew his Zanpakuto and dropped down quickly, and at the same time dug the entire Zanpakuto into Ichigo's back. "You will know unimaginable pain. Human," Zakabe told Ichigo loud enough for the demon to hear, and also his subordinates who had just recently came into the same corridor as them. Once seeing their leader do such a move, they did not even question him, and instead began walking along the corridor as if nothing had happened. Ichigo's breathing began to return, and with that Zakabe lifted him onto his shoulders and began walking down the corridor towards Valak's throne room. "Valak-sama, I have a surprise for you," Zakabe whispered to himself as an evil grin took place on his face, his spiritual pressure spiking slightly. Zakabe walked down the large white hallway towards the two huge doors at the end of the hallway. Reaching the doors, he lifted his right foot and plowed it forwards, kicking open the two large doors into a huge central hall. As he made his dramatic entrance, many different Arrancar heads turned to him. Many had their hateful gazes, while others had more respectful gazes towards Zakabe. No one could deny, however, that all of the Arrancar realized his strength and superiority to all of them. Zakabe hefted Ichigo higher onto his shoulder and walked into the massive hall. As he approached the massive throne at the end of the hall, he was stopped by 4 Arrancar. They were all clad in the same clothes as the other Arrancar, besides the fact that these clothes were all black, denoting them as Valak's closest guards. The one closest to him on his right lifted his hand and placed it on Zakabe's shoulder, forcibly stopping him from moving any further. "What business do you have?" the Arrancar asked him without any trace of emotion or real care for the question. "I have a gift for Valak-sama," Zakabe said to him as he lifted Ichigo from his shoulder and dropped him to the floor with a loud thud. The Arrancar who had spoken looked up towards the large white throne where Valak sat. Valak nodded to the Arrancar, after which all of the Arrancar separated in order to allow Zakabe a way through to Valak. Zakabe lifted Ichigo back onto his shoulder again, realizing that lifting him up a second time was a pain in the arse. Just how heavy was this man anyway? He walked over to the foot of Valak's throne and stood there waiting for instruction. This had to be done. Either Valak would come down or the subject would have to go up to him. On this particular occasion, Valak motioned with his hand for Zakabe to climb the stairs to his throne. Zakabe done so dutifully, even if inside his mind, he was complaining about how lazy Valak was being. His complaints were cut short as he reached the top of the stairs and gazed down on the scene before him. In the seat of the throne was obviously Valak himself, but there were 2 beings that stood to either side of him, one being one of the large red beasts that had brought Ichigo down quite easily at that Zakabe had to add to himself. The other one was, however, what looked like the single most beautiful woman Zakabe had ever laid his eyes on. He was almost as beautiful as Sachi, although he'd never admit that to the blonde on fears of death. He might be the most feared and respected Arrancar in this room at the moment, but she would probably be able to lay him out all across the room if she wanted to. This other being, however, was beautiful beyond compare. It was completely naked from the waist upwards, clearly uncaring about exposing their porcelain white skin to the open world. She had a short skirt type of clothing on her lower half. Zakabe noticed the 2 daggers that were attached to her skirt at either side, and how the sheath seemed to be leaking a red liquid. "What do you have there for me, Zakabe?" Valak asked, bringing Zakabe's attention away from the 2 beings on either side of him. Valak did not seem to notice as his own eyes were glued to the still form of Ichigo. "You didn't kill him, did you?" Valak asked, almost afraid. "No," Zakabe answered as he dropped Ichigo to Valak's feet and gave him a hard kick to Ichigo's ribs, causing a scream of pain from Ichigo as the kick ricocheted around his torso. Good, good. Now with him and the two girls, my army can only grow stronger. Valak said out loud as the other Aaronkar in the hall shouted out in cheers at the positive news. How do you know that he will follow you? Or those two women for that matter? Zakabe asked Valak, raising his eyebrow. Oh, I will torture those two girls until they are entirely devotional to me. And I shall do the same to him if I have to, Valak told Zakabe as a maniacal grin broke out on his face. You know, sir, Zakabe began as he began to formulate a plan. This thing before us is not a hollow or an Aaronkar. He is a human and an exceedingly powerful one at that, Zakabe began. He noticed how Valak became rather heavily interested as he looked at Ichigo's prone form lying on the floor in pain. You do not need those girls any longer. They are only a hindrance, and they will only ever run away again. Why not kill them and just keep this human in your army? Zakabe continued as Valak looked up at him questioningly. And why would I do that when those two girls are exceedingly powerful together? Valak asked, his own eyebrow raising at his question towards Zakabe. They have to be together to be effective in any way, sir. He only has to be himself to destroy things far more powerful than he should be able to, Zakabe answered him, noticing how Valak's eyebrow somehow managed to rise even further. He was able to defeat me, sir, Zakabe finally explained, and at this Valak almost fell out of his chair. Every Aaronkar in the room, and even the two at Valak's side, could only stare at Zakabe in disbelief. The demon lord of Hueco Mundo had been beaten? Even Valak had come to refer to him as that. Some of his exploits had been nothing more than demonic. Ever since that day, he had seen how Zakabe lost himself in that fight against those four Aaronkar. Valak had no doubt that Zakabe was strong, and afterwards, as he had went insane destroying his other Aaronkar, Valak would not doubt Zakabe's strength ever. Zakabe's smile grew larger as he could feel the monstrous rise in spiritual pressure at his feet. Ichigo could hear the words playing over in his head as he lay there completely motionless, but still able to hear what is being said and feel sensations, such as the kick to the ribs he had felt earlier. He could hear Zakabe as he talked to another Aaronkar. Unable to see them, he had to go by what he could hear, and from that was able to digress that the other Aaronkar was in fact the Valak that Zakabe had so strongly wanted to kill, yet he was here talking to him so calmly. Not to mention the fact that he had basically betrayed Ichigo. Now that he thought about it, Ichigo could not believe how easily he had been led by that Aaronkar. You were not so easily led, remember. I showed you his heart's true desire, the voice from his head called out as Ichigo continued to ponder. Then why has he so easily betrayed me? Ichigo asked the voice as both of the Aaronkar talked about an army getting stronger. I can tell you why, but it would defeat the purpose of you understanding the tactical minds of one of your closest allies, the voice finished as the went silent within Ichigo's head. I will just torture them until they are entirely devotional to me, Valak told Zakabe as they discussed the girls. Ichigo felt his anger seeping into every pore of his body. The conversation continued on as everyone in the room were completely unaware of the being that lay on the ground, prepared to unleash everything in the flash of a light. He could feel his anger getting the better of him, and he could feel a great power growing from his heart outwards. It reached all across his body and eventually reached the area of the previous stab wound from Zakabe. The power continued to grow, forcing out some type of spiritual pressure from his back, and at the same time, seeping into all areas of his body. He could feel every muscle on his body as they were rejuvenated with the power. Ichigo could hear as silence permeated the room as he began to get back onto his feet. As he stood up, he kept his face down in order to hide the smile on his face that was threatening to become a malicious grin soon enough. He could feel the spiritual pressures within the room rising significantly and could tell just by the feel of them that this was not an effort to show their power. This was an effort to preserve their own lives. Ichigo finally lifted his head and swept his longer orange hair to the side, revealing his hollow-eyed eyes to the Aaronkar in front of him. He looked at the scared expression of the Aaronkar as he stood up again. He also noticed the relaxed expression of Zakabe at the same time. Ichigo was not able to move an inch before he felt 4 different Zanpakuto digging right into his body, at least 3 of them stabbing through the areas of his stomach that they could, and the other one right through his right bicep. Probably realizing that with a crystallite-looking substance on his chest, then a Zanpakuto would not pass through it. All of the Aaron car were around him in diagonal positions with all of them at least in front of or behind each of his shoulders. He felt the pain as they entered his body, but did not feel much pain as they stayed there. With a loud sigh, Ichigo reached out with both of his fists to the Aaron car in front of him. Grabbing their faces, he lifted them up into the air and threw them backwards a fair distance before they crashed into the wall right at the other side of the hall, which was a huge distance in actual fact. Before they were able to hit the back wall, however, Ichigo had reached behind him, grabbing the faces of the Aaron car behind him and lifting them into the air, brought his arms over his head and smashed them into the ground. Hearing the audible cracks told him that he had been able to break some bones at the very least. He released the heads of the broken Aaron car and turned back around to the four who had been standing over him not a few seconds ago. Zacabe was still relaxed as he was before. Volok looked at him with a certain amount of fear. The red demon looked at him with hunger in its eyes, the hunger for battle, and the half-naked female thing looked at him with hunger also, but this was not average hunger. She wanted him. She wanted that power. "You, just what are you?" the red demon asked him as it raised its sword in anticipation. "Human, why?" Ichigo asked as he created his Zanpakuto from the particles in the air. As they all collected, it went through the normal vulcanization. "You are strong. Human. Stronger than any other human I've met anyway," the demon told him as the hunger in its eyes seemed to grow ever more as it continued to look at Ichigo. "That is probably because any human you've ever met was defenseless and unable to stop you at all," Ichigo answered with obvious disgust in his voice. "I can't help what's in my nature, human. My creator made me the way I am. I can't question him why he did it because he is absolute," the demon answered him with a flame igniting along the length of its blade. "What are you?" Ichigo asked the red demon as it raised its sword higher into the air and its body seemed to grow even larger. "I am a demon of hell, I guess you could say. My name is Zurak, and I am your death." Zurak shouted at Ichigo as he ran forwards and swung his sword in a downwards action. Zacabe had been completely amazed by what the demon had said. That could not be possible. How could it be? His friend was never a monster, and neither was he. They both loved their fighting, yes, but they were not monsters like this thing. It hungered for battle where they only enjoyed themselves in it. Zacabe watched on in almost desperate hope that it was not Zacabe who was fighting Ichigo. They were both too important to him for him to lose either of them. Zurak was his brother basically, but Ichigo was needed to get rid of Volok and finally bring an end to the tyranny that the Aaron car had been living under. Zurak brought his sword down towards Ichigo's head only to be blocked by the diamond blade. As they stood in that position, it was clear to see that neither was going to give up. Zurak threw his hunger, and Ichigo threw. While there was nothing obvious in his expression, Zacabe could feel the spiritual pressure, and from that could tell exactly what was going on. He was enjoying himself. Zacabe had not met anyone like that ever since Zurak. They had both loved fighting. Whether it be alongside each other, or even against each other, it had gone in leaps and bounds to make them as strong as they were. Yet when Zurak had died, Zacabe lost his love for fighting. What was the point of loving it by yourself anyway? When you had no one to share it with, just where was the joy in that? Ichigo pushed upwards and caused Zurak to stumble backwards. In the momentary displacement, Ichigo quickly drew his Zanpakuto across the exposed chest of Zurak and managed to draw blood from the ample amount of chest before him. The hit did not seem to do anything but make the demon before him grow a slight bit larger. Ichigo gave out an aggravated sigh as he slashed his Zanpakuto at the same area again to find out if it was his attack that was the cause. His attack was, however, stopped by Zurak's sword. As they began yet another power struggle, the two Aaron car that had been thrown the length of the hall suddenly appeared behind Ichigo, and grabbing their Zanpakuto, which were still embedded within his stomach, tried to release them from Ichigo's body. As they done so, they noticed that their Zanpakuto were not moving at all. Ichigo noticed the sudden movement of the Aaron car and noticed they were standing in a very stupid place, right in front of him, where right above them a rather large red demon with an equally large sword was forcing downwards with a huge amount of strength. Ichigo inwardly shrugged and vanished from view. The two Aaron car found their Zanpakuto in their hands again, and as the other two fell to the ground, the Aaron car were only just able to hear it before the full weight of that sword above them fell down like a ton of bricks. One of the Aaron car was able to escape the blow, However, his unfortunate comrade was cleaved in two right down the center of his body. Zurak did not even care that he had just cut through one of the many Arrancar within the hall. He knew they wouldn't attack him anyway. Ichigo reappeared above the surviving Arrancar and drove his Zanpakuto through its chest hard. Raising the Arrancar on his Zanpakuto, Ichigo brought it up to face level and looked it right in the eye. "You should have stayed down, Arrancar," Ichigo told it as he raised his left hand, and within his opened fingers a red cirro began to form. "You shall not become a thorn in my side this way," Ichigo told it as he released the cirro, and it completely tore through the Arrancar and destroyed a pillar and wall that were within its path. With the wall blown open, the cold air from the desert of Hueco Mundo was able to enter, as could the perpetual night. Ichigo threw the Arrancar off his blade in the direction of the hole in the wall and was only able to register the movement behind him because of the slightest move in the wind behind him, alerting him to the presence behind him. Raising his Zanpakuto up hard, he was able to stop the flaming sword as it came crashing down on his head again. The red flames that coated the sword licked at his face with its heat and caused Ichigo to look at the demon with surprise, because within those eyes was no longer just hunger, but anger and rage. "Don't get cocky thinking that you were able to escape me," the demon roared as it yet again grew in size, by now standing at least 10 feet tall. Good thing that they were in this large hall, otherwise he would really have some problems fighting. That was when it hit Ichigo. The way he could win, he just had to be able to lure him into a more cramped area. Ichigo jumped backwards, allowing the large flaming sword of Zurak to fall to the ground, causing a large crater in its place. As the dust was kicked up, Ichigo momentarily lost sight of Zurak, only to get a face full of him as Zurak appeared again from the smoke, or his fist at least. It collided with Ichigo's face with a huge amount of force, causing him to be shot right back out into the hallway before the entrance to the massive hall. "Good, he done my job for me," Ichigo thought to himself as he could see Zurak charging towards him, leaning slightly forwards and roaring like his hatred knew no bounds. "You cannot kill him, Ichigo," the voice from within his head told him without any hint of lying. "A little faith would be appreciated, thanks," Ichigo complained to the voice within his head. "First of all, he is a denizen of hell, and therefore on a completely different league than any Shinigami or Hollow you have ever fought. However, the more pressing issue is that it is indeed Zurak who you are fighting," the voice explained, leaving the last part for it to sink into Ichigo. It didn't have the desired effect. "So, why should I care what his name is? He is from hell and is a threat to my goal," Ichigo answered, the point clearly not hitting home yet. "Idiot, that is the Zurak that Zakabe was almost brothers with. You cannot kill this creature because he will then go on to kill you." The voice shouted at him for the first time, almost losing its usual calm composure. "Zakabe betrayed me anyway. Why should I care about him?" Ichigo asked, a little surprised at the venom he had received from the voice within his head. "You really are poor at your perception abilities. He done that so he could get you closer to Valak. He said what he did in order to get you to release your full power and attack and kill Valak. And before you say he did not know about either of those demons, but once he had you there, he could not stop with his plan," the voice explained to him, going back to its genderless and emotionless voice. "So he used me? That really does not make it any better for him, you know," Ichigo told the voice within his head as he realized that Zurak was much closer than he had originally thought. "And what do you call what you do with me? Is that using me? You are using my power, therefore using me. You humans take these emotions to whole new extremes in the wrong cases," the voice finished, as it could tell that its point had at least sunk in with Ichigo. "Fine, then what do you suppose I do with him?" Ichigo asked the voice within his head. "That I'm afraid to say I can't help you with. He is a spawn of hell, and I can't quite clearly tell what his heart's true desire is because he has no use for one," the voice answered Ichigo, as Zurak finally reached Ichigo, and their swords clashed yet again, making a resounding clang in the hallway. "This is unbelievable. Just how strong is this thing?" Ichigo groaned under the brute strength of the demon who pushed down on him. "It is rather strong, I must admit. Even with the application of my power, you seem to be having some problems. I guess that's my fault. I'm only really supplying you with about 50% of my power just now," the voice finally admitted as Ichigo's face went completely blank on his actual face. "This is me at only 50%. Ichigo asked, completely awestruck at how powerful he could become, He knew he was powerful just now, but even more power added on top of that. It was a bit overkill, was it not? Trust me, there will come a time when you will need all of that power. But now is not it, the voice told him as he thought about it. Why not? Ichigo asked, almost disappointed. I have figured out how we can stop this fight with one swift movement, but well, you will have to be crafty, the voice told him, as on his actual face a smile began to grow, just waiting for the difficulty of this craftiness to be revealed. So what is your plan? Ichigo asked, almost dreading the answer. Quite simple, actually. Find a way to keep Zurak stuck for long enough in order to allow yourself the chance to fight Volok one-on-one and show the other Arrancar within the hall your strength, before obviously killing him, the voice finished off, so simply it completely shocked Ichigo. Well, here goes. I guess, Ichigo concluded with the voice in his mind as he prepared to find a way in order to get this brute of a demon stuck in one place long enough to have his duel with Volok. With a large sweeping motion, Zurak brought his sword around just at head height of Ichigo. Ichigo brought up his Zanpakuto only just in time to block the hit. He was not met without any detrimental actions, as he was literally thrown back into the huge hall by the pure force used by the demon he fought. He was unable to stop his motion as he went on to crash right into the stairs that lead up to the throne and was embedded within the white marble. The demon stood over him as he was completely stuck within the marble. It moved its sword, pointing it downwards, pointing right at Ichigo's body. With little or no care at all, the demon looked up to his master, requesting permission to kill Ichigo with nothing but a silent glare. His eyes had lost their hunger, and Ichigo knew that the demon called Zurak considered this a victory for him. Upon his high throne, Volok nodded at Zurak and sealed Ichigo's fate for him. Zurak brought his sword down to meet with Ichigo's body at a slower than expected rate, and before it could touch Ichigo was completely stopped by nothing at all. What no one could deny was the heavy and oppressing spiritual pressure that had enveloped the room now. From atop the throne alongside Volok, a huge, swirling mass of black spiritual pressure was collecting and had took on the visage of a skull, with its maw opened in anticipation. The spiritual pressure jumped and in a swooping movement had appeared right next to Zurak, and with a completely black-covered fist, blasted his fist right into Zurak's demonic face, causing him to be thrown across the hall for once. Ichigo could see nothing through the swirling mass of spiritual pressure, as it was completely and utterly concealing the body that it radiated from. As the demon picked itself up from the rubble of the wall it had been thrown into, a demonic laugh began to echo throughout the hall that only seemed to grow larger as time went on and eventually caused the entire room to shake from the force of the laughter. Zacabe? Is that you, Zacabe? Zurak laughed in his demonically loud voice. Yes, Zurak, it's me, Zacabe answered back as his face was revealed in the swirling maelstrom of his own spiritual pressure. Why are you looking at me like that? You're almost like a lovesick puppy, Zacabe. You're nothing like you used to be. Zurak yelled at him, his voice causing more shaking in the room. Zakabe's face dropped slightly, and Ichigo could in fact see that Zacabe looked like he was happy, truly happy. Zurak's laughter permeated the entire hall as Zakabe's face fell from his smile to a hurt look that Ichigo did not think he'd ever see. Truth be told, he thought he had made allies with a reincarnation of Ulquiorra. After your death, how could I be anything like I used to be without you there at my side? Zacabe asked, his voice showing just how true his pain was after experiencing that event. You should have fought on, Zacabe. You should have become the ruler of this world. You have the power to do so, and you know it. Yet you cower behind this excuse for an Arrancar. Zurak roared at him as Zakabe's face changed to hurt the more and more he listened. Your actions have made me come to a realization, Zacabe. Zurak began as Zacabe looked up at him, his already hurt expression looking like it could take no more. Your actions have shown me that you were never worth my love, brother, Zurak finished. Ichigo looked to the face of Zacabe, and for the first time in his known existence Ichigo saw an Arrancar, fully grown Arrancar male, cry. Zakabe's tears streaked down his face as he fought back the sobs from what Zurak had just said to him. His actions had caused Zurak to stop loving him as a brother? How could he do that? After all they had been through together? After all the times they had agreed, they would prefer nothing more than to fight forever at each other's sides. Zacabe just could not accept it that Zurak was now telling him that he no longer loved him. That hurt. It more than hurt. It mentally destroyed Zakabe. Ichigo could feel it as Zakabe's spiritual pressure turned from sheer power and began to dissipate in his distraught state. The black spiritual pressure that had completely surrounded him began to lose all of its strength as it started to simply lose itself into the surrounding area of atmosphere. As the tears continued to stream off of Zakabe's face and fall to the ground below, Ichigo watched as Zakabe's muscles on his arms tightened, alongside his entire body. "No, I will prove to you that I am not weak." Zurak. Zakabe roared at his best friend as his spiritual pressure retained its original power with even more zest behind it. The skeletal head did not form over his head, however, as the spiritual pressure, however, just seemed to cling to his body, acting as a black fire against his body. His body changed color as it turned from a beige color to a very burnt-looking color, like burning embers. His scars turned completely black also, as they underwent the same process. His sapphire eyes were the only thing that did not change alongside his clothes, even if the clothes did begin to show the effects of burning on the ends of cloth. His eyes, however, were the only light amongst an entire body of darkness. The most dramatic change was still to take effect, however, as Zakabe's face began to have some white material form on his face, leaking from his eyes originally, but eventually coming from his mouth and nostrils too. As Zakabe roared out in his fury, a white mask began to form on his face. It took the form of what looked like the complete copy of Ichigo's full-powered hollow mask. Even the patterns and marks all over it were the same, except for the fact that the markings were a dark green against an entirely black mask. Zakabe roared out in his fury, as did his mask alongside him. The spiritual pressure he gave off from simply roaring like that was almost too much for all Arrancar to bear as they were forced to the ground. No their knees, but the ground. Zakabe flashed right next to Zurak, catching the demon by surprise, and kicked him right in the left side of the maw. Zurak twisted with the attack and, pivoting on his left foot, came back around to try and catch Zakabe. Zakabe was much quicker, and in the time Zurak had taken to twist around, he had already began to charge a surprisingly large Zero in a short amount of time. The dark green with hints of black within Zero charged out from his outstretched hand with a large zoom as a pillar of light was basically created right where the head of the demon had once been. As the Zero dissipated, the headless body of Zurak was revealed to everyone as it fell to the ground on its knees before keeling over completely. Zakabe's pained cries resounded within the halls as the large red beast slowly disintegrated into its individual particles and floated out into the air. The cries continued on for a few moments before Zakabe's head span right around to where Volok's Saturday. His loud growl told everyone in the room his intention. Ichigo had by now been able to lift himself out of the marble staircase and could see the look Zakabe was giving Volok. In short, if looks could kill, that one would do it and bring you back to kill you again many, many times. Ichigo looked up to where Volok should have been only to find that he was gone, and upon looking at Zakabe again, found him engaged in battle with Volok already. Both had drawn their respective Zanpakuto, and even thought Zakabe looked like he was losing. It was all too clear to Ichigo that he was not even trying. "What the hell did you do to yourself?" Volok asked Zakabe as he clashed swords with Zakabe yet again, causing a large clang within the room. "I showed Zurak that I am not weak, and now I will show you that I can easily kill you," yelled Zakabe as he pushed Volok back and raised his hand, gathering his black Zero within his hand. He quickly released it while at the same time Volok had mirrored his every move and done the exact same thing and returned a violent red Zero right back at Zakabe. As both Zero met in the center of the hall, a huge explosion for dominance happened, which resulted with no clear winner for a long time before it appeared like Zakabe's Zero was beginning to gain dominance. "You are strong, I will admit," Volok grunted under the strain of retaining the constant Zero. His spiritual pressure was not quite on par with Zakabe's, even if he was higher than that damn Arrancar. "I will kill you, Volok-sama. I promised Zurak that I would." Zakabe yelled through the maelstrom of power that was between them. "You took my brother away from me. Now I will kill you." Zakabe roared as his Zero grew to whole new proportions and engulfed Volok's Zero. The ensuing explosion caused much of the entire hall to be completely destroyed, causing most of the supporting pillars to be destroyed and the roof to eventually come crumbling down. Human world. Orihime walked into her school, the good old Karakura High School, where she still had at the very least one last year before she had to go out into the big bad world. Orihime walked in through the main gates of the school and quickly found all of her usual friends standing together near the gates. Tatsuki, Chad, Ishida, Rukia, Renji, and, wait, was that Matsumoto? Orihime looked completely dumbstruck at Matsumoto as she stood in the school's courtyard with the entire school uniform on. Obviously grossly out of size for a woman of her bust, but the look on her face told she didn't care what anyone thought. The slight glances she made in Chad's direction at random intervals, however, told otherwise. "Hello everyone, and hello Matsumoto." Orihime called out happily as she received warm smiles from all of her friends who were finally able to see her out of her bed and feeling well again. "Why did you single me out?" Matsumoto asked, putting on a fake pout as she tried to act hurt. Orihime giggled and walked up to Matsumoto and gave her a great hug. They were lucky Kiego was not there at that point because, well, we know how he gets. "That's because I wasn't expecting you here, and because you feel like close family." Orihime beamed as she looked up to the warm smile that Matsumoto now had on her face, looking down at Orihime's. "All right, that's a good enough answer then," Matsumoto replied before letting go of Orihime. As they all turned to walk into the school, Orihime noticed how all of her friends did not leave her side at all. They did not move off into wider spaces from her. Wherever she turned, they would also turn. They walked like that for a small distance before they finally walked into their classroom and took their normal seats. Ms. Inoue-san, how nice of you to join us," their teacher called out as Orihime looked up to her and responded simply with a large smile. "Now, we shall continue this lesson by going over feudal Japan." The teacher told them all as sighs of disgust or exasperation rung out within the room. Orihime simply smiled to herself as she sunk into her chair. Feudal Japan was easy. She knew it all. She could definitely relax and rest this class. The school day was a generally fast one in comparison to the other ones she had had in the past. What she had enjoyed, though, was when the teachers had all asked her questions expecting her to be clueless and for her to prove them wrong. Ishin had made sure that she was up to date on all of the things she had missed out on, and Tatsuki had brought her home the things they were doing every day. So to be honest, Orihime almost never lost a day of school, to be entirely honest. The group all walked out of the building into the brilliant shining light of the midsummer sun and simply basked in its heat. Renji let out a sigh as he removed the headband from his head and let his hair fall out and lay across his shoulders. Chad unbuttoned all of the buttons on his shirt, causing Matsumoto to almost faint from blushing, only to realize that underneath his shirt was a thin black shirt. Matsumoto almost found herself pouting in disappointment. Orihime noticed the look that Matsumoto had given the gentle giant and had to stop herself from laughing. Renji noticed Orihime's attempts at trying to hold in her laughter and was about to say something before noticing the piercing glare sent his way by said woman. Needless to say, Renji reduced in height slightly after seeing such a scary look. He looked to his left where Rukia was walking alongside him with a content look upon her face, but he could also see at the same time she was spacing out. He reached his hand out to take hers. As soon as his fingertips touched her hand, she retracted it back quickly and looked up at Renji in mild surprise before she came to realize who it was and placed her hand within his. "What was that all about?" Renji asked, somewhat concerned. "Nothing," Rukia answered, looking away from him but clenching her hand within his. He took this as a sign that he would find out sooner or later, well, he hoped so anyway. "So, Orihime, how are things living with the Kurosakis?" Matsumoto asked completely out of the blue. Orihime took a few moments to ponder over things as she thought about the last few days she had spent at the Kurosaki household. She had gotten to know the two girls really well and managed to get into a position where they almost viewed her as their older sister. Ishin treated her as if she were his own daughter and made her feel right at home. Flashback. Orihime had came down the stairs from her shower as she hurried to get to school on time. She was all over the place as she tried to make up lost time. She was stopped, however, by a hand on her shoulder, and turning around to look back up the stairs, she saw the smiling face of Ishin looking back down at her. "What is the rush, Orihime?" Ishin asked her as he cocked his head to the side. "I'm late for school." Orihime almost squealed to him. At this, Ishin brought his hand up to his chin and stroked his goatee and looked at the clock across the room above the television. But Orihime, it's only 6 in the morning. You don't have school for at least another 2 hours, Ishin finished as he smiled down at her again. Overly eager, are we? Ishin finished as he released his grip on her arm, and Orihime was able to confirm for herself that it was still only 6 in the morning. Orihime decided to sit down and watch some television as she waited for time to simply fly by. Sitting with the television on, she rested her head on her hand and watched the television with almost no interest, feeling her body as if it was leaving her. She opened her eyes again to the sweet aroma of toast and eggs. Excellent. She looked up and saw that Ishin was sitting at the table across from her with a piece of toast himself and a cup of tea, whilst he read the morning's paper. When did you make this, Ishin-san? Orihime asked quietly as she felt the tiredness wearing off. Had she been sleeping again? First of all, it is Dad, Ishin began with a smile as he turned to Orihime. And second of all, you fell asleep, and I guessed I'd make you breakfast in case you were unable to eat anything before going out yourself. That way you had something ready, Ishin finished as they could both hear the patter of feet coming down the stairs. Karen and Yuzu appeared before them in their school attire. They had both grown at least a little bit since the year gap and were both now almost as tall as Orihime. As they saw Orihime sitting on the couch and looking at them, they both smiled towards her. Hello, Orihime Wani-chan, both of the girls said to her as they came over to her and hugged into her happily. Yes, even Karen done this alongside her sister, as weird as it was. Orihime smiled as they hugged her. This was what she had always wanted, a caring, loving family, and now she had it. She quickly turned around and ate her breakfast while the twin girls went off to make their own. They quickly returned with a bowl of cereal each and both sat down on either side of Orihime. As they began to eat, Orihime could feel the smile that she had earlier coming back to her face. Ishin looked over at the show of affection both of his daughters were giving their new sister. It was heartwarming to know that his girls were so eager to accept the poor, lonely girl into their family. On that note, his thoughts turned back to his son again as he thought about the ways that Orihime had felt about Ichigo. Of course he knew. Ichigo may not have been awake when Orihime had come to see him, but he had been right outside the door as she had visited him. He felt bad after he had listened to her pour her heart out after it, of course, because he knew exactly what would happen before it did. Yet now, as she sat before him a part of their family, if not the way he had thought, he could not help but wonder if Ichigo did ever love this girl back anywhere near the extent she loved him. There was no use in thinking about this now anyway. The next time he saw Ichigo, he was going to have to kill him. Thinking like this was only going to make that harder. Slash and flashback slash. It's really nice, Matsumoto-san. Orihime answered back with her trademark smile on her face. And why wouldn't it be? She had a loving family to go home to now, not the usual going home to an empty house and forced to spend the rest of her days in solitude. That's all right then, Matsumoto sighed as they all relaxed into a comfortable silence. Above them, the pained cries of lost souls resounded around the entire town. They all looked up to see the massed hordes of hollows pouring out form a black hole in the sky. Howl Zabamaru. Sodi no Mai, Soda no Shiryuki. The segmented blade of Zabamaru cleaved through the air as it made its way towards the hollows before Rinji and Rukia's Jigai could even hit the floor. It was later followed by a stream of ice as both of the attacks made their way towards the huge horde of hollows that had turned up. Zabamaru cut through hundreds of hollows at once as it made its way across the sky, and the ice current made its own way towards the dense amount of hollows. As it collided with them, many icy hollows fell to the ground and smashed against it. A group of hollows appeared behind Rukia and Rinji's blind spot and charged at them from the direction. An array of blue projectiles careened towards these hollows as they closed in, completely destroying the souls of the hollows. Rinji and Rukia nodded towards Ishida in thanks as he turned and faced towards other hollows who had appeared on the scene. Chad had by this time jumped into the air and directed his El Directo at yet another of the groups within the sky. Orihime, Matsumoto, and Tatsuki were left in between the Shinigami and humans as they defended them from the encroaching hollows. The black portal in the sky showed no signs of stopping or closing as more and more hollows continued to come through and began assaulting their position. As time dragged on, it became almost painfully clear that the hollows were not even interested in anyone but one from the central three women. Matsumoto and Tatsuki prepared themselves to fight to defend Oraheim. The amount of hollows that were assaulting on them had grown vastly in size, as some were even able to get past the four defenders that were on the outside and were met with the fists of Tatsuki and the ash of Hinako. By now it had gotten to the state that the entire sky was covered by hollows and all of Oraheim's defenders were being almost completely overrun by the sheer amount of the hollows. It was as if an entire army had been unleashed on the human world. Their only goal was to kill them, the only defenders of Karakura town. Oraheim even tried to do her bit to help her friends, as she sent out Koten Zanshuin to try and do her bit to keep the hollows away from her and her friends. It became painfully apparent to all of them, however, that the hollows were too much in number as they continued to assault them, no matter how many they were able to get rid of. Just how many of them are there? Rinji yelled to everyone. Too many for us to handle. Tatsuki answered for everyone as she delivered a kick to the face of a hollow. At that moment, a hollow broke past Chad as it made its way swooping and sweeping amongst everyone else to get at Oraheim. She noticed this movement and closed her eyes in anticipation of what was to come. Maybe she would get to see Ichigo this way. She was brought back out of her thoughts as she heard a swishing noise quickly followed by a clang of metal. Looking up quickly, she could see the mop of orange hair that was almost a complete head above her own. The white clothes of the person swished around in the wind that blew his hair in the same direction. The white blade was deeply embedded within the hollow's mouth. The figure before her turned his head around to look at her from the corner of his eye. Yo, Inoue, Ichigo said casually as Oraheim was finally able to bask in what was the presence of Ichigo again.